Elf Dimension. I just want to play games. Chapter 1 to 50. Chapter 1 _ Genius named. Time goes back to the present. 1 year after Lu Tong and Ji Yu Ying disappeared. Half a year after the fusion of the Elf world and the Blue Star world. It is also half a year after the protagonist Lu Yin awakens his golden finger and remembers his past life. ... Grass-type elves, fire-type elves, and water-type elves. These three types of elves are the basic choices for the three elves in all regions. These three types of elves, in terms of destructive power, the fire elves are the strongest, but they are not absolute. In addition, these three types of elves, the grass type restrains the water type restrains the fire type, and the fire type restrains the grass type. It can be said that they restrain each other, but they are not absolute. Fire-type elves will also use grass-type tricks that are very threatening to water-type elves, such as sunshine flames, and water-type elves will also use ice-type tricks that pose a great threat to grass-type elves, such as freezing beams, and grass-type elves will also use fire-type elves threaten ground-type tricks, such as earthquakes. And each of the three imperial families evolves to the final form, and the attributes are not necessarily unique. For example, the final evolution of the small fire dragon is a fire-breathing dragon with a flight type and a fire type. Division of the Blue Star Alliance. One of the major first-tier cities in Fuchun District, Hangzhou, Bao Shuihai, the head teacher of the second class of Fuchun No. 1 Elf College, is in class. Ding dong .. As the school bell rang, Bao Shuihai stopped lecturing and put the infrared stylus in his hand into his pocket at will. Seeing his actions, the students did not rush out of the class to take a breath as usual when they heard the bell for the end of class. They all sat upright and looked expectant. Classmates ... Bao Shuihai's eyes swept across the faces of the students below, and a rare smile appeared on his always serious face. Although he has experienced such scenes several times in the past 10 years, but each time, he can think of himself at the beginning. What he will say next is the most important decision in life for many students, no less than the college entrance examination next year. Tomorrow, all students will go to the Alliance Elf Cultivation Area to conquer their favorite initial elves. The meeting point is in the class, and the meeting time is 10 o'clock in the morning. At that time, the school will arrange the car to leave together. Everyone must not be late. In addition, you need to use the certificate to capture the elves. When you get on the car, I will give it to you everyone. Now, the teacher can't help but say one more thing. Everyone chooses to conquer the initial elves. Balabala, Bao Shuihai said a lot of experience. This time, all the students sat up straight and listened carefully, which was rare in the past. But among so many students, there is still one exception. When Bao Shuihai was talking about the precautions, his eyes could not help swept across a corner of the class. At that position, there was a black-haired young man lying on the table, obviously sleeping. Looking at the appearance of this black-haired youth, Bao Shuihai couldn't help flashing disappointment in his eyes. It seems that the original hope could not come true. Lu Yin is really useless. Bao Shuihai is a famous teacher in Fuchun Elf No. 1 Middle School, and he is also the best student of the previous school principal. The classes he brings after joining the school are all the top classes in his grade. The sleeping young man he glanced at from time to time was named Lu Yin. This Lu Yin has been a genius in Quan Fuchun since he was a child, and even in Hangzhou. Not only that, his parents are not simple. They are the masters of 2 gymnasiums in Hangzhou, so he can also be said to be a strong second generation. Excellent grades coupled with a powerful background made Lu Yin a celebrity since he was a child. 2 years ago, when Lu Yin entered Fuchun No. 1 Elf High School, a high-ranking person commented on it. Lu Yin is a unique genius. Such praise came from that person, which made Lu Yin's reputation even better than before, and he did not live up to this praise, and he still achieved excellent results in the following year, and came out on top. But all this changed a year ago. A year ago, a space vibration appeared near Hangcheng, and a strange new mysterious space appeared along with this space vibration. According to the regulations of the Alliance, the two pavilion owners in Hangcheng, that is, Lu Yin's parents, should act as representatives of the Alliance and lead a group of people to conduct the initial investigation. They shoulder the responsibility of solving the danger, and they also have the task of helping the Alliance search for the top treasures or outstanding elves in the space. Lu Yin's parents have done a lot of this kind of thing before, and Lu Yin has become accustomed to it, but this time, something unexpected happened. Not long after Lu Yin's parents entered the newly appeared space, news came from the Alliance testing organization that it was actually a rare hidden space. The invisible space is a special space that few people in the entire league have ever known about. The reason for not knowing it is that all the people who entered this space have never come out. It seems that this space is only allowed to enter, not to exit, and it only exists for a week. In the end, Lu Yin's parents and the people they brought with them all disappeared during this mission, and it has been almost a year since then. In the Alliance, a trainer will be judged dead after a year of missing in a space exploration mission, and Lu Yin received a death judgment notice from the Alliance yesterday, announcing that his parents were dead. As for Lu Yin, he seems to be too sad because of the death of his parents. He has been giving up on himself since half a year ago. He often sleeps or is in a daze in class. If it wasn't for his cultural exam results, he would have been approached by a teacher for a long time. But even so, many teachers are no longer optimistic about him, thinking that he has lost the possibility of becoming a powerful trainer every day. The importance of Xinxing to a trainer's later growth is well known to all trainers. And this is also the reason why Bao Shuihai feels that Lu Yin cannot afford the praise of his teacher. Lu Yin has been giving up on himself for more than half a year, and now he has not gotten along, but has become more and more decadent, which shows that his temperament is really not good. With a bad Xinxing, Lu Yin is destined not to be a good trainer, no matter how good his knowledge is. And all of this will become more and more obvious after the students receive the initial elves. That's why Lu Yin was called a fallen genius. But the fact, is it really so? Of course this is not the case. In fact, Lu Yin was just playing games in his mind. Chapter 2 _ the youngest gym owner in the league. Well, that's all there is to say. Class. ... Goodbye teacher ... After Bao Shuihai finished explaining the precautions and announced the end of the class, the students all stood up, including Lu Yin, who was sleeping, and stood up slowly. Seeing Lu Yin's appearance, Bao Shuihai sighed again in his heart, and shook his head somewhat resentfully. But thinking of the instructions from the old principal on the phone last night, he still shouted, "Lu Yin, go to the office with me. Your situation is special, I'll give you some advice." "Well, okay, Teacher Bao." Lu Yin yawned. He could probably guess why Bao Shuihai was looking for him, but to be honest, he didn't feel that he needed those so-called suggestions. But this kind of thing can't be denied. Soon, Lu Yin followed Bao Shuihai out of the classroom, and the rest of the students started talking. "Hey, what do you think the head teacher called Lu Yin? Open a small stove, this is not the first time. It doesn't count as a small stove. The death notices of Master Lu and Master Ji Yu have been announced on the internet. No matter if they can come back alive from the space in the future, Lu Yin can get the martyr's pension from the Alliance, he doesn't have to search for it. Conquer, you can directly select the initial elves with good qualifications." Quote. "Envy, I still don't know if I will be able to reign in the elf worthy of cultivation tomorrow. People can directly choose the elf with good qualifications. That's what Lu Yin's parents bought with their lives. So I'm envious, not jealous. Cut, who doesn't know that Lu Yin has been abandoned? He may have some future in his career as a researcher, but as a trainer, the future will be like this. Guo Ziyang, I heard that you plan to challenge Lu Yin after you get the initial elf tomorrow." "Yes, no matter how good his theory is and his disposition is so poor, the actual battle is definitely not as good as mine, and I will definitely win." "Well, I didn't attack you." Lu Yin already had his own elf when he was 16 years old, 2 years earlier than us, at least now you won't be his opponent. Damn strong second generation, I plan to challenge his newly chosen initial elf, not the old elf. Poor Lu Yin. What's so pitiful when we all have elves and the actual combat class in the 3rd year of high school starts, he will no longer be the first. Don't worry about it, I just want to quickly become an official trainer, so that I can go to the elf world to see and see. ... In the classroom, students were discussing while preparing to leave. For Lu Yin's experience, some classmates are envious, some are jealous, some feel that he is pitiful, and some are gloating. But these have nothing to do with Lu Yin himself, he is now listening to Bao Shuihai's advice. After going to the Alliance's specific initial elves to conquer the base tomorrow, you can choose to go directly to receive high-qualified elves. Do you have any ideas? Bao Shuihai sat on the seat and quietly looked at Lu Yin. The latter's eyes were a little erratic, obviously not listening carefully. Lu Yin. Bao Shuihai frowned. Ah, Mr. Bao, what did you just say? Lu Yin finally regained his senses and smiled awkwardly. No matter what, Bao Shuihai was sincere in helping him. He didn't listen carefully and seemed a little disrespectful. He. Many teachers around showed contemptuous smiles. Bao Shuihai was a star teacher, and the former principal's favorite student, and he had trained students like Lu Yin, which naturally attracted jealousy. But as Lu Yin degenerates, many teachers began to gloat over misfortune. Bao Shuihai sighed, glanced at Lu Yin, held back what he was about to say, and asked the previous question again. Let's talk about the specific situation. Lu Yin thought about it and said, there are no special circumstances, I will give priority to the elves of the fire and electricity types. Bao Shuihai nodded in agreement. Lu Yin's priority was also the suggestion he wanted to give. Hangcheng is one of the major first-tier cities in the Blue Star Alliance, with 2 gyms. As for the 2 gyms, one was the Fire Element Heavenly King gym built by Lu Yin's father Lu Tong, and the other was the Lightning Element Elite gym built by his mother Ji Yuying. It can be seen from this that Lu Yin's father, Lu Tong, is a Heavenly King level trainer specializing in fire elves, while Lu Yin's mother, Ji Yuying, is an elite level trainer specializing in electricity elves. Lu Yin has had the most contact with elves and received the most elves since he was a child. Naturally, it is about electric elves and fire elves. He chose to subdue elves, considering the 2 attributes, which is undoubtedly the most beneficial to himself. If you want to choose the electrical department. Bao Shuihai continued to speak, and said some information he knew, hoping to help Lu Yin. Although he was disappointed with Lu Yin's performance in the past 6 months, as a teacher, he has always done a good job in helping students. Bao Shuihai talked for half an hour, and Lu Yin also listened to it for half an hour, but his performance was always a little absent-minded. Seeing Lu Yin like this, Bao Shuihai saw that what he had said was almost the same. He waved his hand and said, okay, you can go back now. As soon as he heard that he could leave, Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and his original absent-minded gesture was gone. Yes, thank you Teacher Bao. After expressing his sincere thanks, Lu Yin hurriedly left the office. Seeing him like this, many teachers in the office shook their heads, and one of them sneered at the teacher who was working opposite Bao Shuihai and said, if your parents are gone, you don't have to work hard. It seems that it won't be long before the 2 gyms in Hangcheng will change their owners. I don't know how Lu Yin had the confidence to sign the inheritance agreement in the first place. The youngest gym owner in the league. I am afraid it's not going to be the youngest joke soon. Chapter 3_inherit 2 gyms at the start. Ancheng. Hearing the chatter of the teacher sitting opposite him, Bao Shuihai frowned and interrupted him. Everyone knows how much the Master Lu and Master Ji Yu have contributed to the safety of our Hangcheng. I know your father has ideas about the Hangcheng gym, but don't say anything good. So what if I just said it? And Cheng sneered, Bao Shuihai, when my dad becomes the head of the Hengcheng Taoist Gymnasium, I will definitely be the dean of the school. When the time comes, you have to give me a good class, ha tilde. There was boundless anger in Bao Shuihai's heart. When the teachers around them saw the two vying for each other, they all chose to turn a blind eye, bowed their heads and got busy with their own affairs. Some battles are not something they can participate in. At the same time, Lu Yin had come to the school parking lot and got into his car. In this world, a 16-year-old is an adult and can rely on a driver's license. As a second-generation elf, Lu Yin learned his driver's license early in the morning and owned his own car. Boom tilde tilde. Pressing the start button, Lu Yin drove the car at the fastest speed towards the center of Hangzhou City in this world. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a huge round tower building. This tower building is one of the most dazzling and classic buildings in Hangzhou, called Leifeng Pagoda. The Leifeng Pagoda has existed for more than 100 years. Legend has it that it appeared with the elf culture 100 years ago, and it has been improved with the times, making this building full of modern technology. Under the development of more than 100 years, Leifeng Pagoda has become the most central and middle position in Hangzhou, especially the famous Pearl Lake behind this tower. There are 7 floors in this tower, of which the bottom floor is where the Haoyao Gym is located, which is the gym managed by Lu Yin's father Lu Tong, and the remaining 6 floors belong to the private activity area of the gym owner. Although the Leifeng Pagoda is the location of the gym, it does not belong to the alliance. Here. In addition, Lu Yin's mother, Ji Yuying, also opened the Leiwen Gym here after marrying his father, which means that there are 2 gyms in this tower. The tower with a history of nearly 100 years occupies the most central place in Hangzhou, with the Pearl Lake as its back, and the operation of 2 gymnasiums at the same time, making Leifeng Pagoda a great reputation in the entire alliance. And now, all this temporarily belongs to Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin was standing at the entrance of Leifeng Pagoda for a while. Ding tilde tilde fingerprint authentication succeeded. Iris scan, authentication successful. Identity authentication, Lu Yin. Welcome homeowner. Bang tilde. As the door opened, Lu Yin stepped into it hurriedly, lay down on the sofa, and then closed his eyes. Hey, I'm home tilde. Build it, build it. As soon as he got home, Lu Yin seemed to have a completely different enthusiasm than when he was at school. In fact, no one knew that he had always kept a secret in his heart. Half a year ago, after 100 years of running in, the elf world and the blue star world were completely integrated and interconnected. At this time, Lu Yin traveled from a place called Earth to this place. It can also be said that he suddenly awakened the memory of his previous life. After crossing over, Lu Yin found that his appearance, the people he had known since childhood, his social circle, his parents' appearance and names, and his birthmarks on hidden parts of his body had not changed. Zhuangzhou dreams of a butterfly dreams of Zhuangzhou, I can't tell, I don't know. However, Lu Yin has always been a mature person, and soon he accepted all this and began to understand the background differences between the 2 worlds. Immediately after, he was excited. The world he was in before he traveled was called Earth. That world was a little different from this blue star world. There was no elves, but there was an anime about elves. Lu Yin is a huge fan of this anime, whether it is anime, special episodes, games or live-action movies, etc., he has paid attention to it all. Therefore, he is no stranger to these elves, even familiar. In fact, there were no elves in the blue star world 100 years ago, and the history was similar to the development history of the Earth where Lu Yin was before, but all this changed 100 years ago. According to historical records, 100 years ago, the sky shattered, the earth cracked, and the ocean roared, followed by countless strange creatures appearing out of thin air with incredible power. Along with it, there are also strange spaces. There are various documents in these spaces, so that human beings have mastered all kinds of novel technologies and cognition of elves. At the same time, there is also news that 100 years later, there will be another world where the species of elves has existed since ancient times and will merge with the Blue Star world, and the two worlds will be able to communicate with each other. Humans also exist in that world. The unknown of other worlds, the fear of the power of elves, and the inability to use various high-precision weapons after the world merged, made the countries on the Blue Star abandon their previous hatreds and form the Blue Star Elf Alliance together. The alliance is one of the divisional alliances, the rest are the Soviet-Russian Alliance, the U.S. Imperial Alliance, etc. Now, 100 years have passed. Just half a year ago, the world called the Elf World finally merged with the Blue Star World. It was also at that time that Lu Yin came through, or awakened the memory of his past life. In addition to this, there was a special game console that appeared in his mind. Chapter 4 _ There is a game machine in my mind. Discharge. 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 Experience plus 1,000. Experience plus 1,200. Experience plus 1,100. Ding! Your electric dragon has been upgraded, it is now level 50, increase special attack. Increase physical attack. Seeing the string of data displayed in his mind, Lu Yin jumped up from the sofa excitedly, his eyes shining brightly. Good. Great, the electric dragon has finally broken through to level 50, this game machine is really powerful. Electrical system quasi-king level, this time, I don't have to be afraid that the gym will be robbed. The breakthrough of the electric dragon made Lu Yin feel that most of the pressure on him was removed at once. After working hard for half a year, he was even misunderstood as a waste. So far, he finally has the ability to retain his parents' gym. In the past 6 months, many people thought that he had lost his temperament because of the disappearance of his parents, that his genius had fallen, and that he could no longer be a powerful trainer. But that's not the case. To be reasonable, if he really wants to be decadent, why didn't Lu Yin know the moment when his parents disappeared? Why didn't it happen a month later, 2 months later? Or maybe later, it was only abolished yesterday after receiving the death verdict of his parents. In fact, he is not abolished, but has a reason that cannot be said. The reason for everything was because of a game console that he brought in his mind when he came through. If this game console appeared in the current world, no one would have played it before, but Lu Yin, who had memories on the ground, knew that this was a high-tech NDS. This NDS is many. One of them is that Lu Yin can put his sprite into the game console to achieve perfect datization, and these data will appear in his mind at the first time. For example, his current strongest elf, Electric Dragon. Name, Electric Dragon, female. Attribute, electric. Features, static electricity. Hidden feature, punctuality, yes. Level, Quasi-Tianwang, 50. Qualification, Heavenly King. Intimacy, 255. Carrying props, electric beads. Mega Stone, none. Skills, Lightning Fist, Electromagnetic Cannon, Magnetic Field Control, Plasma Bath. Dragon Wave, 100,000 volts. Underscore 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 power gem. Discharge. Weaknesses. The tail is not strong enough, the speed is slow, and targeted training can be carried out. Chapter 5 _ Space Copy Gamification. 5/5. Lu Yin got the game console half a year ago. At that time, it had been a year and a half since he got the Bali goat elf egg from his mother Ji Yuying when he was 16. The Bali sheep elf egg has already hatched, and the Bali sheep was born, and under his training, quickly grew into an electric dragon with low-level elite strength. To be able to do this in a year and a half, Lu Yin is already worthy of his reputation as a genius, and for this, he would like to thank his parents for training him since childhood, so that he knows a lot of expertise in cultivating electricity elves. There are also a lot of good resources provided by his parents, such as high-grade foods that are suitable for electric elves to take, not only to keep him full but also to improve his body functions. In addition, the outstanding and rare Heavenly King level qualification of the electric dragon itself is also a major reason. With so many excellent conditions, Lu Yin was able to train the freshman Ba Liyang to a low-level elite-level electric power in 1.5 years, which is a proud achievement. The further the elves are, the harder it is to improve. After the power of the electric dragon is upgraded to the low-level elite level, even if it is only upgraded to the middle-level elite level, it will generally take longer than 1.5 years. But Lu Yin did all this in only half a year, and also cultivated the strength of the electric dragon to the level of a quasi-celestial king. This is definitely an unscientific phenomenon. And all of this is due to the second ability of the game console in his mind. Back in time half a year ago. Lu Yin turned on the game console with curiosity, and a prompt message appeared immediately. Found that the player has a wizard, an electric dragon, log in. Log in. Lu Yin is no stranger to the golden finger that the protagonist must have, and naturally chose to use it for the first time. The next moment, he saw the data of the electric dragon at that time, but other than that, he did not see more. Is this a qualification detector? Lu Yin pondered the game console for a long time, and found that there is only one function to view the sprite data, so he can only draw such a conclusion for the time being. At the same time, his absolute ability to cheat on this game console is too rubbish. Compared with the experience pickup system, the God-level option system, the talent plus point system, and even the direct access to the divine beast system, it is far worse. Still, something is better than nothing. For the next half-month, Lu Yin only used the game as a qualification detector and a strength detector, which made him have a more comprehensive grasp of the electric dragon's strengths and weaknesses. On this day, Fuchun No. 1 Elf High School organized students to participate in an elf exploration course. The main purpose of this exploration course is to let the students get close to the wild elves. The school sent a teacher to lead the school and took the school to a very low-level D-level space, the Forest of Green Caterpillars. So-called D-class space is the League's classification of mysterious spaces that appear around the world. For hundreds of years, strange space portals have appeared from time to time around the world. Through these portals, everyone can go to a special mysterious space. These spaces are large and small, including forests, plains, deserts, seas and other landforms. In some mysterious spaces, there will be special relics and documents, so that the Blue Star people can understand the culture of elves, and in some mysterious spaces, there are rare treasures and special fruits that help elves grow and even improve their aptitude or help evolution. For example, in a space outside Hangcheng, there is a special moss that can make Ibrahimovich evolve into a grass-type leaf elf. The so-called space level is a special method for alliance trainers to divide the space according to the strength of the strongest elves after detecting the entire space. In the D-level space, it means that the remaining elves are no more than novice level 19. In the C-level space, the elves are the strongest to the ordinary level 29, and the B-level space does not exceed the elite level 59, and so on. There are A-class spaces, S-class spaces. Under the arrangement of the school, Lu Yin and other students entered this lowest D-level space for field practice. Just after he passed through the space portal, the game in his mind finally changed again. Catch special spatial fluctuations. Dungeon generation, the Forest of Green Caterpillars. Players can log in anytime. Well, what's the situation? The information that suddenly appeared made Lu Yin a little confused, so he immediately started to study it. As a strong second-generation elf, he has enjoyed many resources that ordinary people do not have since he was a child, such as visiting some B-level spaces in Lutong and Ji Yuying. So for this D-class space exploration course, he also put it in his eyes. Isn't this the NDS version of Pokemon? Amazing. Lu Yin quickly understood the second purpose of this game console. His eyes became extremely bright. This second ability is the ability to capture rift locations, generate portals and dungeons. For example, if Lu Yin can enter the world of Pokemon in the previous life of Earth comics with Leaf Green, Fire Red, or Sapphire, Ruby, or Heart Gold and Silver as the background, then these worlds will directly become the corresponding maps and backgrounds in his game, and he can use mental power to form a character in the game, and then play the game. GBA and NDS games in previous lives. And the sprites he can use are the sprites he logs into the game console, such as Electric Dragon. In addition, the sprites he captured in the game console can also be logged out, which is to withdraw cache. Not only that, as long as he logs into this space, in addition to being able to use this space as a copy on the game console, he can also use his real body to enter this space through the game console anytime, anywhere, which can be said to turn this space into his own back garden. You must know that any space is controlled by alliances or powerful private institutions, and ordinary people need to pay corresponding fees according to the importance or level of that space to enter. And this cost, even the lowest level D-level space is very high, not to mention the high-level space. With Lu Yin's family background, entering the D-level space and the C-level space is not a big deal, but the cost of entering the B-level space can also be said to be a huge sum of money. But with the game console, as long as he entered the B-level space once, he could not only generate a copy in the game console as a play, but also physically enter or exit anytime, anywhere. This hang seems to be more powerful and more real. Later, Lu Yin quickly put his ideas into practice. He was able to train the Electric Dragon from the low-level elite level to the high-level elite level within half a year, thanks to this function. Back in time half a year later. There was a hint of longing in Lu Yin's eyes. Tomorrow is to receive the initial elves. If I can enter this alliance's special space dedicated to cultivating initial elves, a corresponding world will also be generated in the game console, and I can enter at any time. Such a big back garden. Tisk, don't be too cool. Addition rules. There must be drops to add more rules. The author has a final book. I can pick up experience in the spirit dimension. Friends who haven't seen it can go and have a look. Friends who have seen it should know the character of the scholar. Not much nonsense. According to the editor's suggestion, the new book needs to be promoted during the period, so this book will update 4 chapters every day, and then look at the collection and data to determine whether to add more. However, everyone can still use flowers, evaluate tickets, and reward scholars. The most important edition rules. 3,000 flowers, a new chapter will be added. 1,500 more evaluation votes, a new chapter will be added. A new chapter will be added for every 5,000 VIP points as a reward. For every 10 more people, even if it is 100 VIP points, a new chapter will be added. The author's reputation is guaranteed, and Zhejiang will follow the old rules and write the reasons for Zhejiang. Whether you can see the content of the 50 chapters on the first day of the shelves, all the decisions are in the hands of the readers. Flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, rewards, please smash them all on your body. The more powerful the readers and friends are, the more powerful the author is. Last but not least, the quality is guaranteed. Chapter 6 _ in the wild vision of the fairy world, Lily emerges. The initial elf cultivation area of the Alliance must pay attention to this. There is also the elf world larger than Blue Star that can be entered in half a year after the age of 18. I don't know if this world is the same as the world I guessed. I don't know, will there be a dungeon world in the game that uses the wizard world? Lu Yin's eyes flickered with fiery light. Through the game console, he could create copies of all the secret spaces, and then he could enter at will, treating these worlds as his own back garden. Relying on this ability, he can save countless expenses and earn resources. Moreover, if he encounters danger in the future, he can teleport to any space he has been to at any time through the game console, which means that he has absolute safety measures. And the second function of the game console has paved a road for Lu Yin, which can not only help him accumulate wealth, expand the elves, but also train the elves to become stronger quickly. There is still a little time now. Continue to control the electric dragon to sweep monsters and upgrade, and the future battles can also be more confident. Electric Dragon has just broken through to the quasi-king level, and this B-level secret realm, Meteor Beach, can still be used for a while. After being excited for a while, Luyan was lying on the sofa and changed to a more comfortable position, and with a wave, he put the game console in his mind to operate. The game console in his hand is just a physical projection of the game console in his mind. Although he can directly control the game console in his mind to play games, but generally when no one is around, he still likes to play with his hands. Playing Dungeon with Game Console is the Dungeon game mode of the Game Console Dungeon feature. In this mode, he can control the character on the game console to walk in the dungeon map, and the picture is the same as when playing the game. The elves he has now are not only electric dragons. It is true that using these elves to defeat the wild elves generated by the game copy can obtain a certain value of experience according to the strength of the opponent, and these experience can be used for upgrading. This steady improvement is also the reason why Luyan is obsessed with playing games, which is much better than his personal training. Of course, the level of the trainer himself still needs to be explored by him. Fallen genius, who gave up on himself in other eyes. For others, they need to train the elves to help them become stronger, but for Luyan, as long as he plays games, he is actually doing special training for the elves when others think he is sleeping. The experience has indeed decreased a lot. It seems that I have to find an A-level secret realm that is more likely to encounter strong enemies. With my current worth, it is not difficult to enter the A-level secret realm. However, don't be in a hurry. It's better to go to the elf world to have a look after receiving the initial elf. Luyan was operating the game machine, and after the evolution, the power of the electric dragon increased greatly, and he solved an elite middle rank 49 gem starfish in a few strokes. Finding that the experience gained has really dropped a lot, he began to think about changing maps. Fighting monsters to gain experience and level up is definitely impossible in reality. Generally speaking, the growth of elves' strength depends on many factors, such as the elves' own qualifications, the training methods of the trainers, the resources used, the battle experience, and so on. The higher the elf's aptitude, it can only mean that it grows faster, it is easy to become stronger, and the breakthrough is easier, but it does not mean that it is absolutely powerful. There are many examples in the Alliance. There are powerful trainers who train elves with weak qualifications, break through the physical shackles several times, and become stronger. There are also some rubbish trainers who have trained elves with good qualifications to become dogs. Qualification doesn't mean everything, but a spirit with good qualifications is everyone's pursuit. However, Luyan is not very keen on the qualifications of elves. With a game console in hand, he can get experience points steadily as long as he fights. To him, it seems that everything is the same for elves. Therefore, he paid more attention to rarity when he conquered the elves. Holding the game console, Luyan didn't stop until the middle of the night. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his sore eyes. Thinking of going to the cultivation area to capture new elves tomorrow, he gave up the idea of staying overnight and planned to remove the electric dragon from the game console. After being summoned, he washed and fell asleep. Just when Luyan was about to act, a human-shaped icon suddenly broke into the screen of the game console. The direction of the icon's movement happened to be on the electric dragon's side. According to past habits, Luyan would choose to summon the electric dragon when he saw this icon that suddenly appeared. He has done experiments and determined that the elves and people in the game console are actually real. The game copy is not a copy of the secret realm from the game console, but the secret realm is presented in the form of a game. Figuratively speaking, Luyan, leaning on the game screen, has an alternative god's perspective of the secret realm, and can overlook the range of the secret realm, which is roughly equivalent to the radius of 1,000 meters of the secret realm. Therefore, if the humanoid icon has just broken into the game screen, the electric dragon is generally not visible within the line of sight. Even if Lu Yin entered the real body, relying on the ability of the game console, he was not afraid of being bumped into. But this time, seeing the sudden appearance of the human-shaped icon, Lu Yin did not rush to summon the electric dragon, but clicked the icon. This is also one of the abilities that comes with the console. Name: Lily. Age: 14. Carry the elf with you. Wood Owl Elementary 5. Chapter 7 _ The girl Lily, the flashy carp dragon. It's really Lily. Seeing the information displayed on the game screen and the emerging 3D image of the mission, Lu Yin couldn't help but be surprised. He was surprised that Lily, a character who existed in the anime in his previous life, actually lived, and he was overjoyed by Lily's appearance. Lily's appearance made what he was expecting more possible. That elf world was probably the elf world he knew. With Lily, are there Serena, Catalia, Camisley, Natsi and other girls in that world? With Lily, is there Dr. Damu, Damalanchi and others in that world? With Lily, is there such a world as Team Rocket, Team Skeleton, etc.? Lu Yin couldn't help but look forward to it. He couldn't wait to celebrate his 18th birthday, and then get the voucher and go to the elf world. If those people do exist, do some plots also exist? This is a harvest that is no weaker than Goldfinger. I just don't know if Xiaoji has it, and if so, where did he travel? But now is obviously not the time to think about these things. A dark figure suddenly appeared behind Lily, which caught Lu Yin's attention. It should be an elf. What the hell is this? Lu Yin didn't see it clearly for a while, and instinctively clicked on the elf's icon to get the information. Name: Black Tyrannosaurus, Flash. Attribute: Water Evil, Flash. Ability: Intimidate. Flash talent: Black skin, double the power of evil physical tricks. Free to roam, Flash retention feature. Hidden trait: Overconfidence. Grade: Elite mid-grade, 49. Qualification: Heavenly King. Intimacy: tilde. Skills: Bite, Rage, Dragon, S Fury, Stare, Anger, Dragon, S Tail, Climbing Waterfall, Crushing. The higher the aptitude, the easier it is to learn new skills, and the more skills you can learn. Lying ~~ trough. Lu Yin was stunned by the elf information that appeared in front of him. He jumped up from the sofa with an exaggerated expression on his face. This is actually a Tyrannosaurus dragon. The storm carp dragon is not an ordinary elf. Although it is grumpy and difficult to control, it is very powerful and has great potential. It is the favorite elf of all powerful trainers. At least Lu Yin, who specializes in electricity and fire, doesn't reject having such an elf. He had encountered a tyrannical carp dragon when he was lucky before, but because of his lack of strength, he did not conquer it. Moreover, the tyrannical carp dragon behind Lily's is a flash elf, and his aptitude is even more defying, and he has actually reached the level of a king. Whether it is the special attribute of the flash, or the heaven-defying aptitude of the king level, it deeply stimulates the heart of Lu Yin. He grew up so big, and for 18 years, except for the occasional flash elves that he saw on TV, he had never seen one in reality, which shows the rarity of flash elves. As for Heavenly King level elves, Lu Yin has only seen them in the hands of some high-ranking members of the Alliance on his parents' side. As for wild Heavenly King level elves, he has never met them. Rare. But now, the aptitude and flashing attributes of the Heavenly King are all concentrated on the same elf. This elf is still a tyrannical carp dragon. How could Lu Yin not be moved? He immediately entered the secret realm. Lu Yin only felt a light flashing in his eyes, and then, the environment around him had changed and he came to a beach. The sound of the waves came from far to near, and the stars sparkled on the sea. There was a full moon hanging in the sky, and the stars were scattered. The convergence of moonlight and starlight illuminated the night, allowing Lu Yin to easily see the surrounding environment. What a beautiful night view. However, Lu Yin had no idea of appreciating the beautiful night scene at all. He greeted the electric dragon, and then relied on the gods given by the game console to rush towards the direction of Lily and the black Tyrannosaurus at the fastest speed. This is the B-level secret realm Meteor Beach. The entrance of this Meteor Beach secret realm is located in Hengcheng Bay, which is controlled by the Alliance. According to the regulations, ordinary people need to pay 100,000 yuan to the Federation every time they enter this secret realm, and the stay cannot exceed 1 week. 100,000 yuan is a lot of money for many people. Lu Yin would have taken a fancy to this secret realm at the beginning, mainly considering that most of the elves living in this secret realm are water elements. Electricity attributes overpower water attributes. In order to help the electric dragon quickly upgrade and become stronger, he spent 100,000 yuan to enter here once, and then generated a copy. The scope of the B-level secret realm is very wide, but the owner of this secret realm is the Alliance, so the supervision is definitely not weak. A flashy carp dragon with Heavenly King level qualifications can definitely meet anyone's covet. Lu Yin's movements are naturally fast. Moreover, the black Tyrannosaurus was obviously following Lily, and according to the fierce character of the tyrannical dragon, the situation of the latter was definitely not good. How can you miss the opportunity for heroes to save beauty? Chapter 8_Lily, who comes with her own beast at the beginning. Who tilde tilde ha tilde tilde. Woo tilde tilde. What am I going to do? Mom tilde tilde. Also on a beach near the sea, Lily, with fluttering golden hair, panted and ran forward with a hint of crying. She was wearing a pair of sandals under her feet, the shoes stepped on the beach, and her crystal toes were covered with sand, but she didn't seem to feel it, and the sun hat she usually wore on her head had been lost at some point. At this time, she only knew to run hard, because if she didn't run, she might die. But honestly, she couldn't run anymore. On weekdays, she likes to find a place to read quietly by herself. She doesn't like sports very much, and she has no feeling for elf fighting. Because she doesn't exercise often, she ran too fast at this time, which caused Lily's calf to inevitably cramp. When her left leg hurt, she lost her center of gravity and fell down on the beach. Too bad. The sudden accident made Lily's heart tremble, especially after finding that the shadow of the huge figure behind her under the night light had completely covered her own shadow. She knew that she could not escape. Little Nebula, run away first. Determining that she couldn't escape, Lily calmed down instead. She reached out and patted the shoulder bag she was carrying around her waist. It was a shoulder bag that looked like a huge pokeball. It may be because of the crisis of life and death, the elf Lily, who was a little afraid of touching it, can now deal with it calmly. In the bag, I felt Lily's movements, and an elf moved and got out. This is a genie that looks like a nebula, its body seems to be made of gas, and its color varies from purple to light blue. It has pale yellow eyes that seem to glow, and round blue cheeks that make it cute. And this elf's upper body and lower body are inlaid with a golden semicircular hook, which makes it more noble. And on the position of its ears, there is a continuous flashing starlight cloud-like extension, which adds another mystery. Little Nebula, let's go. Lily said with sincerity in her eyes. She would fall into the current danger, which was actually caused by this mysterious elf. But the kind Lily didn't blame it. Today is a good day for Lily. She got a gift from her mother, a primal elf, Moo Xiao. Although she doesn't like elves fighting, Lily likes elves very much. After getting Moo Xiao, her original partner, Lily wanted to get acquainted with it, so she played in the etheric paradise built by her mother, and then she came across this nebula-like elf in the bag. The elf was beautiful and mysterious, and Lily became good friends with it immediately, but she tried to recall what she had learned, only to find that she knew nothing about the elf. Because the shape of this elf looks like a nebula, and it is very small, so Lily calls her Little Nebula. After getting the initial elf and meeting a mysterious new friend, Lily was very happy, but before she could be happy for a long time, the mysterious elf Little Nebula was very excited for some reason, and her body kept shaking, followed by a strange burst of strangeness. Of light. The dazzling light made Lily close her eyes, and when she regained her sight, she found herself falling down in midair, surrounded by the beach and the sea under the dark night. And then, before she could figure out the situation around her, she had already landed on a solid, flat, around her. She glanced at the flat and found that it was actually a pitch-black giant elf. After careful observation for a period of time, she recognized the identity of this pitch-black elf, which was actually a flashy carp dragon. As an erudite girl, the information about the Tyrannosaurus appeared in Lily's mind, and she realized that disaster was coming. Sure enough, the violent carp dragon, whose head was smashed, slammed Lily from the sea to the beach, and then used a destructive death light. Facing this sturdy orange beam of light, Lily was stunned. At the critical moment, Miu Miu Xiao appeared and rescued her, but Miu Miu Xiao himself was accidentally wiped by the destruction and death beam and fainted. After using the big move of destroying the dead light, the black carp dragon fell into a side effect of rigidity, which also gave Lily a chance to breathe. She immediately took out the elf ball and took back the wooden owl, and then stuffed the small nebula into the bag. Start to run away. But this beach is too wide, and her position is far from the woods. Before she can run for long, the flashing Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, which has regained her mobility, has already caught up. Until now, the pain in her calf told her that she couldn't run. Crisis is coming. Woo tilde tilde yo. Little Nebula glanced at Lily, an inexplicable light flashed in her eyes, and there seemed to be power flowing in her body. At this moment, Lu Yin's voice came from behind Lily. Arrived. Electric Dragon, 100,000 volts. Chapter 9 _ The first intimate contact with Lily. 100,000 volts. Bang. A man's voice sounded in her ears, and Lily looked forward blankly, only to see a golden figure descend from the sky and land on the beach not far in front of her. The opponent's speed was very fast, and the huge force brought by the fall splashed the sand on the beach. This elf is an electric dragon. The red bead on the tail of the electric dragon that can be used as a light is very conspicuous, and Lilia, who is knowledgeable, can judge its identity at once. This electric dragon is Lu Yin's strongest trump card right now. Slip tilde slip. The electric dragon stopped in front of Lilia, looked up at the huge head of the black tyrannical carp dragon. There was no fear in his eyes, some only had fighting spirit. It took a step forward, and the red beads on its tail became brighter and brighter. Yo-yo. The electric dragon roared loudly, and the long-awaited electric current spurted out, hitting the target at close range, and the powerful electric current swept through the whole body of the black tyrannical carp dragon in an instant, and the effect was outstanding. The huge pain that had never been felt hit, and the black tyrannical carp dragon instinctively raised its head and let out a pained cry. Roar. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin's eyes lit up, who just arrived at the scene, and he secretly said, "Good chance." He immediately increased the strength on his feet, and his running speed increased again. Ha tilde tilde. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yin had already run to Lily's side, decisively stretched out his hand and hugged him by the waist, then ran towards the back, widening the distance between him and the black tyrannical carp dragon. An elf like the black Tyrannosaurus should never think that he will obey the default rules of the elven world like most friendly elves. If Lu Yin got close to Lily, he could become its target at any time. Of course, as long as the distance is well controlled, the black Tyrannosaurus will never do anything indistinguishable before the electric dragon is dealt with or is dealt with. Are you all right? Coming to a relatively safe position, Lu Yin finally had time to lower his head and take care of the beauty in his arms. The fair skin seemed to glow under the light of the night light, the long golden hair fluttered on his shoulders at will, and the dark green eyes that sparkled like gems also contained some panic in the rest of his life. What a petite and lovely beauty, the perfect fusion of beauty and cuteness, is definitely the masterpiece of the creator. Rao is Lu Yin's 2 generations, and his heart is tenacious. At this time, a ripple in his heart could not help but sway. Yes, I am saved. Lilia hadn't completely recovered her mind at this time, and when she heard Lu Yin's words, she instinctively raised her head, which happened to meet those dark pupils. These are a pair of black eyes that seem to contain the entire universe and starry sky. After seeing it, people unconsciously want to sink in, with a strong desire to explore. Lily finally looked away, no longer looked at Lu Yin, and instead looked at his appearance. No need to describe, a handsome word covers everything. It wasn't until this time that Lilia realized her current situation. She seemed to be hugged by a strange handsome guy. Thank you, thank you. Tilda. With a final thank you, Lily crooked her neck and fainted in Lu Yin's arms. For Lily, today's encounter was unprecedented and exciting. First, she received the initial elf wood owl from her mother, and she was very happy. Afterwards, they met little Nebula and played in the paradise together. Curiosity brought joy. But then there was an accident. Under the power of little Nebula, she was inexplicably transferred to an unknown place, and she was also provoked by a black Tyrannosaurus dragon. What followed was several dangers, and there was panic in my heart, but I could only insist on gritting my teeth. She was under great pressure from body to mind. Until now, she was rescued by a very young and handsome man, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, when she was relieved, Lily was more shy in her heart. From childhood to adulthood, most of her memories were of getting along with her mother. And now, the experience of being hugged by a strange man. Too close for her. Just ashamed. The emotional ups and downs made Lily faint like this gorgeously. Dizzy. Seeing Lily, she fainted in his arms, and the corner of Lu Yin's mouth twitched violently. What is this? He hasn't even commanded a battle between the electric dragon and the black carp dragon. So, this is the audience fell asleep before the actors started performing. Speechless. Of course, Lu Yin also thought about it in his heart. Seeing Lily's fainting, he took someone back to his house with a thought, and then gently placed it on the sofa beside him, and also brought the blanket next to him to help cover it. After doing all this quickly, Lu Yin returned to the secret realm. His eyes became extremely hot. This black tyrannosaur. He got it today. Chapter 10_Battle. Electric Dragon vs Black Tyrannosaur 1/5. The Black Tyrannosaurus has grown up in the secret realm of Meteor Beach since the Carp King. The damage and pain brought by the 100,000 volts of the electric dragon is something it has never felt before. Roar. After the pain passed, the black tyrannical carp dragon let out a roar. Its tail moved, covering a layer of flowing water. Its eyes locked on the electric dragon's position, and it swept straight towards it. The end of the water. Lu Yin happened to see this scene when he returned to the secret realm from home, and immediately recognized the unique trick used by the black tyrannical carp dragon, and immediately shouted at the electric dragon, "Lightning Fist!" Slip. The electric dragon's eyes narrowed, his hands clenched into fists, and the power of lightning was condensed. He waited until the black tyrannical carp dragon's tail was about to arrive before waving it out. Bang! The electric dragon's fists with golden thunder and lightning collided with the black tyrannical carp dragon wrapped in water. With a loud noise, the electric dragon's fists barely withstood the attack of the black tyrannical carp dragon. Roar! The black tyrannical carp dragon roared and increased the output of power at the risk of being hit by the electric shock of the thunderbolt fist. Under the suppression of the huge force, the electric dragon felt great pressure. His legs bent, his body was pushed and moved by the tail of the tyrannical carp dragon, and he was directly pushed and moved to one side. A deep, long mark was left on the sand. The attack of the black tyrannical carp dragon is very powerful, and the purpose is obvious. It wants to sweep the electric dragon into the sea. As soon as it gets to the sea, the battle enters its home field. But Tyrannosaurus forgot that the electric dragon is not the same wild spirit as it is. It also has the trainer Lu Yin. Seeing that the electric dragon was about to be swept into the sea, Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he shouted, "Electric dragon, use Iron Tail." The strength of the electric dragon is very strong. It has been a long time to reach the elite level, and even today it has broken through to the quasi-celestial king. With its current strength and degree of control over the body, it is not difficult to use two unique moves at the same time. Slip tilde slip. Hearing Lu Yin's order, the electric dragon immediately understood what he meant. With the movement of its tail, it gathered the power of metal, and the tail wrapped in this layer of metallic luster went straight into the sand behind it. Bang! The hard tail and the resistance of the sand added strength to the electric dragon. It finally stopped less than 1 meter from the sea surface, and finally did not lose its geographical advantage. The black tyrannical carp dragon's persistence ended in failure. This also means that it will have to pay a huge price. Crack tilde crack. The thunder and lightning above the electric dragon's fist surged wildly, and swept its whole body again along the tail of the tyrannical carp dragon. Roar. Injured by the electric shock for the second time, the huge body of the black tyrannical carp dragon over 10 meters couldn't stop shaking, and his mouth kept screaming. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin did not soften his heart at all, but decided to seize this opportunity to pursue the victory and maximize his advantage as much as possible. The Meteor Beach secret realm is the Alliance's sphere of influence. Lu Yin does not believe that the Alliance will not know that there is a flashy carp dragon with outstanding qualifications in this secret realm, and it is likely that the control has been arranged long ago. Taking a 10,000 steps back, even if the Alliance did not know the existence of the black Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, the momentum of its battle with the electric dragon would definitely attract attention. It's a long night dream. Lu Yin has been fighting from the very beginning to pay attention to quick battles. Electromagnetic cannon. Electric ball. 2 consecutive orders came out from Lu Yin's mouth, and the electric dragon immediately followed suit. It quickly retracted its fists, placed it in front of itself, and began to concentrate on gathering strength. The yellow electric mons mixed with a little blue electric mons wrapped around the electric dragon. Roar. The black tyrannical carp dragon discovered the action of the electric dragon, and a huge sense of crisis emerged in its heart. It ignored the pain from its body, and opened its mouth to condense the power of the water system. The black carp dragon tried to use the water cannon trick to break the dragon's momentum, and by the way opened the distance between the two sides to create an advantage for the subsequent battle. After all, it is a wild overlord level elf. It has a lot of experience in fighting, but it lacks the experience of fighting with human trainers. But it still moves slowly. In fact, when it ignored it before and insisted on hitting the thunderbolt fist of the electric dragon with the water stream tail, the result was already doomed. Slip tilde slip. The electric dragon raised his head and let out a roar, and the surging current all over his body condensed to the position of his chest in an instant and accumulated into an electric energy light ball. The ball of light immediately turned into a huge beam, like a cannon, and directly hit the black tyrannical carp dragon not far away. Boom! The black tyrannical carp dragon was directly pushed out horizontally under this blow, and moved several tens of meters toward the rear, leaving a deep ravine on the beach. While Lu Yin was commanding the electric dragon and the black carp dragon to fight, on the other side, in the official alliance building somewhere in the secret territory of Meteor Beach. In an office, a middle-aged man stood beside a white old man with a flattering smile, rubbed his hands and said, "Master Anbo. The black Tyrannosaurus you told us to pay attention to, we have always sent people to watch it. According to our observations, it will appear in the seaside area today. It should be almost time now." The old man named Anbo, the old god, was there and clicked, looking very cold. At this moment, the door of the office was suddenly opened, and a young man rushed in a hurry. "Director, it's not good. Chapter 11 Conquer the Black Tyrannosaurus. 2/5. Director, it's not good." A young man broke into the middle-aged man's office. He was wearing a white research suit, and he seemed to be in a panic. The middle-aged man accompanying the old man was obviously startled, and he frowned instinctively, looking very unhappy, but he was very shrewd and didn't say anything. However, the middle-aged man was very observant. He noticed the change in the expression of the old man, and immediately understood, and roared at the young man. What? Badly, what does it look like?" The sky won't fall. So, where? The young man took a deep breath. He didn't care whether the middle-aged man was angry or not. He hurriedly said, "There is something wrong with the area you asked me to stare at." The Institute's detectors detected a strong burst of energy there. There are elite elves fighting, and one of them should be the black Tyrannosaurus that you drew our attention to. What? Before the middle-aged man could speak, the old man exclaimed in surprise. Elite-level combat. Could it be that someone got there first? Okay, very good. There are still people in Hangcheng who dare to pull their teeth out in front of me, Anbo. Director Yi, you arrange the manpower, we will rush over now. ... And Bo and Director Yi rushed in one direction with the team, and this direction was exactly where Lu Yin and the black Tyrannosaurus were. At this time, a powerful current circulated on the black Tyrannosaurus, bringing it great damage and pain. The power of the electromagnetic gun is also one of the best in the electric attribute, and it also has a paralyzing effect that is 100% sure, so now the black tyrannical carp dragon can't move at all. However, the black tyrannical carp dragon is very tenacious and has strong physical strength, and it has not fallen down until now. Seeing this situation, the electric dragon was not idle. According to Lu Yin's previous orders, it gathered the energy in its body again, and raised its hands to condense a golden electric ball. Seeing this, Lu Yin couldn't help showing a relaxed smile. He knew that this wave had been subdued. The strength of the electric dragon is already a small level higher than that of the black tyrannical carp dragon, an elite top rank and an elite middle rank. The ultimate trick used by the electric dragon before was the electric cannon, and now it uses an electric ball whose power fluctuates up and down according to the user's power level. The setting in this book does not follow the speed. The electric dragon's power is very strong. If the black tyrannosaur eats one of its electric balls, the result can be imagined. And so is it. Slip. The electric dragon threw the condensed electric ball in his hand. The black tyrannical carp dragon's body was already huge, but now he couldn't move because of the paralysis effect, and the electric ball successfully hit him. Bang! With an explosion, the current carried by the electric ball spreads. It seems that the current that has not dissipated in the black Tyrannosaurus has been supplemented and become more powerful. Huge pain struck, and the black tyrannical carp dragon completely fainted. Seeing this, Lu Yin was unequivocal and threw a pokeball. Bang! The pokeball touched the black Tyrannosaurus carp dragon's body, opened automatically, and then shot out a red light that enveloped it and sucked it inside. After absorbing the tyrannical carp dragon, the pokeball fell to the ground and shook for a while, before stopping for a long time. Conquer successfully. Very good. Lu Yin grinned. The process of subduing the black carp dragon went smoothly. He was very satisfied. Although the black Tyrannosaurus is a flash elf, its attributes are different from the ordinary tyrannical Tyrannosaurus. It is not the flight type attribute plus the water attribute, but the same as the super tyrannical Tyrannosaur, but it is still twice restrained by the electricity type. The electric dragon itself is an electric type elf, and it uses the same type of tricks. In order to have the same attribute bonuses, its strength is elite top grade, quasi-king level, and it is a line stronger than the elite middle grade black tyrannical carp dragon. Finally, add Lu Yin as a trainer to assist. With the crushing of the triple advantage, it is normal for the electric dragon to quickly defeat the black tyrannical carp dragon. After subduing the black carp dragon, Lu Yin was in a good mood for a while, but he also knew that it was not appropriate to stay in this secret realm now, so he immediately returned to his residence. What he didn't know was that not long after he left, Anbo rushed to the position where he disappeared with a large group of people. Okay, very good. Anbo's old face was completely black. He was a veteran quasi-king trainer with rich experience. Just looking at the traces of battle left around, and looking at some human footprints and activity tracks left around, he can already guess the general situation of the previous battle. A powerful elite-level electric elf fought with the flashy carp dragon he had been eyeing for a long time. The electric elf had his own trainer. The result must be that the trainer won, and the flashy carp dragon was defeated and taken away. Thinking of this result, Anbo felt that his heart was bleeding. But if Lu Yin were to know the situation on Anbo's side, he would probably wake up laughing if he was not asleep. The joy that Anbo received would not be much worse than that of conquering the black tyrannical dragon. Too bad he doesn't know about it now. Now he is having a headache. Then here comes the problem. Should I give Lily a bath? Chapter 12 _ Give Lily a bath. Heaven and man fight. 3/5. Okay, very good. Anbo looked around. An old face clearly showed anger. 2 months ago, he habitually came to this B-grade Meteor Beach secret realm to give special training to his elves. But this time, he seemed to be favored by the goddess of luck, and he actually encountered a black flashy carp dragon during the special training. The flash elves have always been synonymous with high qualifications, and the flash carp dragons are even rarer. At that time, he was overjoyed. He is a trainer specializing in water elves, which is why he comes to the secret realm of Meteor Beach every month for special training. The glitter dragon's attraction to him is lethal. At that time, Anbo did not hesitate, and immediately sent the elves in his hands to challenge the glittering carp dragon, but this time, he ended in failure in the subduing battle. The black flashing carp dragon's character is the same as its kind. It is very violent, but it is not as brainless as the ordinary carp dragon. It has high intelligence and knows how to think. After some battles, the glittering carp dragon obviously realized that he was not Anbo's opponent, so he seized an opportunity to dive into the bottom of the sea. It escaped. At that time, Anbo was really sad to die, but he quickly adjusted his mood, because he hadn't completely lost his chance. Since then, he has completely set his eyes on this black tyrannical carp dragon, and regarded it as his last chance to step into the Heavenly King level. Of course, Anbo also knew that elves like the flashing black carp dragon are too rare. If the news of such an elf in Meteor Beach is spread, even if he is a veteran quasi-king trainer, this elf will not be able to do it. He is. In order to ensure that he can conquer this elf 100%, he began to make arrangements in secret, and with the help of his relationship in the alliance and his own strength, after spending a lot of money, he finally achieved a large degree of news blockade. After doing all this, he entered the secret realm and asked the Secret Realm Research Institute stationed here to help the ordinary black tyrannosaur. But today, he finally got good news from the person in charge of the institute, so he rushed here as soon as possible. But who ever thought that it didn't take long for the good news to arrive? The black Tyrannosaurus was taken over by others. This made Anbo very angry. No matter who you are, daring to grab my flashy carp dragon is pulling its teeth out of the tiger's mouth. I will never make you feel better. Anbo's eyes flashed a hint of ruthlessness. He was not an idiot. Considering that the opponent ran away after subduing the glittering carp dragon, he concluded that the opponent's strength was at most the same as him, and he might not be as good as him. In this case, you can't get what I can't get. Wait until I get the news out. When the time comes, let's see if you dare to use this flashy Tyrannosaurus dragon. ... Lu Yin didn't know anything about Anbo's conspiracy, but even if he knew, he wasn't afraid, and he was more likely to be happy. Right now, he is having a headache. Looking at Lily sleeping soundly on the sofa, he doesn't know what to do for a while. Before, in order to avoid too many night dreams, Lu Yin wanted to capture the black tyrannical carp dragon as soon as possible, so after he rescued Lily, he put her on the sofa in his hall without careful inspection. Now that he has successfully subdued the black carp dragon, after returning home, he carefully checked Lily's situation and found that she was soaked all over, obviously soaked in water. Lily's clothes were very simple and thin, a pure white silk one-piece short skirt that was hemmed to a little above her knees. Because she was soaked in water, the inside of her was clearly visible. The image was that the white bikini jacket was covered with a transparent white skirt with water. This is a proper wet temptation. Fortunately, Lu Yin covered her with a blanket before, so only her head was exposed. But even though he can't see it, Lu Yin said that he still has reverie. Of course, the most tangled thing for him now is whether to give Lily a bath and change her clothes. After all, if you don't take a bath, you'll catch a cold, right? Two quarreling little people appeared in his mind. Devil little Lu Yin. Change, why not? You can't watch people catch a cold, can you? Lu Yin nodded, yes, that's the reason. Angel Xiao Lu Yin. Men and women can't be kissed. It's rude for strangers to do this. Lu Yin nodded, yes, Lu Yin is a dignified gentleman, how can he take advantage of the dangers of others? Devil little Lu Yin. That's your own filthy thinking. Do you think other doctors will be so squeamish as you are when they treat people? You're just doing it for the good of others. Lu Yin nodded, he is not dirty, in order to prove, this bath must be taken. Angel Xiao Lu Yin. Then you can wake them up and let them do it themselves. Lu Yin nodded, it seems like that is the case. The little devil Lu Yin. The little girl has just encountered so much, do you have the heart to disturb her sleep? Besides, she is just a little lowly, not a big girl, what are you afraid of? Angel little Lu Yin. 14 is not too young. So. Lu Yin fell into the battle between heaven and man like this, but if it goes on like this, he feels that he must be going crazy. So how exactly? Forget it. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Yin finally abandoned the idea of doing it himself. As a promising young man with aspirations and ideals, how could he take advantage of the dangers of others? If you really want to see it, won't it be better to watch it openly in the future? Have confidence in yourself. Thinking of this, Lu Yin instantly felt that his image had grown taller, and then he threw a pokeball at random. Gili egg, please. Take a bath for the girl on the sofa and put on some clean clothes. If she doesn't wake up after the bath, take her to that room to sleep. If she wakes up, you bring her to see me. What Lu Yin released was an auspicious egg, recognized as the best assistant for doctors. The auspicious egg is one of the elves owned by Lu Yin. It was a birthday gift from Ji Yuying when he was a child. However, although the strength of Gili egg is not weak, it did not enter Lu Yin's starting lineup, but exists as a reserve team, and now mainly undertakes the babysitter work at home. Gili tilde. Gili egg called out kindly, with a gentle smile on his face. He nodded obediently, then picked up Lily on the sofa and walked towards the bathroom of the guest room. The Lei Feng pagoda in the Lu family has many floors, and each floor has a large area. There are many guest rooms built in it, and the configuration is complete. Watching Gili Dan and Lily I leave, Lu Yin raised his head slightly, showing a sad look. Alas, I'm still two gentlemen, alas tilde. Nonsense. Shameless. Obviously there are elves like auspicious eggs that can be used, and I have been tangled for a long time there. Gentleman ass tilde. Asterisk. Chapter 13 to 14 Gym Challenge Documents. 4/5. Time came to the next morning. Lu Yin, who was lying on the bed, yawned loudly, then stretched and slowly got up. After conquering the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon yesterday, he didn't rush to sleep, but continued to play the game console. After struggling for a long time, he added a little strength to the electric dragon. Although this experience is nothing compared to the strength of the electric dragon, Lu Yin felt that his efforts were worth it when he thought that it would take at least a few years for others to train a quasi-king level elf to the level. Speaking of which, Lily may be really tired. After Gili Egg gave her a bath last night, she didn't wake up, and she is still sleeping soundly in the guest room. Thinking of going to say hello to Lily after taking a shower, Lu Yin staggered into the bathroom. Drip. When Lu Yin was rinsing his mouth, the phone he put on the dressing table suddenly vibrated, followed by a ringing sound. Huh. Uncle Zhang. Seeing the caller ID, Lu Yin spit out the mouthwash, then pressed the connect button on the phone, and then pressed the speakerphone again, washing his face and talking on the phone. Xiao Yin. The phone was connected, and a middle-aged man's thick voice came from the opposite side. Your gym challenge document is here, it's a week later. Get ready. The challenge document is down. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold light flashed through them, and the movement of wringing out the towel in his hands also stopped. Hee hee, I really can't wait. Okay, Uncle Zhang, I got it. Little hidden tilde tilde. The middle-aged man on the other side of the phone gave a worried cry, and then he pondered. After a long while, the man opposite took a deep breath and said decisively, Xiao Yin, listen to Uncle, just admit defeat. Uncle Zhang don't want to give up this old face, plus your parents' favors and activities, it is not difficult to protect the Lei Feng Pagoda. Uncle Zhang. The man's words brought a touch of warmth to Lu Yin's originally cold face. Although there are some villains in this world, there are also people who care and help him for many reasons. But there are some things he won't back down. Uncle Zhang, don't be so troublesome, I accept this challenge. Don't do anything behind my back. Others don't know, they think I'm useless, don't you know my current strength? Trust me, I am Lu Tong's son. I am Lu Yin. Hearing this, Zhang Lan still did not agree, and continued to persuade, Xiaoyan, don't be arrogant. Uncle knows you're a genius. But that old fellow Anbo is a quasi-king level trainer who has been famous for many years. You can't be his opponent. Listen to my uncle's advice, you. Uncle tilde tilde, Lu Yin interrupted Zhang Lan, who was about to say something, and said firmly, you know, this matter didn't need to be so complicated. If he only wants a gym, I have no reason to stop it. After all, my strength is not enough to sit in our gym in Hangzhou, and there are two. But he Anbo has the cheek to fall in love with our Lu family's Lei Feng Pagoda. This is absolutely unbearable. As for the kindness you mentioned, it's unrealistic. My parents are missing, and Anbo is a powerful figure who is about to become the master of the gymnasium. How many people will recognize the so-called kindness? Uncle Zhang, you are a minority after all. Don't persuade me anymore, even if I lose, at least I won't have any regrets in my heart. The big deal is that I'll be strong enough in the future, and I'll snatch the gym back. This, okay. Seeing that Lu Yin was still so persistent, Zhang Lan had no choice but to accept it, but he was more gratified. Lu Yin's confidence reminded him of Lu Tong. Brother Lu, you have given birth to a good son. Zhang Lan praised inwardly. Zhang Lan and Lu Yin's father Lu Tong are good brothers. After Lu Tong and Ji Yuying disappeared together, they have been very helpful to Lu Yin and are one of the people Lu Yin can trust. For this person who really cared about him, Lu Yin didn't hide anything other than time travel and game consoles, two secrets that he couldn't tell anyone. For example, Zhang Lan always knew that Lu Yin was still a famous genius, even better than the rumors. Even genius. In fact, Lu Yin never wanted to hide his strength. Playing as a pig to eat a tiger or something, he thought it was boring. Why do you have the strength to hide and tuck? Is it interesting to let others beep a lot, trample you a lot, and then fight back? Don't be frivolous against young people. As long as he's not stupid enough to make people laugh at the air, Lu Yin likes to be positive. He will be considered depraved. Everything is just a misunderstanding. Usually he is very decadent, lacking energy, just an illusion in the eyes of others. In fact, he was just racing against time to play games and wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. Of course, he didn't bother to explain these things to unimportant people. Especially now, when the game is over in 7 days, everyone will understand. He was always that genius Lu Yin, even more genius than he understood. However, Zhang Lan didn't have much hope for the game in 7 days. He was more optimistic that Lu Yin would be able to snatch the gym back in the future, and even believed it. He believed that as long as Lu Yin could bear it, it was only a matter of time before he could get back to the gym. After the important things were said, Zhang Lan showed a smile on his face, and couldn't help asking, by the way, today is the day to choose the initial elves, right? Don't forget to help Bauer to check. I know, it's not necessary to help Sister Bauer tilde tilde. Luyan naturally agreed with Zhang Lan's request, very simply. The full name of Bauer in Zhang Lan's mouth is Zhang Bauer. She is his daughter and has a childhood relationship with Lu Yin. Because Zhang Bauer is several months older than Lu Yin, the latter is called the former Sister Bauer. That's a very nice girl. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while and hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, the smile on Lu Yin's face disappeared instantly, becoming extremely gloomy, with undisguised anger in his eyes. Anbo, you can't wait. But in a week, I'll let you know what it means to be sad. The Anbo in Lu Yin's mouth was the one who appeared in the secret realm of Meteor Beach last night. This Anbo wanted to challenge the position of the gym owner inherited by Lu Yin, and now he has issued a challenge document. Speaking of this Anbo, he and Lu Yin, or the entire Lu family, have always had grudges. 10 years ago, he was already a quasi-Tianwang, top-grade elite trainer specializing in the water system, but he lost to the young Lu Tong in the competition for the master of the Hangzhou Gymnasium. Anbo was a full round older than Lu Tong's father at the time, but he lost the game under the predominant attributes, and he was humiliated. Therefore, he has been brooding about this matter. But it's useless for him to hold grudges. After Lu Tong became the gym owner, his growth rate increased rather than decreased, and he became a Heavenly King level trainer in just a few years. Anbo was always on the same footing, and at the back, he lost to Lu Yin's mother, Ji Yuying. Ji Yuying is a trainer specializing in electricity, and she challenged Anbo when she became a quasi-celestial king. The final result was that there were 2 gyms in Hangzhou, but Anbo was stunned that he didn't get any of them. Because of this, Anbo has always been hostile to the Lu family, but in the face of absolute strength, he can't do anything. But no one thought that Lu Tong and Ji Yuying had disappeared at the same time a year ago, which made Anbo's ambition hidden deep in his heart no longer able to hold back. Of course, if it was just a matter of the gym owner, Lu Yin wouldn't be so hostile to Anbo, and he wouldn't be so selfish. Gyms are the face of every city, attracting countless aspiring young trainers to challenge, and gym owners shoulder many responsibilities. Some small cities are not even qualified to open gyms. Alliance, Hangzhou has 2 gyms, and because of the existence of Lu Tong, it has a Heavenly King gym. A year ago, Lu Yin's father and mother disappeared together, which meant that the 2 gymnasiums in Hangzhou were vacant at the same time. In this case, it was necessary to choose a new gym owner to carry the banner of Hangzhou. As the children of Lu Tong and Ji Yuying, Lu Yin has the first right to inherit the gym, but he does not have the corresponding strength. He really has to choose whether to inherit the gym or the 2 gyms in a metropolis like Hangzhou. The result must be disgraceful. Lu Yin is a sensible person. From the beginning, he never wanted to inherit the gym. All he wanted was to wait for his strength to be enough in the future, and then use a special challenge to get the gym back. But this matter became different under Anbo's intervention. This guy is not only interested in the position of the gym owner, he also wants to use this opportunity to see if he can get his hands on the Lei Feng Pagoda, which has been passed down by the Lu family for many years. And Lu Yin knew all this in advance. Old man, don't get too happy too soon. Thinking of Anbo's hateful old face, Lu Yin couldn't help clenching his fists. In 7 days, I'll let you experience it for yourself. What does it mean to lose your wife and lose your army? Chapter 15_Lily Awakens. Quote. Crack tilde tilde. Thoughts drifted back to the present. Lu Yin shook his head, put the clean toothbrush into the tooth cup, raised his head and quietly looked at himself in the mirror, dazed. Today is the last day of the heir's half-year protection period, and Anbo has no face at all, so he can't wait to send the challenge letter. The challenge book was issued, and the gym mainly responded to the challenge after 7 days. But thinking of the elf lineup in his hands, Lu Yin now has the confidence to win. Let's see when the time comes. I don't know who has the last laugh. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Lu Yin turned around and walked towards the door, grabbed the car key and walked towards the parking lot. In the past 6 months, in order to cope with Anbo, he has also used the ability of the game console to subdue and train a few good elves, but he still has a strong interest in the cultivation area specially established by the Alliance, and now he can't wait. However, Lu Yin, who was leaving, seemed to have forgotten something important because he was interrupted by Zhang Lan's phone call. Boom! With a roar, Lu Yin's car left Leifeng Tower. It was at this time that in a guest room in Leifeng Tower, a beautiful blonde girl with a perfect sleeping face moved her eyelids and opened her eyes. Tilda. Where am I? By the way, a lot happened yesterday. It wasn't a dream. Huh. Why did my clothes get changed? Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. The time came to 9:50 in the morning. The location was Fuchun No. 1 Elf College, parking lot. The students of all classes in the second year of high school were led by the teacher to the door, and now they are getting on the school bus in turn. In the middle of the 2 cars in front, Bao Shuihai glanced at his watch from time to time, and the expression on his face was a little anxious. Why isn't Lu Yin here yet? He's about to leave soon. It won't be a stalemate, and even forget about such an important day as today. Although he already has a primordial spirit, he shouldn't miss this opportunity. Bao Shuihai was anxious for Lu Yin there, and at this moment, a disgusting voice came from his ear. Yo, Teacher Bao, who are you waiting for? Isn't it our fallen genius? Mr. N, this is not what you should say as a teacher. Bao Shuihai frowned and looked at the person who was speaking. When he saw that it was An Cheng, he said displeased, Ly, I know that your An family and Lu family are not dealing with each other. But now in school, you should be mindful of who you are as a teacher. Quote. Bao Shuihai, are you teaching me a lesson? An Cheng's joking smile suddenly froze, followed by a complete chill. An Cheng is An Bo's youngest son. Relying on his father's relationship, he entered the Fuchun Elf No. 1 middle school and became a teacher. He was a little ignorant. If it weren't for An Bo's face, An Cheng would have been dealt with by the old principal, that is, Bao Shuihai's teacher. However, the old principal retired not long ago, and An Bo is about to become the new gym owner in Hangcheng, which makes An Cheng increasingly lawless in the school. Among them, Bao Shuihai, the lover of the old principal, is one of his pleasures. Luckily, Lu Yin was also in Bao Shuihai's class, so An Cheng preferred to target him. And recently, Fuchun No. 1 Middle School is going to be promoted to a new dean. It must be placed in the past. This position must belong to Bao Shuihai, a capable gold medal teacher with the old principal as his backing. But now An Cheng has intervened in this matter, which has caused the originally sure thing to become confusing. Therefore, Bao Shuihai and An Cheng did not deal with each other. Bao Shuihai, I will definitely want you to look good. An Cheng sneered. In his opinion, with his own father as the backing, the position of the dean of the school is easy to grasp, and it will not be too easy to target Bao Shuihai. You tilde. Bao Shuihai squinted his eyes. The clay figurine still has 3 points of fire. Ancheng has been getting more and more excessive recently. He is really afraid that he can't help himself. Squeak tilde. At this moment, the sound of the wheels rubbing against the ground rang in everyone's ears, and a bright silver sports car came galloping all the way, and then slipped into a parking space beside it with an extremely beautiful elegance. Afterwards, Lu Yin, who was wearing sunglasses, stepped down from the driver's seat, with a faint arc at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Bao, I'm not late. Chapter 16 _ My childhood sweetheart, Sister Bauer. The announcement is back. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the weather was fine and sunny. The warm sunlight fell on Lu Yin's face, making him even more handsome, and with the faint smile on the corner of his mouth, people couldn't help but admire him. What a handsome young man. Bao Shuihai looked at Lu Yin's appearance, and couldn't help but be fascinated, feeling that the former genius seemed to be back, and the haze of the past 6 months had been swept away. But soon he pressed the thought in his heart again, took a few steps forward, and patted Lu Yin on the shoulder. "You're too late, kid." "I am not late anyway." Lu Yin shrugged his shoulders easily, took off his sunglasses and put them in his pocket, and said with a smile, "Mr. Bao, let's go." "Okay." Bao Shuihai nodded, pulling Lu Yin onto the class bus. The two tacitly ignored An Cheng's existence. Damn it. An Cheng's eyes had a haze in his eyes, and he secretly hated, but he soon showed a sneer. "You guys can be proud now. Bao Shuihai, when Lao Su becomes the dean, I want you to look good. And Lu Yin, do you really think you are still that genius? You will cry in 7 days. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Yo, Sister Boar, you're back." After getting into the car, Lu Yin sat directly in the front seat. Next to him sat a girl with fair hair. The girl was wearing white short sleeves and suspender jeans, and she was indescribably youthful and beautiful. Her beautiful long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she was indescribably youthful and beautiful. This girl is Zhang Lan's daughter, Lu Yin's childhood sweetheart, Zhang Bauer. "Aren't you talking nonsense, Tilda?" Zhang Bauer curled her pink lips, rolled her eyes, and said in a sullen voice, "Today is the day when I entered the Alliance Elf Cultivation Zone, and I don't know how rare it is to be able to choose the initial elves tilde tilde. I'm not as big as someone with a big heart." Lu Yin smiled a little embarrassedly. What Zhang Bauer said was the truth. Entering the Alliance Elf Cultivation area to conquer the initial elves was an opportunity that everyone cherished very much. In the Blue Star world, the Alliance stipulates that only those who have reached the age of 18 can have elves. There are many reasons for this policy, but in Lu Yin's view, this is just a means of restraint. Behind the scenes, there are many people who act in favor of yin and yin. For example, Lu Yin and Zhang Bauer, relying on the relationship of their parents, legally owned the initial elves at the age of 16, and they were all elves with good qualifications. Of course, this kind of thing is actually difficult for many ordinary families, because it costs a lot to cultivate elves, and elves with poor qualifications are not worth capturing. Most people still wait until the age of 18 to get the initial elves, and the qualifications and types are not very good. The monopoly of aristocratic families and powers is a normal thing, and it is unavoidable in any world and era. Of course, the Alliance will definitely introduce poverty alleviation policies. For example, if a person has paid 1 million before becoming an adult, he can go to the Alliance to receive the initial elves, that is, the legendary Yusanjia. For example, if a person has paid the full 100,000 Alliance coins before reaching adulthood, he can enter an elf cultivation area specially established by the Alliance when he reaches the age of 18, and use his own strength to subdue an initial elf. A special secret space controlled by the Alliance of the elf cultivation area, with a strange area, is especially suitable for the survival of young elves, and it is also suitable for the survival of all kinds of elves. There are also special rules in this secret realm. There is a kind of Pokeball that comes with it. It will be much easier to use this kind of Pokeball to conquer the elves in this secret realm. The most important thing is that this secret realm is extremely special, with a vast area. As long as you master it, you can enter from many entrances. Therefore, the Alliance sent people to enter it and built this space into an initial elves cultivation base. The elves inside are all artificially raised and have a softer personality, which is convenient for all newcomers to enter and conquer. This is the best choice for all powerless people to conquer the original elves. But just looking at it this way, it seems that Lu Yin and Zhang Bauer don't need to go in. With their families, they can fully pay the million and directly receive the relatively rare Yusanjia elves. But that's not the case. The real big family doesn't do such a thing. The elves of the 3 imperial families are indeed very rare, and they are all relatively powerful representatives of their own department when they are cultivated later, but the 3 imperial families that were conquered by the Alliance and directly occurred are all unified elite qualifications, and they are the bottom of the same type. Although the elves with elite qualifications are already very good, they are much better than the generally intermediate and advanced qualifications. But for the aspiring people, they are more willing to enter the training space to conquer the elves in person, because there will be elves with Heavenly King level qualifications from time to time in this training space, and there are also quite a few elite elves with superior qualifications. Compared with the three families of the royal family, they are more willing to enter the cultivation space to try their luck. Of course, this is for wealthy people like Zhang Bauer, who already have excellent initial elves, and the opportunity to spend 100,000 to enter a cultivation space is more important to him. Relatively far away, the average person prefers Yusanjia if they have the opportunity. But these have nothing to do with Lu Yin, he just wanted to enter this cultivation space once. At that time, a corresponding copy will be generated in the game machine. Then, this secret realm will become his back garden. I'm not. Lu Yin opened his mouth to explain something to Zhang Bauer, but before he could speak, a quaint voice suddenly exploded in his mind. World will announcement. Elf World Trainer Hyrna is the first to train elves to the elite level, and a bottle of Heavenly King level qualification potion will be specially rewarded. Special reward will be the opening of and other secret realms in the elf world, the abyss of hidden dragons. Quote. World will announcement. Elf World Trainer Hyrna is the first to train elves to the elite level, and she will be rewarded with a bottle of Heavenly King level qualification potion. The reward will be special reward for opening and other secret realms in the elf world, the abyss of the hidden dragon. World will proclamation. Elf World Trainer Hyrna. Asterisk. Chapter 17 _ in the name of Sharona, the glory is added, and all parties are moving. World will announcement. Elf World Trainer Sharona. The same voice resounded 3 times in Lu Yin's mind, and it also appeared in the minds of countless blue stars and humans in the elf world at the same time. At this moment, the 3 words Sharona spread through everyone's mind. At this moment, Hyrna, the glory is added. Alliance, the highest peak of the Hema, a silver-haired man raised his head slightly, with a smile on his handsome face. Sarona's movements are still very fast. In half a year, I have trained elite elves from scratch. They are powerful, powerful. It seems that my process of collecting all kinds of stones in the Blue Star world is going to slow down a bit. If Lu Yin was here, or if it was a trainer in the elf world, he would definitely be able to recognize the man's identity. Zifuki Dao, the champion of the 4 heavenly kings of the Fengyuan alliance in the elf world, is the largest family in the Fengyuan area, the heir of the Zifuki family, and the top rich and handsome. Alliance, Mengane Prairie, a red-haired man in a cloak suddenly became extremely sharp in his eyes. Hyrna, this time you're one step ahead. The cultivation cycle of dragon elves is still too long. The reward is the secret realm of Qianlong's abyss. It seems that I have to go back to the elf world first. The light of thought flashed in his eyes. The red-haired man pressed a button on the bracelet on his left hand, and the next moment, his figure disappeared out of thin air. If Lu Yin was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the identity of this person. It was the famous Dragon King, Yulongdu. Not long after the announcement, at the headquarters of the Blue Star World Alliance, there was a circle of people around a round table. These people were the bosses of various countries in the alliance. Damn Smekta, this time the announcement was made by the people of the elf world again. There's nothing we can do about it. It's only been 100 years since our Blue Star's appearance of elves is full, and it can't compare to the history of the elves world that has more than 1,000 or even 10,000 years. A world of great contention. If it weren't for the background of the past 100 years and the cultural assistance brought by countless secret realms, our Blue Star would not even have the qualifications to fight against the elf world. It seems that the talent training plan has to be implemented. At present, several secret realms rewarded by the will of the world are all in the elf world. Second. The headquarters of the Elf World Federation. Compared to everyone in the Blue Star World Alliance, these high-level bosses who belong to the Elf World Alliance are much happier. One of them has a 6-point resemblance to Yulongdu. The same red-haired old man took the lead in saying to such a blonde old man, "Sirona is indeed a member of your temple family. It's okay, your family is not too bad." The blonde old man smiled lightly. "Don't tout each other," a silver-haired old man said with a small smile. "Let's discuss the secret realm of Qianlong's Abyss, a level secret realm, and it seems to be related to the dragon. This time is good luck." The red-haired old man and the blonde-haired old man looked at each other and shook their heads with laughter. Chi-Chi looked at the silver-haired old man and shouted, "Damu, take away your thirst for knowledge." ... With the reappearance of the world announcement, for a time, the two worlds were in turmoil. But these have nothing to do with Lu Yin for the time being, he is going crazy now. After seeing the figure in his mind that appeared publicly with the will of the world, his heart couldn't stop trembling, and his mouth grew up unconsciously. He was so excited. "Hyerna, it's her. Combining with Lily's appearance, it seems that my guess is true. That elf world is the one I know. I just don't know if there is a real new town, if there is Xiaoji, has Xiaoji set off on a trip again, or where is he traveling now? This is my chance." Lu Yin carefully recalled it several times, and determined that the figure in his mind that flashed away with the world announcement was the one he knew. This made him a little excited. If that elf world is really the one he knows, then it means that he can rely on his foresight to obtain countless wealth and excellent elves. It also means that he can meet many people he likes. Looks like, after the gym is settled, it's time for me to put the matter of going to the elf world on the agenda. Lu Yin's eyes flickered with thought. At the beginning of the fusion of the two worlds, the world will, with its mighty power, randomly distributed 10,000 special light brains in the elf world and the blue star world at the same time. In the blue star world, there are about 200 regional alliances, the larger ones are the National League, the American Empire Alliance, etc., and the smaller ones are the Island Nations Alliance and the Banksea Alliance. All the cities in these big and small alliances add up to about 10,000 cities. This special optical brain is absolutely high-tech below the will of the world. On average, basically every city has one. Through these light brains, people in this world can enter the other world and get special tools given by the light brains. With the power of tools, otherworld trainers can return to their own world anytime, anywhere. Thinking of the utensils, Lu Yin thought of Lily again. I seem to have forgotten Lily at home. It seems that I have to get things done quickly today. Speaking of which, how did Lily appear in that secret realm? Does she have anything on her body? The tool is a very practical world prop, and it is an absolute protection of the world's will for the two world trainers to enter each other's world. For example, the bracelet on Yulongdu's hand. This is a device generated after he touched a certain light in the elf world. Through this bracelet, he can return to any corner of Blue Star at any time, and return to the one he entered the elf world. In front of the ball of light. The appearance of the ball of light is a secret to ordinary people, but it is already known to the top leaders of the alliance of the two worlds. Lu Yin didn't know the situation in the elf world, he only knew the situation in the Blue Star world. At the beginning of the appearance of the ball of light, the various alliances in the world had already prepared the power to deal with it, and took measures at the first time, arranging people to encircle each ball of light. Nowadays, every light sphere in the Blue Star world is wrapped by the building of the alliance, and everyone who wants to go to the elf world needs to register first. It is equivalent to saying that the alliances of various districts on the Blue Star hold the key to the human beings of the Blue Star going to the elf world. This official control has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it avoids the careful thinking of some lawbreakers, avoids some disturbances and fights, and maintains social order. The bad situation is that the entry of people from the Blue Star world into the elf world has been strictly controlled, and the competitiveness has become much weaker. The announcement of the will of the world, Lu Yin has heard many times in the past 6 months, and is no stranger. Half a year ago, after the two worlds were completely integrated, the voice of the worlds will appear for the first time, and at the same time open the prelude to the competition between the two worlds. Humans from both worlds can enter the other's world through special channels, and at this time, the competition begins. The will of the world is limited by the power of powerful laws, so that people from any world will be subject to certain restrictions after entering the other world. Through this limitation, the will of the world tries to guide the fairest competition. Chapter 18 _ The First Battle, Childhood Sweethearts Grow Into. In half a year, I lost a lot of opportunities. Lu Yin touched his chin. The Blue Star Alliance has a rule that only those who have reached the age of 18 can enter the elf world through the Ball of Light. Of course, the rules are dead and people are alive. If his strong father hadn't disappeared, he would have relied on this back door to go to the elf world in advance. But there are not so many ifs in this world, so he waited hard for half a year and lost a lot of opportunities. But in fact, even if he went, these opportunities would not be his turn. But the delay of half a year is not all bad. Lu Yin's eyes brightened a bit. The people who entered the other side's world at first actually had a very difficult time. At that time, there were rules of the world's will to suppress, which stipulated that people from both worlds could not use the original elves they carried. This is for fairness and justice. Otherwise, if the powerhouses in the double-shot world all enter the opponent's world with the strongest combat power, then the so-called first battle and incomplete rewards will become a joke. Initially, trainers can only use new sprites captured in the opposing world. After the first person who conquered the primary level power elves appeared, it was stipulated that the trainer could use the original world level elves at the primary level. By analogy, now, as Zyrna is the first to cultivate elite level elves, both trainers can directly bring elite level elves from this world into the other world. There's a lot of room for action here. You must know that the elves with the strength of the quasi-celestial king are actually elites, which means that Lu Yin can enter the elves' world with his strongest combat power, and this undoubtedly adds a lot of protection to him. If you have the strength, you can do things. Thinking of this, Lu Yin couldn't help showing a smile, and his expression happened to be seen by Zhang Baoer beside him. Lu Yin, what are you thinking, laughing so wickedly? Ugly. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. He is so handsome, can he laugh wretchedly? Just kidding. This Baoer sister really has no eyesight at all. If there is a chance in the future, she must be woken up by her handsomeness every day. Lu Yin thought about it and thought of some things that are not suitable for children. Zhang Baoer came up suspiciously when he saw him like this, with a strong gossip in his eyes. I said, you won't be imagining Hyrna like those guys, right? What? Lu Yin blinked in confusion. Why did he fantasize about Sharona? If you think about it, think about Lily first. After all, I saw it yesterday, so I was still tempted to come here. Speaking of which, he forgot to test yesterday, and he didn't know if little Nebula was by Lily's side. Zhang Baoer has been carefully observing Lu Yin's expression, and seeing his confused expression, he understands that he guessed wrong. However, although he guessed wrong, Zhang Baoer's mood improved a bit, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he reached out and pointed to the back. Listen. Huh. Lu Yin pricked up his ears in confusion. Soon, some conversations came. This time the first place was taken away by the people of the elf world. After all, the history of people with elves is about to catch up with the history of the entire human race here. It's rare that the person who got the award this time didn't hide his appearance, but she's actually a big beauty. I decided to become a fan. You Blue Star traitor, actually supporting the people of the elf world. Hey, don't destroy human peace. Okay, the Alliance has issued an announcement saying that the two sides are in healthy competition. If you spread this out and be heard by people in the elf world, do you plan to never go to the elf world to see it in your life? That's right, haven't you heard the saying that beauty is justice? Quote. A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman, but we people in the Blue Star world are always inferior to those in the elf world. I really want to fight for the first place. You, forget it. Quote. The first battle. Lu Yin didn't listen to the conversation behind the people behind him. They were chatting, and they must still be discussing the fight for the first place. Half a year ago, when the Will of the World first appeared, it said that it would reward all the first. There are many so-called firsts. For example, the first person to enter the opponent's world, such as the first person to enter the opponent's world to conquer the elves, such as the first person to train the elves to a certain level like Sharona. This first is the competition with people in their own world, and it is also a competition with people in the other world. For example, the first announcement that Lu Yin heard. World Will announcement. Congratulations to the Blue Star trainer James for being the first to enter the elf world, rewarding qualifications. Rewarding the Blue Star world to open the B-level secret realm, the forest of grass and trees. The voice of the Will of the World appeared 3 times, with the image of James making it difficult to see his face. The first person, with glory, will choose to convey his image along with the world announcement, or you can choose no. In the past 6 months, Lu Yin has rarely seen anyone who has published his face. This is actually very understandable. Smart people know the truth of the first shot, and those who do not have enough strength or background if the information is released, it would be death. There are very few people who do not hesitate to reveal their appearance like Sharona. It is worth mentioning that each number 1 is unique, and it will also be the number 1 of the 2 worlds. For example, if James is the first to enter the elf world, then the first person in the elf world to enter the Blue Star world will be the first to enter the world. Unable to get reward. Because of this, there is a competition between the elf world and the Blue Star world, and the trainers of both sides want to achieve the first place in the 2 worlds in the other world. Help your own world win more rifts. This kind of competition for the first place has been going on for half a year. Of all the first places that have appeared so far, most of them have been won by the elf world, and the Blue Star world has only accounted for a small part. Compared with the elf world, the Blue Star world is still a lot worse in all aspects. No longer thinking about competing for the first place, Lu Yin asked Zhang Bauer mysteriously, "Sister Bauer, do you know who Sharona is?" "You know." Zhang Bauer looked away, seemingly asking, but in fact she was expressing her disbelief, but Lu Yin's answer was beyond her expectations. "I really know." "Let's hear it." Zhang Bauer became interested, and immediately came over. At this time, there was still a lot of distance from the destination, and she was also happy to chat with Lu Yin. But Lu Yin's answer surprised her again. "Why should I tell you? I don't do things that are not good for me." Saying that, the old god Lu Yin closed his eyes and folded his arms in his chest, indescribably cold. And his performance fell into Zhang Bauer's eyes, causing a tic-tac-toe to appear on her forehead, and she was so angry. "I see your bones are swollen again. Look at my life-threatening throat lock." Saying that, Zhang Bauer stretched out his left hand around Lu Yin's back, grabbed his neck, and pulled him all over himself. After the throat was successfully locked, Bauer showed a pair of cute little tiger teeth and asked in a rather vicious voice, "Do you know what is wrong tilde?" "Oh, wrong, wrong." Lu Yin stretched out his hand to grab Zhang Bauer's arm, pretending to resist and surrender, but there was a smile in his eyes. Zhang Bauer didn't really exert any force, it was just a joke. The feelings of childhood sweethearts are not just talk. Lu Yin was actually deliberately provoking Zhang Bauer. The latter was sent to a special organization of the Alliance by Zhang Lan for special training a month ago. This time, due to some special reasons, Zhang Bauer wanted to enter the Alliance elf training area to subdue a certain elf, otherwise probably haven't come back yet. After all, the two hadn't seen each other for a whole month. When they saw each other again, there was a little bit of strangeness. Lu Yin deliberately stimulated Bauer to eliminate this feeling. And now, that seems to be working fine. Also nice is the girl's budding figure. Feeling the unprecedented touch from behind, Lu Yin froze and stopped resisting, and his actions naturally caught Zhang Bauer's attention. An 18-year-old girl is already quite young, and some of the games that she played when she was a child are suitable now. Zhang Bao felt the strangeness in his chest, and hurriedly pushed Lu Yin away, lowered his head blushing, and whispered, "Stinky rascal tilde. I've been wronged." Lu Yin was a little speechless. It wasn't that he moved his hand, he was passive, he was a gentleman, okay. Yesterday he struggled for a long time and didn't give Lily a bath. Tangle these two words is the key point. However, Lu Yin was very rational and didn't say what was in his heart. After all, it was him who took advantage, and he would seriously look at the girl in front of him. I haven't seen her for a month. The girl has changed a lot. Her hair is shorter, her fair skin is darker, but her eyes have become brighter. It seems that the effect of the special training is not bad. Uncle Zhang said he wanted me to find a suitable elf for you. Do you have any ideas? Lu Yin asked with concern. Seeing Lu Yin suddenly talking about business, Zhang Bao calmed down, pondered for a while, and said, "Let's talk about this when we enter the cultivation area." "It's you. Are you going to choose the elves directly, or go to the wild to conquer them yourself?" Chapter 19 Talk about love and enter the cultivation area. Am I stupid? Or are you stupid? Lu Yin looked at Zhang Bao, shook his head amusingly, stretched out a finger and tapped on her forehead with a hint of pampering. If I choose to receive all of them, how can I help you find that elf? The Secret Realm Research Institute is built at the entrance of Hengcheng branch of the Elf Cultivation Area. This is an official organization specially set up by the Alliance. If Lu Yin chooses to receive the elf, he will directly enter the Research Institute. If he cannot enter the cultivation area, he will not be able to help Zhang Bao. And even if there is anything about Zhang Bao, in order to make a copy of the secret realm where the cultivation area is located in the game console, he must find a way to get in. Don't touch my forehead, I'm going to be stupid. Zhang Bao stretched out his hand to cover his forehead and said angrily, but the slightly raised arc at the corner of her mouth indicated that she was actually in a good mood. She always liked the feeling of being Lu Yin as her sister, even though she was a little older. Well, it would be better if this guy could stop being a straight guy. I don't think you're stupid tilde. Lu Yin said with a smile, don't you always rank second in school? Yeah tilde. Zhang Bao squinted his eyes, and a stream of light flashed in his eyes. I am the second child of 10,000 years, and I will always be pressed by you as the number one. Are you very proud? It's alright. Lu Yin glanced at Bao, thinking that if he could really press it, it would still feel pretty good. But the pressure in Bao's mouth should not be the pressure he understands, right? Tell me, did you have a plan? Zhang Bao's eyes became dangerous. Maybe if you don't touch my forehead, you are the second child of 10,000 years. Hey, Lu Yin was speechless. It was unreasonable to make trouble. Also, he's a man and doesn't like being pressed on by a woman. Wait, why do I always feel that my mind has become dirty? It's really terrible. ... For the next journey, Lu Yin and Zhang Bao chatted like no one else. Everything around them was air in their eyes. ... About half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a grand building. Students, here we are. Sitting in the front of the car, Bao Shuihai stood up, clapped his hands to attract the attention of the students, and instructed again, now get off the bus in an orderly manner according to the student number, and each student will receive the qualification certificate in order. Yes. All the classmates responded, and Lu Yin, as the first in the grade, stood up first. Bao Shuihai did not rush to hand over the qualification certificate to Lu Yin, but asked, do you choose to enter the cultivation area, or go directly to the research institute to choose compensation elves? Half and half. Lu Yin replied, he had already considered this matter. Because of the disappearance of Lu Tong and his wife, his chance to capture the initial elves was directly upgraded, and he became two opportunities to directly choose the initial elves. Since Lu Tong and Ji Yu Yinghe are the trainers of the Heavenly King and the Quasi-Heaven respectively, he can choose an initial elf with Heavenly King qualification and an elf with Elite qualification. Elves with Heavenly King level qualifications are too rare, but you are welcome. Lu Yin will naturally not give up. Comparatively speaking, the selection opportunity of elite qualified elves can be wasted. As long as the game machine survives the corresponding dungeon after entering the secret realm, he will earn it, and he will earn it in blood. Okay. When Bao Shuihai heard Lu Yin's decision, he nodded and said nothing. He reached out and took out a qualification certificate and handed it over. The second person to receive it was Zhang Bauer, followed by Guo Ziyang. The qualification certificate was based on the student number method, and everyone received the qualification certificate one after another. When the last qualification certificate was issued, Bao Shuihai took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. This is Bao Shuihai. All the staff chose to enter the secret realm, and special personnel Lu Yin chose to retain the Tianwang level qualification to take the chance. Over. Huh. As Bao Shuihai's voice fell, all the students were suddenly covered with a layer of light, and when the light dissipated, the voices of these people disappeared. Taking a look at the suddenly empty carriage, Bao Shuihai was not surprised. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. I wonder how many people will be able to conquer their favorite initial elves this time. The other side. All the students in the second class of high school only felt a burst of light suddenly appear in front of them. When the light disappeared, the environment around them had changed, and they were stepping on a piece of grass. Wave. Flocks of waves fly across the sky. Not far from the grass is a large lake that directly exceeds 100 meters. Among them, the king carp jumps out constantly, and there are also water spirits such as mosquito coil tadpoles, marilu, horned goldfish, and wubo occasionally. On the other side of the grass is a forest, in which there are walking grass, trumpet buds and other elves constantly spewing out. As soon as they saw so many elves, many students had shocked expressions on their faces. One of the petite female classmates did not pay attention to these elves, but asked a little scared, "Why did we suddenly appear here?" The girl's question instantly attracted the attention of others, and they all became careful. Someone speculated, "Have we entered the breeding area?" Chapter 20_copy login, map generation. Someone guessed, "Have we entered the cultivation area?" How did you get in? We have never entered the portal. Someone asked dumbly, but this person's question attracted a jeer. Sure enough, it's a second-class civilian garbage, and they don't even know such basic common sense. This sudden sound instantly attracted the attention of all the students in class 2. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and frowned when they could see the appearance of the speaker. It's a class of peace. And Ning, the grandson of Anbo and the son of An Cheng's elder brother Anjia, is currently studying in Class 2 and 1 of Fuchun No. 1 Middle School. Recognizing An Ning's identity, students from Class 2 immediately stepped forward and said, "An Ning, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb." The relationship between the people in the first class and the second class has always been bad, and the sense of competition is particularly strong. All these reasons are mainly due to Bao Shuihai and An Cheng. An Cheng is the head teacher of the first class. He usually targets Bao Shuihai, the head teacher of the second class, which causes ordinary students to dislike the students in the second class. This situation was fine in the first year of high school, but after the second year of high school, with the departure of the old principal, everything changed completely. After the second year of high school, An Cheng used his connections to transfer the children of the rich and powerful people in the second class, except Zhang Bauer and Lu Tong, to his class, and at the same time, he transferred the commoners in his class to the past. Regarding this matter, Bao Shuihai did not say anything out of the idea of non-discrimination, but as a result, the confrontation brought about by class became prominent. Both Class 2 and Class 1 are top classes. Originally, the balance of students was better, but when one class was full of ordinary students and the other was full of children from wealthy and powerful families, the situation was different. It can be said that they do not look good to each other. In particular, the head teachers of the two classes did not deal with each other, which made the two classes directly hostile. It was also for this reason that Lu Yin and Zhang Bauer were in an awkward situation in Class 2. Ordinary students from the second class saw them as enemies of class antagonism, while ordinary people regarded them as traitors. Because of this, after Lu Yin's self-defeating performance, everyone was very gloating. But none of this mattered to Lu Yin himself. Does he need to care what these people think? When they graduate, they will know how boring what they are doing now. If they have time to play a fight with these guys, he is more willing to play games for a while to improve the strength of the elves in his hands. Civilians who don't even know the situation in the cultivation area, what's wrong with your garbage? And Ning gave a contemptuous laughter to the students in the second class, and his words were immediately responded by the students in the first class. Yes. Trash. Look, you can't conquer any good starter spirits, let's get out of here. Asshole. What did you say? The students in class 2 were so angry that they had the urge to step up and beat others. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin pulled Zhang Baoer away to avoid being affected by Kaiyu. He didn't want to participate in such a low-level fight. His battlefield is the stage of 2 worlds. But this fight was destined to fail, and a man appeared to stun everyone. What are you doing? Don't want to subdue your initial spirit. Everyone gathered for me to get a special Pokeball. Dr. Hugo. The man who suddenly appeared caught Lu Yin's attention. This man he knew was the top person in charge of the Alliance Research Institute outside the secret, the elf Dr. Hu Zhe. At the beginning, the guess of the person from the second class was not wrong. They have already come to the Alliance Elves training area, but the secret realm where this training area is located is a bit special, and the way to enter is also different. There are various secret realms around the Earth, which are artificially divided into levels, which were later recognized by the will of the world. Among these secret realms, the relatively low-level D and C-level secret realms are entered through the space portal, but the level of the secret realm above B level is different. Once a secret realm reaches the level of B level, a key will appear on the portal, and the key can be controlled by a person. The person who controls the key can transmit all the people who have the certificate within a kilometer of the space portal. The qualification certificate that Lu Yin and others received on the bus was the certificate D secret realm in terms of elves, strength, but this secret realm has its own ecosystem. In extreme cases, all kinds of primary elves survive, and the area is vast, so it is actually an S-level secret realm. If it weren't for the existence of elves above the quasi-king level for a long time, it could even be rated as an SSS-level secret realm. The Secret Outer Research Institute is built around the space portal of this secret realm in the Blue Star world. Before, the cars of Fuchun No. 1 Middle School were all parked at the entrance of the Research Institute, no more than a kilometer away from the space portal. After Bao Shuihai called to report the situation, Hu Zhe, who had the key, could sense the students who had obtained the qualification certificate and sent them all into the secret realm. However, there are many restrictions on this kind of transmission. If the person being transmitted knows the method, he can refuse to be transmitted, but most of the ordinary people present are definitely not aware of these things. And Ning mocked the second class as soon as he appeared on the stage. It was precisely because he knew the situation and felt that he was superior to others, so he was proud of it. Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Hu. I believe that the precautions after entering the training area have already been said by your leading teachers, so I won't say more. Hu Ji's eyes swept across the faces of the students in the middle school. Stopped at Lu Yin's side for a while, and then continued. Start giving out special Pokeballs now. This Pokeball can only be used in this secret realm. You don't need and are not allowed to fight. After all, you can directly use the special Pokeball to conquer the Pokemon you like. But you think it's difficult. The success rate of special Pokeballs in this secret realm is over 50%. As long as you have time, you will be able to conquer the elves. If the captured elf is not to your liking, you can press this button to release the elf, and the elf ball can be reused. The last thing I want to say is also the most important point. From now on, you only have 6 hours to capture the initial elves. If you have not captured the appropriate elves after that time, it will be regarded as giving up this opportunity, and you will forcibly excluded from this world. Quote. Did you hear that clearly? Listen clearly. There was a sound of brushing on the grass, and all the elves around Jingdu hid. Come over to get the elves when you understand. Hu Jie nodded, then gestured to the people around him. These people understood, and each carried a box to the front of a class. These people have to do things like throwing Pokeballs several times a year, and they are already used to it. When everyone received the elves, Luyan and Zhang Bauer did not rush forward, but stood at the end of the crowd. Zhang Bauer was simply accompanying Luyan, while the latter was looking into the game update situation in his mind with some surprises. Ding! Special spatial fluctuations are detected. Start recording. Ding! It will take an hour to record, and the recording will be completed after an hour, and an S-level game copy of Germination Rainforest can be generated. Ding! The secret map is being generated. Ding! The secret map has been generated. Very good. Luyan couldn't help clenching his hands, and the sound of the game console sounded at this moment, which sounded too sweet. In just an hour, this S-rank secret realm can become his Lu's back garden. Secretly controlling the excitement in his heart, Luyan turned to look at Zhang Bauer who was waiting for him, smiled and said, Sister Xiao Bauer, let's go get the Pokeball too. No. Zhang Bauer shook his head and pointed his hand forward. Huh. Luyan looked in the direction Zhang Bauer pointed, and found that Hu Jie was walking straight towards them with two special Pokeballs. His originally serious face changed into a kind smile at some point. Xiao Yin, long time no see. Hello, Uncle Hu. Luyan pulled Zhang Bauer to greet him politely. He and Hu Jie had known each other for a long time. It was the elder Lu Tong brought him to befriend, but the relationship between the two was not familiar. I heard about Lao Lu. Hu Jie took a serious look at Lu Yin, and when he thought of Lu Tong, he couldn't help feeling a little sigh. In the past year, I went to a new secret realm to conduct a secret research. I didn't expect to hear the news that Lao Lu and his sister-in-law were missing. Xiao Yin, I also heard about you. You have to cheer up. If you encounter something that can't be solved, you can come to your Uncle Hu. As long as it is within my ability, I will help you. Tilde. Hearing Hu Jie's remarks, Luyan was suddenly a little confused. What's the matter? Is this a big backer delivered to your door? Chapter 21 _ The backers who are delivered to your door, do not need to be white. Is this a backer to send to the door? Luyan glanced at Hu Jie a little unexpectedly. He didn't remember the deep friendship between Dr. Hu and his family. Wasn't it just an ordinary friend that his dad made casually? Hu Jie noticed Luyan's expression, smiled slightly, and asked, Why? I'm surprised why I made such a heavy promise to you. Yes. Luyan nodded without hesitation. He would doubt that there is a natural reason for him. Hu Jie is a few years younger than Lu Tong, but he is now an officially recognized Dr. Elf, well known in the whole league. In terms of status and energy in the alliance, he is a bit more powerful than Lu Tong, a Heavenly King level trainer, and Luyan felt that it was unrealistic for such a person to suddenly show kindness to him. It's not a secret either. Hu Jie raised his head slightly, with a memory expression on his face. About a year ago, in the research work of a secret realm, I encountered great danger. Lu Huo gave his life to save me. By the way, Zhang Lan was there at the time. You can ask. You can't repay your life-saving grace, so you don't have to be polite to me, Xiaoyan. I see. Luyan nodded, feeling like a pie in the sky when he let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that the cheap dad secretly rubbed the contacts that he had accumulated for himself, so it was no wonder. Hu Jie even moved out with Zhang Lan, and there will be no problem in thinking. After all, he can ask for confirmation at any time, and he also needs to do more to doubt the authenticity of this matter. Besides, with Hu Jie's status, it is impossible to do anything with him. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Luyan's face, a familiar teaching. Don't worry, Uncle Hu, I won't be polite to you. Quote. Quote. Zhang Bauer rolled his eyes. Lu Yin's performance was too realistic. It's cute though. Ha ha ha. Okay, Hu Jie nodded with satisfaction. Lu Yin's name was not disgusting, but felt very kind. He really wanted to take care of this old friend's child, not just talking. Actually, Uncle Hu, I just have something to ask you for right now. Lu Yin glanced at Ning's location and decided to suppress his arrogance. What's the matter? Say. Hu Jie pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said grandly. That's it, I have inherited my parents' gym now. A week later, someone will come to challenge, because it is the first time to face this kind of battle. I want you to come and watch, Uncle Hu. Lu Yin planned to invite Hu Jie to watch the match between himself and Anbo. Anbo has paid too much to get the Hengcheng Gym and Lei Feng Pagoda. Lu Yin is not afraid to fight him head-on, but he is afraid that this guy will do some tricks in secret. This guy is a veteran quasi-king level trainer who has spent most of his life developing in Hangzhou, and has a very strong network of contacts. Recently, Lu Yin has been thinking about complete countermeasures, and now, Hu Jie's appearance has provided him with ideas. If he is willing to support him as a supporter in the alliance, Anbo will definitely not dare to do evil in an open and honest way. This bastard. And Ning had been watching Hu Jie and Lu Yin since they started chatting. At this time, when he heard Lu Yin's words, he clenched his fists jealously. Hu Jieming clearly wanted to be a new backer for Lu Yin. With his identity as an elf doctor and his position in the alliance, his ability was even greater than that of Lu Yin's king-level father. In addition to jealousy, Ning's heart also brought a trace of worry. He knew very well how many means his grandfather had secretly prepared in order to capture the Lei Feng Pagoda. From a young age, he also knew how difficult Dr. Elf was. If Hu Jie is willing to stand up for Lu Yin, this matter will become very tricky. When I get home, I need to remind Grandpa. And Ning thought to himself, because Hu Jie's name is too famous, and he has to pay attention to it. Now he can only bet that Hu Jie is just here to show his kung fu. But the next moment, his heart lifted. It turned out to be this. Hu Jie nodded and said indifferently, these are all small things, speaking of which, I heard that someone is calling your Lei Feng Tower's attention. Do you need me to go out? Help you solve it? This matter will not bother Uncle Hu for the time being. Lu Yin waved his hand and rejected Hu Jie's kindness. He's not being polite. It's just that when the favor is finally used up, he doesn't need it if he can. He doesn't want to bother Hu Jie unless it's a last resort. Of course, if you establish a friendship with Hu Jie in the future, then some things don't need to be considered so much. For example, directly against Anbo. Huh. And Ning breathed a sigh of relief at Lu Yin's rejection of Hu Jie. If Anjajun provokes a Dr. Elf, even if he gets Leifeng Pagoda and Hengcheng Gym completely, it is hard to say whether he will make a profit or a loss. Hee hee. Lu Yin saw Ning's performance in his eyes, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He has never been a pure and kind person, and he is willing to use any method to achieve some goals without touching the bottom line of human beings. For example, taking advantage of Hu Jie's potential now. There is nothing wrong with taking advantage of the situation. Someone can take advantage of the situation, and it is also his ability to have the ability to take advantage of the situation. He is very clear about the people of these guys in the Ning family, and their relationship with him is like water and fire. Now Hu Jie has sent him to the door to be his backer, why doesn't he use it? It's easy to hide with a gun, but it's hard to guard against a dark arrow. There is a way to nip some things in the bud. Why didn't he accept it? Now take advantage of the situation to oppress people, wait until the strength is enough in the future, and then go back in revenge. This is Lu Yin's plan. Chapter 22 Heavenly King Qualification Catty Dog News. Appearing Catalya. 4 quarters. Hurry up, there are mosquito coils and tadpoles here. What's the point of mosquito coils and tadpoles? I want to subdue Yusanjia. Do you think Yusanjia is Chinese cabbage? That's right, have you forgotten the precautions teacher Bao said yesterday? Don't be too ambitious. In the past, many seniors wasted too much time and lack of time because they wanted to conquer rare elves. The most common elf. I know, isn't there 6 hours? Let's spend 3 hours trying to find rarer elves first, and if we haven't harvested them for more than 3 hours, we'll lower the grade. Good idea, how about we go together? Yes, there are many people with great power. I don't want to be with you. What if I meet a good elves? I like fire-type elves, you like water-type elves, there is no contradiction in our cooperation. Okay. Quote. While Lu Yin and Hu Zhe were chatting, the students from the second and second classes of Fuchun No. 1 Middle School received good Pokeballs one after another, and some impatient students could not wait to rush out to find their favorite Pokemon. There are also some smart students who did not act in a hurry, and gathered friends to discuss countermeasures and decided to cooperate. These people who want to cooperate are very smart. In order to avoid conflicts, they try their best to find friends who have no conflict in the direction of the elves. Different people must have different degrees of fondness for different elves. Some people pursue the appearance of elves, some people pursue height, some people pursue destructive power, and some people pursue attributes. Taking attributes as an example, Lu Yin was influenced by Lu Tong and Ji Yuying since he was a child. He likes the elves of the electricity and fire types the most, followed by the superpower type, the fairy type, and the dragon type. The rest of the attributes are similar. Speaking of which, the fairies have already appeared, but this attribute has not been taken out by the people of the elite world to distinguish a type of elves. Lu Yin kept this matter in his mind all the time, he felt that this matter would be profitable in the future. But now is not the time to think about it. Lu Yin and Zhang Bauer don't need to act alone, and they have no plans to cooperate with others. They are an unshakable duo. And they came to this secret realm with a very clear goal. Lu Yin's purpose was to copy this secret realm with a game console, so that he would have an extra back garden. It only takes an hour to do this, there is no difficulty. On the contrary, Zhang Bauer's goal is somewhat difficult. Thinking of this, Lu Yin had an idea and asked Hu Zhe in a low voice. Uncle Hu, we heard that a group of catty dogs appeared in our Hangzhou branch secret realm, and one of them was a heavenly king. I don't know if you have any definite news. The secret realm where the initial elf training area of the Alliance is located is very large. Since there are many portals to enter here, the Alliance has made a new distinction within the secret realm in order to facilitate regional distinction. For example, the secret realm of Hangzhou branch, the location that appears through the space portal of Hangzhou remains unchanged, which is the position where Lu Yin and others are standing now, and the area that spreads out for 30 kilometers from the area where the location is located belongs to the Hangzhou branch. Secret realm. Xiao Yin. Zhang Bauer reached out and pulled Lu Yin's arm, wanting him to take back the previous question. Recently, news came out that a group of newborn catty dogs appeared in the range of the secret realm of Hengcheng branch, and one of them was a heavenly king. This news is not a secret among the high-level circles of the Hangzhou Union Division. Zhang Lan also knows about it, so he will let Zhang Bauer, who is receiving some kind of special training, return to school temporarily. The purpose is to try his luck. A catty dog with Heavenly King level qualifications can be encountered but not sought after. Even a little bit about its disappearance is invaluable. Zhang Bauer didn't expect Lu Yin to ask Hu Zhe. If Hu Zhe said it, Lu Yin would be indebted. It's okay. Lu Yin reached out and clapped Zhang Bauer's little hand, and said with a smile, Uncle Hu is my own person, I can't be polite to my own people. You're your own too, so don't be polite to me. Because of the game console, Lu Yin does not have high requirements for the qualifications of the elves, and pays more attention to the types of elves, and then the character, will, etc. of the elves. What about me? Zhang Bauer said coquettishly, but she was already moved by Lu Yin's actions. Ha ha ha. Hu Zhe smiled when he heard Lu Yin's words, and then reached out and patted his shoulder, and said meaningfully, okay, I'm a good person. Interesting. As for this question, you are asking the right person. ... At the same time, on the other side, and the Hangzhou secret realm is adjacent to the Sucheng sub-secret realm area, a group of people are rushing towards the direction of the Hangzhou secret realm. There were 5 people in this group. The one who walked in the front was a beautiful girl with waist-length blonde hair. The girl's dark green eyes seemed to be able to speak, brighter than gems. The girl's clothes are all pink. Pink stockings, pink leather shoes, pink dresses, pink sun hats. This is definitely a fan control. But the girl's most attractive thing is not her super high value, nor her pink dress, but when she is on her way, instead of walking, she is floating. Her shoes are actually on the ground, always maintaining a height of about 10 centimeters. This is a superpower girl. If Lu Yin was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this girl's identity. Elf World, one of the 4 heavenly kings in the future Hezhong area, the superpower king. Catalia. Catalia used her superpowers to control her body to fly in one direction at a fairly slow speed. The 4 people behind her trotted all the way, and they were exhausted and out of breath at this time. Whoa, whoa, whoa tilde. One of the men who looked a little condescending took a few deep breaths, and then asked Xiao Sheng, another tall and thin man beside him, "Hey, Li Lang, what's the background of this woman? Let's be so accommodating." Her. We haven't captured the original poke ball yet. Although I don't like the opportunity this alliance prepares for civilians, maybe I'll be lucky enough to meet a good poke ball. The other 2 men beside them also pricked up their ears. They had been curious about Catalia's identity for a long time. If it wasn't clear that Li Lang would not cheat them, they would have left long ago. Brothers, listen to me. Li Lang glanced at Catalia's back vaguely, for fear of being discovered by her. Seeing that Catalia didn't respond, he lowered his voice and said, "I only know this." The woman added, "Catalia, from the elf world. This time I entered the secret realm to show her the way. This is a task assigned by our father himself. Do you know what this means?" Hi. The 3 people around Li Lang suddenly became uneasy. Li Lang's grandfather, named Li Hai, is one of the existing Heavenly King level trainers. He has the status of an alliance member and plays an important role in the alliance. In the Age of Elves, the powerful and high-level trainers can be directly equated, and the other 3 are not weak. They are the children of several powerful people in Sucheng, but because Li Lang has such a backer as Li Hai, the 4 of them when interacting, Li Lang is usually the main one. And what kind of identity would be the person who could let the big man Li Hai personally instruct his grandson to entertain him? This time, the 3 of them put away their dissatisfaction. At this time, Catalia, who had been flying low in the front, suddenly stopped, turned her head to look at the 4 of Li Lang, frowned slightly, and said with a hint of displeasure and arrogance, "You guys are too slow. I'll take you for a ride, even though that would be a blasphemy to Miss Ben's superpowers. If I hadn't promised the Sun Elf to find her children, the catty dogs." Children of the Sun Elf. The catty dogs. This is a lot of information. Huh. Sister Bauer, let's take a break. Should be in place. On the edge of a lake, Lu Yin took Zhang Bauer's hand and walked around a tree that was over 30 meters high, and then found a clean place to sit down. At this time, it has been almost an hour since the 2 entered the secret realm. An hour ago, they got the exact information about the location of the Katy group from Hu Ji's mouth. As the head of the Hangzhou Elf Research Institute and an elf doctor, as well as the controller of the secret realm of Hengcheng, Hu Ji has more news about the Katy dog than Lu Yin imagined. Even according to Hu Ji's cryptic disclosure, this Katy dog with heavenly qualifications will appear in the secret realm of Hengcheng and has a certain relationship with him, but he didn't tell Lu Yin what the specific relationship was. Going to Hu Ji's place, Lu Yin and Zhang Bauer learned that the range of activities of the Katy dogs is north of the entrance to the secret realm of Hengcheng branch. They only need to walk along the lake all the way to the north, and after walking for about an hour, they can see a very tall tree, and the point where this tree is located is the main range of activities of the catty dog group, which is Lu Yin. and where Zhang Bao is now. However, the two of them searched around the neighborhood and did not see the catty dog, but only found some traces, so they decided to take a break for a while. Sister Bauer, the special training is very hard. Lu Yin held Zhang Bao's little hand in his hand and kept playing with it, with a trace of pity in his eyes. I haven't seen her for a month, and the jade man's white and tender hands have grown a few small calluses. All right. For the sake of dreams, these are nothing. It would be even better if you could get a cutie today. Feeling the gentle movement of Lu Yin's hand, Zhang Bao's pale face flushed, but he did not withdraw his hand. She is enjoying the feeling now. Not counting the days when he was a child, today was the first time that Lu Yin took the initiative to have such close contact with him since the two became sensible, but Zhang Bao found that he did not contradict him at all, and was even very happy. Realizing his inner thoughts, the shy Zhang Bao found a reason for himself. It's all my father's fault. It's because he kept saying that when I grew up, he would marry me to Xiaoyan as his wife, so I got used to it. Yes, that's it. Damn Dad. Zhang Lan. People say that the water poured out by a married daughter is not married yet, so that's it. The old father cried and fainted in the toilet. Chapter 23_Sister Boer, make a bet that is good for your physical and mental health. A blush appeared on Zhang Bao's fair face, and she knew that her so-called reasons were actually excuses. She and Lu Yin are childhood sweethearts and grew up together. No one knows Lu Yin's excellence better than her. She has always liked Lu Yin. It's just that Lu Yin only seemed to regard her as a sister next door, and she was a girl, so she was embarrassed to take the initiative, so the relationship between the two has always been a little bit worse. But today, Lu Yin seemed to be enlightened, at least in Zhang Bao's eyes. He first took the initiative to hold his hand when he was on his way, and his eyes were filled with tenderness that was not there before. Not to mention how happy she was, how could she refuse? If Lu Yin knew what Zhang Bao was thinking at this time, he would definitely hate his former self. He actually liked Zhang Bao before, but he just didn't want to admit it. He was a genius at that time, and geniuses were arrogant, and he was no exception. The relationship between the Lu and Zhang families has always been very good, and the parents of Lu Yin and Zhang Bao are even more wonderful when they say that they want to make a baby kiss for them. The arrogant Lu Yin does not like the feeling of others making decisions for him. That's why he deliberately showed no interest in Zhang Bao. However, since integrating the memories of his previous life, his way of thinking about problems has matured a lot. Such a big beauty is placed in front of you. As long as you nod your head, it is yours. Aojiao, 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 who are you worthy of? Moreover, Lu Yin also found that Zhang Bao and a certain baby in a certain anime he watched in his previous life looked alike. If the two were not very similar except for the point of giving up, he would have doubted whether the two of them were the same. The same one. But because of this discovery, his love for Zhang Bao has a different flavor on the original basis. Sister Bao. Not long after, Lu Yin was no longer satisfied with playing with Zhang Bao's little hand. He stretched out his hand and hugged the beautiful woman directly into his arms, and asked softly, "Have you decided to be an elf policeman?" Elf police is a new profession born after the emergence of elf culture. The usual work is mainly for trainers and criminals. Zhang Bao's father, Zhang Lan, is the deputy director of the Hangzhou Elf Police Station, and he is also a well-known official in Hangzhou. Zhang Bao was influenced by her father since she was a child, and has always been keen on becoming an elf policeman. Therefore, she has a special liking for the elves that the elf police always have, such as Hayok, Thunderbolt, Mongoose Detective, Blue Emperor, Flower Bird and so on. And among these elves, her favorite is Katie and Katie's evolutionary wind speed dog. But the catty dog is very rare, because there are too many people who love this kind of elves, and the difficulty in reproduction makes this kind of elves more rare than the royal three elves. It is difficult to get Zhang Lan's financial resources and status, so over the years, Zhang Bao has not been able to find a catty dog whose qualifications are at least at the elite level. So this time, Zhonglan and Zhong Bao paid great attention to the news of the Heavenly King qualified catty dog. Well, Zhong Bao didn't resist Lu Yin's embrace. She lowered her head a little shyly, and said in a very serious tone, "When I become an elf policeman, I can keep no bad guys from harming you." Ha! Lu Yin felt that Zhong Bao was a little naive and stupid now, but he was so cute that he had bad thoughts. "Miss Bauer, how about we make a bet?" "Bet? What bet?" Zhong Bao raised her head curiously, just in time to see Lu Yin's handsome face close at hand. At this moment, she felt her heart beat a beat slower, and her dark pupils were full of nervous look. "How about the first kiss?" Lu Yin showed a meaningful smile. "If I win, kiss me." "Then what if you lose?" Lu Yin's bet made Zhong Bao's face even redder for a while, but she was more curious about the cost of Lu Yin's comeback. "Of course it's me kissing you." Lu Yin looked at Zhong Bao with a little teasing, and there was a joke in his eyes. "I knew you didn't have a good intention." Zhong Bao rolled his handsome eyes. "If she accepts the bet, won't she lose her first kiss regardless of whether she wins or loses?" She is not so stupid. But she was curious about what Lu Yin wanted to bet with her. "Xiao Yin, what do you want to bet with me?" "I'll explain first. I'm just curious, not promise to bet with you." "Che, cowardly girl." Lu Yin deliberately sneered, and Zhong Bao was immediately beaten. "Well, actually it's not even a tickling. I bet I can find the one with the Heavenly King qualification as soon as possible after the Katie group appears." "How is it? Are you interested?" "I'm interested in the content of the bet, but the bet doesn't work, so I have to change it." "No, I want this bet. That's why we don't have to talk anymore." "Cut, coward." "Ah, saying that, I really hit you." Zhong Bao stretched out his small hand and clenched it into a small pink fist. Okay. Lu Yin raised both hands to express his surrender. "Humph." Zhong Bao snorted proudly, with a smile hidden in his eyes. In fact, if Lu Yin's gambling contract was not so rogue, she would not be reluctant to gamble. Even if you lose, the first kiss is the first kiss. To be honest, she was actually very curious about what it felt like. If the other party was Lu Yin, she couldn't ask for anything. Asterisk. Chapter 24-25. The catty dogs appeared, and Lu Yin started cheating. "Well, girls need to be more reserved, how can I think so?" Realizing that his thoughts were a little dangerous, Zhong Bao blushed, shook his head to calm himself down, and at the same time warned himself in his heart that although he liked Lu Yin, he couldn't be so obvious. First of all, this kind of bet, which is obviously a food delivery, is definitely not acceptable. But to be honest, Bauer didn't think Lu Yin could win, and she thought he was joking when she found out about the Heavenly King level qualified elf. There are already institutions in the world that have developed machines that can roughly detect the qualifications of elves, but such machines have not yet become popular, and the cost of use is not cheap. At present, the biggest way for trainers to judge the aptitude of elves is still to use the elves' illustrated books. The elf illustrated book can scan the elf to a certain extent, and scan the general strength of the elf, the tricks that have been used, as well as the degree of physical development and appearance to a certain extent. After scanning the data, the wizard will analyze the wizard and make a preliminary qualification judgment. Of course, the accuracy is not guaranteed, generally it can only be used as a reference. There are also many things in the elf world. Zhang Bao remembers that there was such a thing in Hangcheng. A Bobo developed very poorly, and his tricks were not very useful. After a trainer caught it, he changed his hand and abandoned it. Then, this Bobo met a girl. The girl was very kind. She didn't abandon Bobo because she was not good enough, and kept nurturing her. Then in less than half a year, this Bobo's strength improved by leaps and bounds, and it has also evolved into a king of the few Bobo clan. Later, a curious rich man paid for the girl's Baidiao to be a firm qualification, but I didn't expect this to be a heaven-level qualified Baidiao. This incident shocked many people. It is said that the original owner of Bobo will have a different bowels. Therefore, the conclusions drawn from temporary data analysis are not absolute. Of course, most of the time it is still very useful. And if anyone can't even buy an elf illustrated book, then they can only rely on their own eyes and experience to analyze. Zhang Baoer and Lu Yin both had their own elf picture books when they were 16 years old, and they also had the functions of ID cards and bank cards. Lu Yin said that he could find a catty dog with a heavenly caliber at a glance. Isn't that more powerful than that machine? Zhang Baoer doesn't believe it anyway. Sha sha tilde tilde. Sand tilde tilde sand. At this moment, there was a burst of sound from the bushes on the side. Soon, a few elves with small statures that looked very similar to puppies, with orange-yellow backgrounds, cream-yellow abdomens and tails, and black longitudinal stripes on their backs and limbs, appeared in front of Lu Yin and Zhang Baoer chasing after them. There are 5 such elves in total. They have yellow manes on their heads and necks. They look very fluffy and cute. They are cute pets. Seeing these 5 elves, Zhang Baoer stood up in surprise. It's the catty dogs, they're really here. Crack tilde Crack tilde After the 5 catty dogs appeared, they ran in groups in the direction of the lake, without even looking at Lu Yin and Zhang Baoer beside the big tree. Crack. The 5 catty dogs get along very well with each other. One of them is on guard, and the other 4 are drinking water with peace of mind. After the 4 catty dogs were full, the last catty dog stepped forward to drink water, quite like a big brother. Seeing this situation, Zhang Baoer's eyes lit up, and he leaned over to Lu Yin and said, I see, the catty dog with the Heavenly King level qualification must be different. The one who takes the lead is right. Where did you get the news from? No wonder you dare to bet with me. I've seen through it now. After speaking, Zhang Baoer gave Lu Yin a look that I had seen through. Lu Yin smiled helplessly. Zhang Baoer said 2 things wrong. First, his reliance was not the news he heard from, and secondly, the catty dog who took the lead was not the one with heavenly qualifications. At this time, it had been an hour since he entered this secret realm, and the game console in his mind had completely captured the spatial fluctuations of the secret realm and made a copy. Now this secret realm is his back garden. Through the game console, he can conduct a comprehensive data test on the elves that have been conquered, from strength to aptitude and unique skills, etc., without leaving behind. In the face of the wild elves that have not been subdued, as long as it is within his line of sight, or within the screen range of the game console, he can see the basic information. One of the basic information is qualifications. At this time, all the information of the 5 catty dogs in front of him had appeared in Lu Yin's eyes. Name, catty dog. Qualification, advanced. Personality, steady, loyal. Preliminary analysis, there is a certain training value. Quote. Name, catty dog. Qualification, elite. Personality, timid, loyal. Preliminary analysis, there is a certain training value, and it is not recommended to cultivate into a combat member. Name, catty dog. Qualification, elite. Personality, lively, loyal. Preliminary analysis, there is a good training value, and it is established as a combat member training. Name, catty dog. Qualification, elite. Personality, cheerful, loyal. Preliminary analysis, there is a very good training value, and it is established as a combat member training. Name, catty dog. Qualification, king of heaven. Personality, brave, loyal. Preliminary analysis, it has a very high training value and is recommended as the main training. Of the 5 catty dogs, 1 is a high-level qualification, 3 are an elite-level qualification, and 1 is a king-level qualification. Lu Yin saw the aptitudes of the 5 catty dogs in his eyes, as well as their personalities and the training suggestions given by the game console. In the real world, the character of elves does not affect the physical attack, speed, etc. of elves like the games played by Lu Yin in his previous life, but elves with different characters are suitable for different fields. However, for the analysis given by the game console, Luyan has always regarded it as a reference. It is also worth mentioning that for rare elves like Katie, the high-level qualifications are of the poor kind. Zhang Bauer won the lottery. The Katie that she thinks is the king-level qualification is actually a high-quality and stable personality. That one. Luyan estimated that the 5 Katie dogs were born in a litter, and were then taken into the secret realm by Huzhe. This prudent Katie dog may be due to his stable personality, or it may be one of the 5 Katie dogs. Boss, so he took the lead. Knowing all the information about the 5 Katie dogs, Luyan planned to mention the previous gambling appointment with Zhang Bauer. Aren't you confident? Then get ready for your first kiss. But before Luyan could speak, there was some movement in the woods beside him, causing him to frown. Can't hold back anymore. It seems that I overestimated their patience, but it's also true. After all, there are 5 catty dogs on the scene. Only in this case, my original plan needs to change the direction of implementation a little. Luyan's eyes showed a thoughtful color. At this time, 4 young people walked out of the woods on the side, and the one who took the lead was Ning, and Luyan who had never dealt with Luyan. QT, there really is a Kati. 5 Katies, we can form a Katie army. Haha, this time. This is also thanks to Brother Anning's leadership. Yes, yes. The 4 and Ning couldn't help but get excited when they saw Katie. These 4 were students from Class 1, and they were a small group of wealthy people who usually focused on Ning. These 4 people, like Luyan, had initial elves as early as the age of 16, but even so, they were still excited to meet the catty dog. It's all trivial matters. And Ning had a smug smile on his face, but waved his hand pretending to be modest. Then he came to Luyan and sneered, "Thank you for taking us to find the Katie. It's none of your business after that." None of our business. Luyan raised his head slightly, his eyes narrowed, and there was a trace of ridicule hidden in the bottom of his eyes. If it wasn't to achieve one of his own goals, could these 4 idiots follow him and Zhang Bauer to find this place? And Ning, what do you mean? Zhang Bauer didn't know Luyan's plan. She exploded with anger, and glared at the 4 of Ning. Her black eyes seemed to be on fire. With her intelligence, she can naturally guess something, and Ning and the 4 obviously followed her and Luyan to find this place, but now they are asking them to leave. These shameless guys. What's the matter without us? Do you understand the rules? Zhang Bauer asked angrily. Do you want to violate the priority rules stipulated by the Alliance? The Alliance has formulated a priority law, and the second law is introduced to prevent disputes between several trainers when they want to conquer the same elf in the wild. The Alliance stipulates that the first party to see the elf has the priority to receive it. Of course, the so-called priority rule is also written there for people to see. This kind of thing is all about the public saying that the public is reasonable and the mother is reasonable. Under normal circumstances, who would open a video to record and prove that they have encountered the elves first? Just like now. Tilde. Hearing Zhang Bauer's words, and Ning smiled, and the laughter was full of irony. Zhang Bauer was very beautiful and had a good figure. But in Ning's eyes, she was Luyan's concubine, and that was the enemy. He only had hostility in his eyes, and he was not afraid of offending at all. Zhang Bauer, don't talk nonsense. Obviously it's the catty dog we met first, and you are the latecomers. And Ning directly turned on the open-eyed and nonsense mode, obviously before he, thanks, Luyan and Zhang Bauer for bringing them here, and now he turns his head and I don't recognize it. The 3 people around Ning and Ning are also the same raccoon dog. As soon as Ning's voice fell, they responded positively. That's right. That's it. It's the catty that the 4 of us met first. You latecomers run to the back and line up. Ha ha ha, that's right, we only have 4 of us, we can still let you all get your hands on one. You guys. Zhang Bauer was really pissed off, and instinctively took out the pokeball. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Chapter 26-27 Conflict. Luyan's second elf. Flaming Monkey 4 quarters. Either way, Ning and his 3 friends are all shameless people. I believe that even if it is not to respond to a Ning, the three of them will support his statement. After all, among the Kati dogs that appeared in front of them now, the Usangia elf product can be bought with money, but most of the Kati dogs are priceless, and to a certain extent, they are rarer than Usangia. For the rich, there is no difference between owning a wind speed dog as a riding elf and owning a sports car with the world's top configuration, so the price of the Kati goes up with the tide. Zhang Bauer clenched the Pokeball fiercely. If she hadn't known that there were strict rules in this secret realm not allowing the use of force, she would have used the Pokemon to teach these shameless guys a lesson even at the risk of being punished by the Alliance. Of course, she might not be able to beat 4 in one fight. Sister Bauer, don't be angry. Lu Yin stepped forward and stopped Zhang Bauer behind him, looked at An Cheng calmly, and smiled disdainfully. An Cheng, everyone knows the truth of the matter. If I guess right, you must have seen me and Doctor Who communicated with each other, so you are eyeing us, right? Who knows tilde, and Ning was noncommittal. In the upper-class circle of Hangcheng, it is not a secret about the Heavenly King level qualified Kati dog, and Ancheng has naturally heard of it. The truth is the same as what Lu Yin said, although he and Hu Zhe could keep his voice down when he asked Hu Zhe about the news of Katie, but An Ning made a general analysis by himself. Are you very proud? Lu Yin's sharp eyes swept across the four of An Ning and sneered. Have you not been beaten enough? Why don't you come and practice now? A long time ago, Lu Yin and An Ning had 4 fights. At that time, the situation was one-sided, but it was not the side with the largest number of people who won, but Lu Yin unilaterally beat them. The laughter of the 4 of An Ning stopped abruptly. When they recalled their past encounters, there even became gloomy, and An Ning said sternly, Lu Yin, everyone is a trainer. Like savages. And don't forget, you're not alone. The implication is that we may not be able to beat you, but there is a woman next to you. They can always handle women, right? Are you threatening me here? Lu Yin's expression turned cold. To be honest, An Ning and the 4 of them are really not Zhang Baoer's opponents. This man was trained by Zhang Lan as a future police officer since he was a child, and his skills are no worse than Lu Yin's. If you really do it, the situation is definitely that he and Zhang Bauer hang and beat the An Ning 4. He doesn't like the feeling of being threatened very much, and if it wasn't for the greater good, he would go straight now. But if he doesn't get started, it doesn't mean he can't threaten to go back. Lu Yin doesn't have the habit of taking anger. Just at this moment, An Ning thought he was afraid, and with a smug smile on his face, he said, this is just a piece of advice I gave you. Ha, ha ha tilde. Advice. Lu Yin laughed coldly. After laughing, he decisively took out a pokeball and threw it. I think you don't want to play in the secret realm anymore. Flame monkey, come out and fight. Bang. A white ray of light shot out from the pokeball, followed by a Pokemon appearing on the ground between the two groups of people. This elf looks like a monkey, with red facial lines on its face and a flame burning on its head. The chest, the backs of the hands, and the joints of the knees are all covered with golden swirl-shaped armor, which looks very handsome. This is a flaming monkey, one of the 3 imperial elves controlled by the Alliance, one of which is relatively rare. Lu Yin, a flaming monkey, he has been training for a year. With the help of the game console in his mind, his strength has already entered the elite low level, and now he is only 1 step away from the elite middle level. For this flaming monkey, Lu Yin rejected Lu Tong at first. The Alliance has a total of 4 types of Yusan, which are the same as the small fire dragon in the Kanto region of the elf world, and they are mainly distributed in the southernmost areas. There are also 3 royal families, such as the fireball mouse, which are the same as the Chengdu area in the elf world, mainly distributed in the southeastern coastal areas. Like the Fengyuan area, there are 3 other families, such as turkey chickens, which are mainly distributed in the north and west. Finally, there are the 3 royal families, such as the little flame monkeys, which are the same as the Shanao area in the elf world, mainly distributed in the southwest. Among these 3 imperial families, The little flame monkey and its evolutionary type are much rarer than the others, which is mainly related to the domestic environment. 2 years ago, when Lu Yin was 16 years old, his mother Ji Yuying gave him a Bali sheep elf egg as the initial elf, and his father Lu Tong also wanted to give him a fireball mouse elf egg at that time. The origin of this fireball rat elf egg is not simple, it is the descendant of one of Lu Tong's ace elf, the king-level hot beast. But Lu Yin did not accept the elf egg at that time. Although he may have to wait a while, he has a better choice. Lu Yin didn't accept the fireball rat pokeball given by Lu Tong. The reason he gave was to cultivate the Pokemon for the first time, and he didn't want to be distracted to take care of two at the same time. In fact, he just wanted one of the 3 fire-type elves, the flaming monkey, the fire-breathing dragon, and the flaming chicken. Lu Tong is very open-minded. He doesn't have the idea of, I'm doing it for your own good, you have to listen to me. Lu Yin didn't ask for it, and he didn't insist on giving it. Then another year passed. Lu Tong's other ace elf flame monkey had offspring. Lu Yin took the initiative to ask one of them to cultivate, and finally the elf egg hatched a little flame monkey. That is, not long after, the disappearance of Lu Tong and Ji Yuying occurred. At that time, it was a little flame monkey and now it has become a flame monkey. Ho. As soon as the flaming monkey came out, the sharp eyes swept across the Ning 4 people, and they were so frightened that they instantly restrained their smiles, and they all took out the pokeball and put on a defensive look. Lu Yin, what do you want? Ning grabbed a pokeball, looked at Lu Yin vigilantly, and asked, do you want to lose the chance to conquer the elves in the cultivation area? The Alliance has strict regulations. No use of force is allowed in the initial elves cultivation area, and offenders must be prosecuted. Anyone who violates the rules will be deprived of the qualification to enter the cultivation area for life. It is precisely for this reason that Zhang Baoer resisted not taking pictures of the elf at the last moment, and it is also for this reason that the 4 Ning people are so confident, otherwise they would not dare to be presumptuous in front of Lu Yin. Actually, there was one thing that even Lu Yin didn't know. Ning has always been jealous of him. As the grandson of Bo, Ning was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. From childhood to adulthood, wherever he went, he was the focus of the crowd. He enjoys the feeling that others are centered on him. But this feeling disappeared after he met Lu Yin. Lu Yin was more handsome than him, his grades were better than him, the elf was stronger than him, and even his background was tougher than him. In front of Lu Yin, his pride was all shattered by blow. I didn't know that after the news of Lu Tong and Ji Yuying's disappearance came out a year ago, Ning was happily drunk. He was the happiest person, maybe even happier than his grandfather. Later, the news of Lu Yin's fallen was actually spread by him. And he did all this to enjoy the pleasure of suppressing Lu Yin, but this pleasure had been shattered after hearing the conversation between Lu Yin and Hu Zhe. Because Lu Yin has to rely on the mountain again, and this support is stronger than the previous one. As for whether Lu Yin is a fallen genius, others don't know, and Ning, who regards him as his biggest enemy, knows that this is impossible. So now, Ning is afraid. He has played against Lu Yin before, and he knows how big the gap is between the two. Isn't this what you guys forced me to do? Lu Yin didn't know Ning's thoughts, let alone what he had done. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this point, he threatened in turn, now, you only have 2 choices. Or, send an elves to fight with me, everyone will be disqualified together, forever. Or, I will let the flaming monkey teach you how to be human, and you will exit this secret realm with serious injuries and lose the chance to conquer the catty dog. Oh, by the way, I forgot that the Alliance rules can't instruct elves to attack humans. If you violate the rules, you will be fined in mild cases and imprisoned in severe cases. Don't worry, I will take the flame monkey lightly, and I will never let you get hurt too badly. Ho. Hearing Lu Yin's words, the flaming monkey also waved his fist in cooperation, looking eager to try. Mad, you are really a lunatic. Ning shouted frantically, and Lu Yin's actions made him fall into a passive state. But he never dared to use the elves to fight against Lu Yin. Not to mention the issue of whether it can be beaten or not, although there are many loopholes in the Alliance's regulations, the use of force in the secret territory where the cultivation area is located is definitely not included in this list. Once this is done, it will never be allowed to enter this secret realm. This secret realm is not only available when you conquer the initial elves, you can re-enter after completing the tasks issued by the Alliance or paying a certain amount of money. This secret realm is a good way to subdue the elves, and Anning does not want to be provoked forever. But if he chooses to be beaten by the flames and loses the qualification to subdue the Katy dog, he is not willing, and if this matter spreads out, he will not need to hang out in Hangcheng. And don't listen to Lu Yin's light-hearted words, but if he really lets him command the flaming monkey to do it, it will never be light, and Ning is very clear, Lu Yin's heart is black. Black belly. And Ning understood Lu Yin's temper, and knew that he was not joking. This time, they fell into a passive situation. Phew, I don't believe you dare to do that. And Ning took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. You can give it a try. Lu Yin didn't give in, and Ning looked at him for a while, but in the end he was defeated and took a step back and asked, "What do you want?" "I want to beat you all." This was Lu Yin's heart, and he would do the same in normal times. As for being permanently deprived of the qualification to enter the secret realm, he has a game console, so he doesn't care. But this time, due to special reasons, Lu Yin temporarily suppressed the thought of beating up the four of Ning and stretched out 2 fingers. Simple, we want 2 Katys. Chapter 28-29 Bargain. Lu Yin's layout. Evaluation ticket. Yes. And Ning pondered for a while and agreed to Lu Yin's conditions. And Ning is a trainer specializing in water-type elves. Fire-type elves are not suitable for him, and he is still the most annoying attribute elves. The purpose of his eye on the Katy was not to cultivate it by himself. What he really wanted was the king-level qualified Katy. This kind of qualified Katy could be used as a resource. If nothing else, as long as he can subdue the heavenly king-level qualified Katy dog, he has a way to use it in exchange for enough benefits. At least 10 elite qualified rare water elves are not a problem. Wait, peace. Seeing that Ning agreed to Lu Yin's request, the 3 people around him became uneasy and wanted to say something. And Ning agreed, but they didn't. If Lu Yin and the others wanted to rein in 2 catty dogs, there would be no one on their side. Their elders may not be as good as Bo, but they are also well-known figures in Hangcheng. Although they follow Anning, they are not cheap dogs. Everyone can only be regarded as a circle of partners. In the case of a conflict of interest, they cannot bear it. Listen to me. And Ning gave the 3 people a look and said seriously, "Don't worry, you will never lose." Ha tilde. Hearing Ning's assurance, the 3 immediately changed their faces. Boss Ning is out of the picture when he says this. That's right, of course it's up to you. Well, Ning nodded calmly, but hated the 3 to death in his heart. If he hadn't known that he couldn't handle Lu Yin and Zhang Baoer alone, he wouldn't have called these 3 friends who only knew how to use each other. But thinking about whether he didn't bring them, he may not even have the qualifications to discuss conditions with Lu Yin, so he can only choose to stabilize them. I can agree to your request. And Ning looked at Lu Yin again and continued, however, we have to choose first. It doesn't matter if you give Lu Yin and the others 2 Katy dogs, they have 3 chances on their side, as long as they have the right to choose, and Ning is confident that they will be able to choose a king-level Katy dog. As beautiful as you want. Hearing Anning's words, before Lu Yin could speak, Zhang Baoer sneered, as expected, people are shameless and invincible in the world. You are following the Katy we found, and you want to take all the benefits. It's a big deal that everyone is dead and the net is broken. I don't mind fighting you with elves either. Saying that, Zhang Baoer took out a Pokeball, as if you dared to be unreasonable, I would be even more unreasonable than you. This crazy woman, and Ning cursed inwardly. In his opinion, Zhang Baoer, a mad woman, and Lu Yin, a lunatic, or a match made in heaven. The former is very fierce at other times except for acting like a woman in front of Lu Yin. Then we will choose first, and you will choose. In this order, how about it? And Ning could only take another step back. No way, to be reasonable, he can't speak. If it doesn't make sense, he can't even talk about it. How to play this? If it wasn't for the catty dog, everyone would be throwing their hands at the rat, and they wouldn't have had time to play. Let's choose one first, and then you. Zhang Bao also knew that the first choice was the most important, but he still refused to give in an inch. It's impossible to negotiate. And Ning frowned, he didn't want the first choice. Lu Yin took a panoramic view of the performance of the two, thinking of the final result he wanted to achieve. He stepped forward and said, well, we only need one catty dog, and we will give you 4. But the first option is up to us. Xiao Yin. Hearing Lu Yin's words, Zhang Bao wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lu Yin's hand. Sister Bao, listen to me, okay? Lu Yin turned to look at Zhang Bao. His tone was soft, but his eyes were full of firmness and seriousness. Okay. Facing Lu Yin's eyes, Zhang Bao couldn't even think of saying no. Every time Lu Yin made a decision, a voice would sound in her heart and tell her that if she listened to Lu Yin would not make a wrong decision. And at this time, Bao's heart was full of happiness. She felt that everything Lu Yin did was for her, to help her successfully capture the catty dog with the Heavenly King level qualification. Lu Yin sacrificed too much for her. Zhang Bao looked at Lu Yin with love in his eyes. Well, good. Lu Yin nodded with a smile, then looked at Ning. How? No problem. Peaceful and speechless. What can he say? He can only promise. If Rang doesn't agree, Lu Yin and Zhang Bao don't need to take action. The 3 guys behind him may make trouble for their own interests. After all, if they can get 4 catty dogs on their side, it means that no one can get one. Only, this is a real benefit. But you can't choose that one. And Ning pointed to one of the 5 catty dogs. In his opinion, this catty dog was the one most likely to have the Heavenly King level qualifications. This was his last insistence. In order to reign in the King level qualification catty dog. You are shameless. Zhang Bao looked in the direction of Ning's fingers, waiting to see his choice clearly, only to feel a mass of anger churning in his chest. The catty dog that Ning chose was the one she thought was most likely to be a Heavenly King. If she was given the only chance, she would definitely choose this one. Miss Bao. Lu Yin reached out and stopped Zhang Bao, not letting her continue. Just kidding, Ning's choice is in his favor. This was exactly what he wanted to see. In this cultivation area, only special Pokeballs can be used to conquer elves. Lu Yin and Zhang Bao only have 2 Pokeballs combined, while Katie has 5. How can they take them all away? Lu Yin has no habit of leaving good things to others. Now that the 4 of Ning are together, he just took advantage of it, and he still has that opportunity left, and he can play more roles later. Next, just wait for Zhang Bao to subdue the catty dog with the Heavenly King qualification, and the good show can begin. You promised. And Ning looked at Lu Yin in disbelief, but did not expect that he would agree to his conditions. No matter how you look at it, it's a little unrealistic. Didn't Lu Yin see the behavior of the 5 catty dogs when they were drinking water? The catty dog who took the lead had the highest possibility of being a Heavenly King. Why did Lu Yin give up? Could it be that he has any way to find a catty dog with Heavenly King level qualifications? Is it his fault? For a time, countless questions appeared in Ning's mind. However, the development of this matter has already reached a conclusion, and I can't help but say anything more. It shows that he has taken a lot of advantage. If Lu Yin is serious, he will be finished. Sister Bao, let's go. Lu Yin gave Zhang Bao a look without saying anything. Well, Zhang Bao nodded obediently. Since she promised Lu Yin that he would listen to him, she would not make any further comments. Under the watchful eyes of Ning and the others, Lu Yin and Zhang Bao came to the front of the 5 catty dogs first, followed by the flaming monkey. Roar tilde tilde. All the 5 catty dogs lay on the ground and let out a low growl in the direction of the flame monkey. This is their warning, warning the flame monkey not to approach. The flaming monkey is the strength of the elite low ranking, and it exudes a momentum that is too threatening to the still weak catty dogs. It was because of the presence of flaming monkey that Lu Yin and Ning could negotiate a deal with each other at ease, otherwise the catty dogs would have slipped away long ago. Noticing the appearance of the catty dogs, Lu Yin gave the flaming monkey a gesture to stop it, and then whispered a few words in Zhang Bao's ear. Zhang Bao nodded obediently, then came forward with a high-grade elf food, and said hello to the catty dog. Hey, little guy, come and eat and see this. Afterwards, Zhang Bao spent about a minute to lure the catty dog, plus there was a flaming monkey swept aside. The catty dog with the Heavenly King level qualification was finally tricked into the Pokeball by her and successfully subdued. I have to say that there is a big gap between the rich and ordinary people, even if they are also subduing the initial elves, there is a big difference. For ordinary people, it is difficult to find the elf they want. After finding it, they can only use the free elf food issued by the Research Institute. The temptation is average. If they finally use the elf ball to conquer, the success rate is not guaranteed. But the rich people are different. Just like Zhang Bao, she can know the images of some elves early in the morning, and can prepare high-level elves food for lure, and there are elves with elite strength such as the flame monkey to help with momentum. Under the coercion and temptation, the initial elves, subjugation battle is absolutely invincible. Subdued, then let's go. Seeing Zhang Bao put the Pokeball with the catty dog on the Pokebelt around his waist, Lu Yin took the flaming monkey back into the Pokeball, and then took out the qualification certificate issued by the outsourcing C of the Research Institute. This qualification certificate is also a token. If the person who carries it does not actively activate it, it will be automatically activated after 6 hours, and the students who carry the certificate will be sent to the outside of the institute. However, if a student receives a satisfactory elves in advance, they can also take the initiative to trigger the qualification certificate to leave the secret realm on their own initiative. In addition to the function of the token, the qualification certificate also has a monitoring function. If the person carrying the certificate uses the elves to fight against the elves in the secret realm in violation of the regulations, or fights with people, they will be monitored. At that time, those who violate the regulations will be permanently deprived of the right to enter the secret realm of this cultivation area. Of course, it's not a foul, like the flaming monkey, just to release the momentum to deter Katie, it's an act of exploiting loopholes. Leave. Zhang Bao thought he had heard it wrong, and asked suspiciously, is it going to another place in the secret realm? No, we're out of the secret realm. Lu Yin raised his hand and gestured for the qualification certificate in his hand. This time Zhang Bao understood, but the doubts in his heart became more. Why did you leave the secret realm? You haven't used the Pokeball yet, aren't you ready to capture a Pokemon? There are still more than 4 hours before the allotted time. No need. Lu Yin waved his hand, he just wanted to get out of here quickly. In order to avoid Zhang Bao's further questioning, he leaned forward and said in a voice that only 2 people could hear, I talked to Uncle Hu before. He said that if I didn't find the elf I liked in the secret realm, he helped me retain the qualification to directly select the initial elf with elite qualifications. Anyway, you've been subdued now, so let's go out. So that's how it is. Zhang Bao breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Lu Yin didn't lose any profits. Afterwards, Zhang Bao took out the qualification certificate in his pocket and activated the teleportation function together with Lu Yin. The 2 qualification certificates turned into 2 white rays of light to cover the bodies of Lu Yin and Zhang Bao respectively. When the white rays of light disappeared, their figures also disappeared. Seeing this scene, Ning and the others couldn't help looking at each other. They seem to have left. It's really straightforward. Isn't this Lu Yin subduing an elf? Isn't he fallen? I guess I know that it is a waste to conquer the elves. Haha, that makes sense. Let's go and get those 4 cuties first. Meanwhile, on the other side, Catalia stopped. She pointed to the towering tree that was looming in the distance, turned her head and asked Li Lang. Is that the location? Chapter 30-31 Lu Yin's intention. The third main elf appeared. After successfully activating the qualification certificate, Lu Yin and Zhang Baoer were transported to the outside of the secret by special power. Arriving in an unfamiliar environment, Zhang Baoer looked around and found that they were in a reception room. This should be a reception room set up by the Alliance research around the exit of the rift. Seeing that there was no one around in the open space, Zhang Baoer asked Lu Yin, Xiao Yin, where are we going now? Zhang Baoer has always kept in mind what her mother once taught. As a woman, when her sweetheart is around, try to listen to her sweetheart's opinions. Lu Yin is her sweetheart. Wait a minute. Lu Yin motioned to Zhang Baoer to stay calm, then took out his mobile phone and edited a message for Hu Jie to send to him. After doing all this, he replied, let's wait here now. Uncle Hu will come and pick us up. Okay. Zhang Baoer nodded obediently, and took the initiative to pull Lu Yin's hand to the rest sofa beside him. When he was on the sofa, Lu Yin had two things in his mind. While chatting with Zhang Baoer, he observed the actions of the foreign Ning in the secret realm through the game console in his mind. He happened to hear the conversation between the four of them. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. Wait until you cry. Soon, 5 minutes passed, and the foreign Ning in the secret realm successfully captured the Katy dog. Like Lu Yin, they all had elves. Although these elves were not allowed to be used for battle according to the regulations, it was no problem to be scary. In the end, a Ning subdued the lead dog, and it was the worst one. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lu Yin's mouth evoked a cold arc. It's all taken, then it's my turn. Lu Yin has never been a person who was willing to suffer losses. Zhang Baoer found the Katy dog group, but he let a Ning earn a lot of money to subdue 4 of them. If it wasn't profitable, how could he give in so much? He is not so generous to the enemy, and it is a blessing not to fight to death. This time he didn't do it, just to earn more benefits. He is the target, the special Pokeball in the hands of the Ning 4. That's right, Lu Yin set his sights on the professional Pokeball in the secret realm issued by the Alliance in the hands of Ning and the others. After he entered the secret realm for more than an hour, the game console in his mind successfully established a link with the secret realm, and at that time, the game console sent him a message. The news showed that the secret realm where the initial elf cultivation area is located has very special rules. In this secret realm, only special elf balls can be used to conquer elves, which is the kind that Hu Jie gave to Lu Yin and others. Special Pokeballs will be easy to conquer in this rift, while other Pokeballs will fail in this rift. After digesting this news, Lu Yin was a little troubled. He had already regarded this initial cultivation area of the Alliance as his backyard to supplement the elf lineup and develop his forces in the future. How could he not be able to subdue the elf? But you can't log into the game without subduing the Pokeball, and you can't withdraw money. So getting a special Pokeball became an imminent thing. And this special Pokeball can be reused, he only needs a few. He first thought of Hugo. With this energy, it shouldn't be difficult to give him some special Pokeballs, but he quickly rejected the idea. Because he couldn't explain to Hugo the purpose of those Pokeballs. After much deliberation, Lu Yin finally decided to snatch other people's Pokeballs, but these special Pokeballs are public props belonging to the Alliance, so it's definitely not possible to grab them outright. And this is obviously an act of selfish detriment. If he does this to the enemy, he is very happy, but if he does this to a stranger, his conscience is not good. It was at this time that Lu Yin saw 5 more catty dogs. Wouldn't it be a loss to only take 2 of the 5 catty dogs? At this moment, the 4 of Ning came to the door automatically. Lu Yin found that they were following behind him and Zhang Baoer through the god's perspective given by the game console, and guessed that their target must be Katy. This discovery made him think of a best of both worlds method. And what happened later? Lu Yin was actually acting. When the four of Ning couldn't wait to jump out and try to grab Katie, he disagreed and deliberately showed a very strong attitude. After that, he reasonably gave up the qualification of a Katie dog to let Zhang Bauer have the right of first choice. It is very important for Zhang Bauer to have the right to be the first to subdue the Katie dog, and it is the most important part of his plan, because only in this way can he take Bauer to leave the secret realm before they can be peacefully settled. Then after something happens, he and Zhang Bauer can completely remove the suspicion from their bodies. The play he played was not for the Ning Four, but for the officials of the League. He has done so much, and from the very beginning, he was targeting the Alliance, not the Ning Four little guys. They were not worthy. If it wasn't for the Pokeball, Lu Yin had 10,000 ways to kill them. As for whether Sister Bauer chooses to be a Katie with the Heavenly King qualification, Lu Yin doesn't care. Anyway, in the end, all the Katie will fall into his hands. Of course, it is better to do it directly now, saving time and effort. If Sister Bauer is willing to bet with her, it would be even better if she gave her a kiss. Everything went smoothly, and now he and Zhang Bauer have left the secret realm ahead of schedule. From the moment they left the secret realm, anything that happened in the secret realm would have nothing to do with the two of them, especially considering Lu Yin's performance in the secret realm. I believe that even the four of Ning would not be able to suspect his head superior. Time to act. With a thought, Lu Yin pressed the sprite key on the game console screen, and then chose to log into one of the sprites. Teach them a lesson. Electric Beast. In secret. After successfully subduing Katie Dog, Ning and the three disciples of the aristocratic family headed by him were all beaming with joy. This time we were really lucky. 1 catty dog per person. This luck, haha, when the news spreads, everyone will envy us. Why wait for the news to get out? Let's go back to the gathering point now and focus on stimulating those guys in the second shift. Good idea. In this matter, we would like to thank Brother Anning for his leadership. Yes, thank you Ning brother. Long live Brother Anning. Small things, all small things. Hearing the three guards behind him, Ning said with a smile, and his mother sold out. Now he regrets bringing these three scumbags even more, but fortunately, the results are not bad, and these three guys finally have a little conscience not to snatch the most likely king-level Katie from him. As for the catty dog in his hand, it doesn't matter if it's not the one with heavenly king-level qualifications, as long as the three people around him have it, he has a way to get it. As for the one that Zhang Bauer subdued, Ning felt that it was impossible. With the chance of choosing 1 out of 5, Zhang Bauer chose the relatively inconspicuous one, so he didn't believe that Lu Yin had such a vision. Thinking of Lu Yin, Ning couldn't help but want to laugh. Today is just a day to remember and rejoice. Not to mention Lu Yin's pit, he will soon have a king-level catty dog, which means a lot of resources. When this resource is turned into strength, he will definitely catch up with Lu Yin, or even surpass it. Beyond Lu Yin. Thinking of the picture of him defeating Lu Yin, Ning finally couldn't help grinning. But Lu Yin didn't give him a chance to laugh completely. When Ning and his three friends were completely unaware, an elf had appeared behind them out of thin air, with cold eyes without a trace of feeling. With electromagnetic waves. With a thought, Lu Yin gave the electric shock monster an order. In order to prevent Ning and the four from using their qualification certificates to return early, causing his plan to fail, he chose to come safely. Paralyze them first. Dank tilde boom. The electric monster called out softly, clenching fists with both hands, and waving the two tails behind him continuously, during which electromagnetic power began to flow. The movement of the electric shock monster's condensed trick is not small. The sound of CCC made the four of Ning stop, and instinctively turned their heads to check. This is. Seeing the electric shock beast, the four of Ning were startled, followed by expressions of surprise, more than surprise, but also excitement. The image of the electric shock monster is too unfamiliar to them, and they have never seen it before. The Ning Four came from very good backgrounds. They had received elite education since childhood. There may be many elves that they have not seen with their own eyes, but there are not many elves that they do not know. What kind of spirit is this? Gosh, this is a new kind of sprite. This elf is so cool. I'm going to subdue it. I haven't seen this elf, it must be a new elf. If we can conquer it, we can also be rewarded by the Alliance as the discoverer of the new elf. But we already have Katie's in our Pokeballs. What is this? Realizing that he and others may have encountered an elf that has not yet been discovered or recorded, the three people around Ning are not calm, and even plan to abandon the Katie for a new subjugation. Only Ning's heart tightened, and he had a bad premonition, and this premonition was magnified to the maximum when he found that blue sparks would burst violently between the two horns on the head of the electric shock beast. Anning's hunch was accurate, because when the double horns on the head of the electric shock beast saw what he saw, it meant that he was full of electricity. No, it's dangerous, jump quickly. And Ning said in a panic, and instinctively took out the qualification certificate to activate. The qualification certificate turned into a white light to wrap Ning's body. The white light flashed away, and the figure with Ning disappeared. Just as he disappeared, the electric shock monster raised his hands and sent out a burst of electromagnetic waves that passed his original location. And Ning was able to escape at the last moment, but the three people around him were not so lucky and were hit by the electromagnetic wave. The three of them let out a scream, and they were completely blackened by the electricity, and their hair was all scorched. When the electromagnetic waves receded, their bodies softened and they all fell numbly, and the Pokeballs in their hands also fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Yin gave an order to let the electric shock monster go forward and pick up all the Pokeballs on the ground. They are all these special Pokeballs. Even if these guys didn't do it on purpose, they would have to pay a certain price. This is a hidden gift from Lu Yin to them. As for tranquility, Lu Yin sneered, and Ning was able to escape not because of luck, but because he deliberately let the electric shock beast release water. Otherwise Ning's response was fast, and he would not have the chance to activate the qualification certificate. Although the compensation required for the loss of the special Pokeball is not small, it is the same for Anja. Lu Yin felt that it was too cheap to let Ning go, so he decided to change the way of playing. As for the other three, forget it this time. If he is an enemy in the future, he will not be as merciful as he is now. Be kind and soft-hearted. Three people, are you afraid that there is some misunderstanding of the word kindness and tenderness? Chapter 32-33 5 Fairies. Lu Yin's entire elf lineup. 3/4 ask for subscription flowers evaluation ticket. In fact, Lu Yin didn't think about killing people directly, so he did it 100 times, and it was neat and tidy. But in the end, he gave up this somewhat tempting idea. It wasn't a woman's kindness. With what Anne's family did to him, it was nothing for him to kill Ning to vent his hatred. It's just not right to do it now. The identities of the four and Ning are not low. If they die in the secret realm, this matter will be very serious. Even if Lu Yin can remove the suspicion of himself and Zhang Bauer, this time the person in charge of the initial elves' subjugation, Hu Zhe, and Bao Shuihai, the main person in charge of the school, will inevitably be held accountable. The entire Hangzhou sub-alliance will be shaken. This time is not the best opportunity to do it. Lu Yin is not so selfish, so he can only abandon this tempting idea. Anyway, there will definitely be opportunities in the future. It was precisely because he knew from the beginning that he couldn't kill people, so he didn't use the electric dragon and the flame monkey, because these two elves knew each other. He finally chose to use the electric shock monster, an elf that has not yet been discovered. The electric shock monster is the elf that Lu Yin conquered 4 months ago, and it is his third main elf. There is a sea-level secret realm Raiden Square near Hangcheng. This Raiden Square is very suitable for the characteristics of the electric elf. Lu Yin often uses the ability of the game console to bring the electric dragon to the special training. By chance, he encountered the electric monster who was still the electric shock boy at that time. At that time, the information about the electric shock boy surprised Lu Yin. Name: Shock Kid. Attribute: electric. Features: static electricity, yes. Hidden trait: motivation, yes. Level: beginner, 9. Qualification: elite. Intimacy: tilde. Carrying props, tilde. Personality: lively, brave. Skills: lightning flash, electric shock, stare, kick, fire punch, hereditary. Apart from the fact that his aptitude is not yet at the Heavenly King level and is not eye-catching, this electric shock boy has both characteristics and hidden characteristics. His personality is also very suitable for being cultivated as a fighting elf, and he also has genetic skills. Lu Yin subdued it at the first time, and until now, it has become an elite level low-level electric shock monster. The electric shock warcraft can reach the strength of the elite low level in a short period of time, not only because of the help of the game console, but also because of its special way of evolution. The electric shock monster has not been discovered yet, and Lu Yin's one is likely to be the first one. If you want to get the electric shock monster, you must first have an electric shock beast whose strength reaches the peak of the advanced level. The qualification of this electric shock beast cannot be lower than the elite level. On this basis, it can evolve by allowing Denchkiman to carry an electric power booster to a special place or to exchange communications. The strength of the evolved electric beast will steadily reach the elite level. This is Lu Yin's third elf with elite strength, and the third elf he has conquered. In addition to the electric shock monsters, Lu Yin also often goes to another sea-level secret lava sand field near Hangcheng, where he mainly goes to give special training to the flaming monkeys. It took him about the same time to conquer the Shock Kid. He captured a flaming chicken, which has evolved into a flaming chicken not long ago, but his strength has not yet reached the elite level, and he is still at the peak of the advanced level. Name: Flame Chicken. Attribute: fire fighting. Feature: fierce fire, yes. Hidden trait: acceleration, none. Grade: advanced 29. Qualification: elite. Intimacy, tilde. Carrying props, tilde. Mega stone, tilde. Skills: flame kick, spark, flare charge, flame punch, charged flame strike, bodybuilding double kick, flying knee kick, catch, scream, gather chi, lightning flashes, sand, peck. The quasi-king level top-level elite electric dragon, the elite middle-level flame monkey, the elite low-level electric shock monster, the high-level peak flame chicken, and the elite middle-level black carp dragon that was captured yesterday. These 5 elves are all Lu Yin's current power. Lu Yin originally didn't want to use electric dragon and flame monkey to hide his identity, and the same reason for using electric shock demon. But now he finds himself a little stupid. He is the only one who has the electric shock monster for the time being. When will it be exposed? Isn't this a self-inflicted attack? If I knew it earlier, I would use the flame chicken, which no one knows about and is not particularly conspicuous. It will not cause suspicion at all. Lu Yin had some regrets, but regrets were useless. It had already happened, but it didn't matter. The big deal was that he insisted that it was the electric shocking beast that he later subdued. As for the evolution method of electric shock warcraft, he didn't plan to spread it out. Isn't it good for him to control this thing and become a usable resource? Find a place to hide first, and then I'll come in and find you. Lu Yin gave an order to the electric monster with a thought, and the latter picked up the 3 elf balls on the ground and started running in one direction. The 3 people who were paralyzed could only watch all this helplessly, unable to do anything, and soon, the electric shock beast disappeared from their sight. At the same time, on the other side, in the direction of the secret realm of Sioux City, Catalia, who was taking Li Lang to the big tree with teleportation, was keenly aware of something through her superpower. There are elves that unleash a unique trick, and the strength reaches the elite level. That old man surnamed Li didn't mean that this secret realm doesn't exist. Not good. Did someone get there first and find the catty dogs? At the same time, The reception of the institute outside the secret, Lucky, and Ning, who was not hit by the electromagnetic wave of the electric shock beast, was teleported with the help of the qualification certificate. And Ning's nerves were very tense before because he was worried about being hit by the attack. At this time, he came to the safe area and suddenly relaxed, his face became extremely pale, and he almost fell when his eyes were black. On the seat next to him, Zhang Bauer, who was waiting for Hu Jie with Lu Yin, was looking around boredly. He happened to see Ning's appearance and noticed his strange behavior. As the so-called enemy is extremely jealous when they meet, Ning is now the enemy in Zhang Bauer's eyes. She doesn't care whether he has encountered anything or not, and after pressing her arm against Lu Yin, she deliberately said loudly, Ia Xiao Yin, look, shameless. Came. My face is so pale, I don't know how many layers of face I have thrown away. Zhang Bauer's voice was full of contempt. Bastard. Hearing Zhang Bauer's sarcastic voice, and Ning, who had just experienced the crisis and was still in shock, suddenly became angry, and roared with a grim expression, whose dog is not tied and let out, it's barking here. Come. Zhang Bauer's pretty face suddenly flushed red, this is because he was angry. It was clearly Ning who was shameless, and brought someone to rob her and the catty dog that Lu Yin found. Now she is just mocking her and venting her anger. Did she do something wrong? How can there be such a person? After all, Zhang Bauer is a girl with thin skin. She was scolded by Ning as a dog. Shoo. The expression on Lu Yin's face suddenly turned cold. Say her woman is a dog. This is unbearable. Crack. Lu Yin stood up directly, burst into full speed, rushed in front of Ning in the blink of an eye, stretched out his hand to grab Ning's neck, and lifted him up. Do you want to die? And Ning instinctively stretched out both hands to grab Lu Yin's arm, trying to push the person away, but Lu Yin's hand locked him like a pair of iron pliers, and he couldn't break free. With the passage of time, the pale expression on his face that had not improved, first turned red, then turned into a blue color, and now there is a trend of turning towards a dark blue color. The strength of Ning's struggle became smaller and smaller. Lu Yin just watched Ning struggle quietly, with a calm expression. At this time, his anger had been suppressed to the depths of his heart, and his mind was very calm. This is in the Alliance Research Institute. Killing people is definitely not acceptable, otherwise he will have to live a life of escape all over the world in the future. What to kill in an open and honest way, you should go to jail. But he must teach Ning a profound lesson, so that this guy will never dare to talk nonsense in the future, and this kind of opportunity to beat people regardless of the power of the elf will be difficult to meet next time. The Alliance Research Institute is a special institution. In order to prevent accidents in some criminal organizations, there is a special shielding device in the Research Institute. Under the influence of the shielding device, Pokeballs that have not been specially registered in the Research Institute cannot be opened. That is to say, Ning can only use a catty dog that has just been conquered, and this catty dog has not yet fully recognized the owner, and will definitely not take the initiative to protect Ning. The elves who are willing to protect cannot come out, the only ones who can come out are unwilling, and Ning can only be slaughtered by Lu Yin. As time passed, Ning's eyes began to turn white, and if this continued, he would probably suffocate to death. At this time, Zhang Bauer finally reacted from Lu Yin's domineering shot. Noticing that Ning was about to tip over, she hurriedly shouted, Xiao Yin, stop, you will kill him. That's not worth it. Lu Yin pretended to snort coldly. He was planning to stop, but Zhang Bauer stopped it in time, and he happened to borrow the donkey to get off the slope. Go away. Lu Yin threw Ning out with a flick. Bang. Ning, who flew out, knocked several chairs into the air. He lay on the ground for a long time and couldn't get up. His body kept twitching and he couldn't stop coughing. At this moment, Ning, who breathed fresh air again, wanted to cry. Before, he really thought he was going to die, and it was good to be alive. As for hating Lu Yin, he doesn't have time for now. Huh. Zhang Bauer exhaled when she saw that Ning was not dead. She doesn't care whether Ning dies or not, she is only afraid that Lu Yin accidentally kills this guy and ends up becoming a murderer, and her future life will be ruined. Now that she is sure that Lu Yin will be fine, she can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ning is uneasy. I really want to scold a dog man and a woman. Tilde tilde tilde. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Meanwhile, in the secret, Du Chen, Li Chun, and Zhao Lu, who were paralyzed by the electromagnetic waves, managed to recover a little bit of mobility. Damn, this new spirit is a robber. Why grab the pokeball? That guy in Ning escaped too fast. It's a pity, not to mention that this new elf was not captured, and even the Katie that I got in my hand flew away. This matter is not over, let's go out of the secret realm first and spread the news of the new elves. Good. The three of them reached a consensus and planned to take out the qualification certificate and leave the secret realm, but before they could activate the qualification certificate, suddenly their body could not move. Immediately after, they were surprised to find that the qualification certificate in their hands suddenly flew forward, and finally fell into the hands of a beautiful blonde girl who appeared at an unknown time. The beautiful blonde girl looked at them calmly, with a trace of scrutiny in her eyes. I'm asking you, you mentioned the caddies earlier, didn't you? Chapter 34-35 Catalia is eyeing Lu Yin. The beautiful blonde girl was Catalia. At this time, while playing with the three qualification certificates in her hand, she looked at the three little friends in front of Ning with interest. After looking at it for a while, Catalia's expression became cold and arrogant, and she asked in an almost commanding tone, "Excuse me, three, have you ever seen a catty dog?" Although it is very polite, there is no politeness. Hearing Catalia's question, the three Du Chen, who had recovered their mobility, did not answer immediately, but whispered there. What's wrong with this woman? Like a superpower. Today, we are the only one from Fuchun No. 1 Middle School in our Hangzhou branch to conquer the initial elves, right? It could be a retail investor. She asked about the Katy dog, and the target should be the Katy dog. What do you want to say? Say, we don't have the catty dog now. The most important thing for us now is to go back and spread the news of the new elves, so that we won't get any benefits. That's right, besides, we can't deal with superpowers either. Tilde. The three quickly reached a consensus. Li Chun stood up as a representative and said everything that happened here before. From Ning taking them to follow Lu Yin and Zhang Bauer to find the catty dog to the appearance of the mysterious elf and snatching the elf ball so far, not a single detail has been overlooked. During this process, Catalia didn't speak, she just watched and listened quietly. Very good, you didn't lie. When Du Chen finished speaking, Catalia nodded with satisfaction, and stopped playing with three more qualification certificates, but she didn't rush to return them. Color. Superhumans are much more sensitive to emotions than ordinary people. Catalia has also taught herself a little psychology, so she can tell whether ordinary people are lying to themselves. After pondering for a while, she asked again in a cold voice, I take the liberty to ask, where did the new elf you mentioned earlier escape to? There. Du Chen and the three tacitly pointed towards the south. Well, Catalia nodded with satisfaction, then flew the three qualification certificates back with a wave, and disappeared immediately. Huh. Du Chen and the three hurried forward to catch the qualification certificate. Seeing that Catalia had disappeared, they let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Lu complained in a low voice, this woman is so grand. Yes, if it wasn't for the qualification certificate in her hands, I would definitely ignore her. Don't let me meet in the future. Huh. At this moment, Catalia, who disappeared, returned and reappeared in front of Du Chen and the others, with a half-smiley expression on her face. Du Chen and the three were startled, and instinctively wanted to activate the qualification certificate in their hands. But the next moment, they found sadly that they couldn't move again. At this moment, the three of them wanted to cry without tears. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't be rude. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to leave the secret realm earlier? I'm here to confirm again. Catalya spoke slowly, her voice flat, making people unable to feel her emotions. The three people said before that the elf egg with the kadi was snatched by the mysterious elf, so who did the other two kadi fall into? In Ning's hands. Li Chun already had a bad premonition in his heart. When he heard Catalya's question, he immediately sold Ning. One is called Zhang Baoer. It's easy to find Zhang Baoer, just go to Hangcheng and find someone named Lu Yin. There is no one in Hangzhou who doesn't know Lu Yin. And Ning, Zhang Baoer, Lu Yin. Catalya nodded. Very good, thank you for your answer, I am satisfied, then reward one free bath. The words fell, and a layer of blue light burst out from Catalya's dark green eyes, and Li Chun and the three immediately flew out and fell into the lake beside them. The three instantly turned into chickens, and the qualification certificates in their hands also fell into the water. Huh. Catalya snorted unhappily. If she hadn't promised the Sun Elf to help find its children, the catty dogs, and Li Chun and the three of them were talking about her behind their backs, she would never have let it go. ... Huh. Catalya's figure disappeared again, and when she reappeared, she had come to the back of a nearby jungle. There were 4 Li Lang standing here. Because of the regulations between the secret realms, they did not appear to meet Jia Lu and the three. Zhang Baoer, Lu Yin, and Ning, do you know these 3 people? Catalya asked Li Lang directly, without being polite. In fact, she just asked casually. After all, Li Lang is not a browser, so it is impossible to know by just typing his name. Li Lang was used to Catalya's attitude, and he didn't dare to show any displeasure with reference to the fate of Li Chun and the 3 who were still in the water looking for qualification certificates. But the person Catalya asked, he really knew. Zhang Baoer has never heard of it. As for Ning and Lu Yin, since those 3 people mentioned their names at the same time, I think it should be the 2 I know. You know, Catalya showed emotions other than arrogance for the first time, and she was a little surprised by Li Lang's answer. Hangcheng's first genius, Lu Yin, is a former role model. ... Cultivation area is located in the S level, Forest of Origin, Secret Realm. Catalya looked at Li Lang quietly, waiting for his next words. This Lu Yin is very famous in our major cities along the southeast coast. You just came from the elf world, so you don't know. He is known as the first genius in Hangzhou. Since he was a child, he was the first in various exams. He received the initial elves at the age of 16 and became an elite trainer at the age of 17. A recognized genius. Li Lang spoke of Lu Yin's past glory. Lu Yin was famous and a genius in the past. The name sway was only loud in the coastal areas. But now, the whole country is waiting to see Lu Yin's joke, because he chose to inherit the Hangcheng Gym, and he inherited 2 at the same time, which seems to many people who don't know it is an expression of greed beyond one's limits. It's just that the alliance has regulations. Whether it is to challenge the gym badge or the position of the gym owner, it can only be done after the heir's protection period expires, so now Lu Yin has been doing a good job as the gym owner, and no one has challenged him. But it's been a while since. Of course, Li Lang didn't plan to talk about what happened next, because Catalya came from the elf world, and the loss of face for the China alliance was considered a domestic scandal, and there was nothing to spread about it. Oh 1 year to be an elite trainer. That's okay. Catalya nodded, but the expression on her face was very flat. Obviously she didn't really take Lu Yin's achievements into her eyes. In fact, this is quite normal. Due to historical reasons, trainers in the elf world generally receive the initial elves at the age of 16, while the rich and powerful are earlier, and they have the initial elves at the age of 14. And the descendants of top powers like Catalya and Sharona have had high-quality rare elves and even quasi-god elves as companion elves since they were young, and they will be subdued when they are 14 years old. Of course, there are not many elite trainers at the age of 18 in the elf world, and fewer people become elite trainers in 1 year. This achievement is actually very dazzling. It's just that Catalia doesn't like it. Because of her superpowers, she has only traveled at the age of 16. The strength of the ace elf Shinado in her hand has broken through to the elite level, that is, the quasi-king level. She has the right to look down on Lu Yin in Li Lang's mouth. Li Lang didn't go to Catalia to argue, and continued, the most developed cities along the southeast coast are Shanghai City, Jinling City, Hangzhou City, and Suzhou City, where I am. Wait a minute. Seeing that Li Lang seemed to have a tendency to talk at length, Catalia frowned slightly and interrupted politely, please say the main point. Li Lang was at a loss for words. He didn't dare to say anything. He pondered for a while, and picked out some key points. Lu Yin's father is Lu Tong. He is a Tianwang level trainer. He was a genius since he was a child, and he is also the son of a Tianwang level trainer. In addition, Hengcheng and Sucheng are very close, so I have heard of him. As for the tranquility, if you want to find Lu Yin, it's very easy, just go to Hengcheng Taoist Hall. He is now the owner of Hengcheng Taoist Hall. Hengcheng Taoist Master. Catalia was startled, then glanced at Li Lang with slight contempt in her eyes. Mr. Li, from your words, I can infer that Hengcheng is a top city, that Lu Yin can do this. The gym master of the kind city. Your blue star gym is worse than I thought. Of course not. Seeing Catalia turning on the map cannon, a man beside Li Lang blushed and argued. The owner of the Hengcheng Taoist Pavilion was originally Lu Yin's father, and he became a Heavenly King level trainer at the age of 30. Genius. It's just that the owner of the gymnasium Lu Tong has disappeared, and now Lu Yin temporarily inherits the gymnasium. Oh. Catalia nodded. If it was a Heavenly King gym, it would be fine, similar to many top gyms in the elf world. However, in the eyes of Catalia at this time, the Heavenly King level trainer is actually like that. Her family is the strongest family in the Hezhong area of the elf world, and his grandfather is the only master-level trainer in Hezhong. In front of a master-level trainer, what is a Heavenly King level training? Moreover, Catalia is confident that she will be able to become a Heavenly King in a short time, so she doesn't care about the Heavenly King even more. The current Catalia is still the arrogant eldest young lady with her temperament. There is no accident in his situation. He will only change after being trained by Hyerna and becoming the Queen of the Four Heavens. Okay, I understand it, so be it. Catalia glanced at Li Lang casually, and said lightly, let's separate from now on. You can move freely. When you go back, you can tell your grandfather that I will arrange for someone to deliver the things he wants to buy, but the resources that should be given should not be less than a cent. After finishing speaking, Catalia closed her eyes without waiting for Li Lang to answer. Immediately after, her figure disappeared from the sight of Li Lang and the others, apparently teleporting to another place. At the same time, in the research institute outside the secret. After coughing violently for a while, Ning finally recovered. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the chair beside him to use strength, and got up tremblingly from the ground. Lu Yin. Ning looked at Lu Yin and Zhang Baoer with hatred eyes, wishing to smash the dog and the girl in front of them into tens of thousands of pieces. But when he thought of his previous experience of dying, he rationally didn't open his mouth to provoke him, but just stared at Lu Yin. If eyes could kill, Lu Yin would definitely have died by the thousands now. It's a pity that eyes can't kill people. Lu Yin still enjoys the feeling of being watched by Ning. Crack. At this moment, Hu Jie, who received Lu Yin's text message, finally arrived late, opened it from the outside and walked into the reception room. Seeing Hu Jie, Ning's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a savior, and hurriedly ran up and said, Dr. Hu, I want to report that someone illegally hurt others. Chapter 36-37 Big Gamble, 3 Bets. Hu Jie looked confused. Looking at Ning running towards him, he didn't understand what was going on at all. Did you pass by yourself? What the hell is a report? Uncle Hu. Lu Yin brought Zhang Bao forward and greeted Hu Zhe. As for Ning, he was directly ignored by him. Xiao Yin, what's the situation? Hu Zhe glanced at Ning, wondering what happened before he came in. It's just some minor contradictions. Lu Yin smiled indifferently. Anyway, it wasn't him who suffered. It's not a small contradiction. Zhang Bao tugged at Lu Yin, and then said to Hu Zhe, Dr. Hu, that's right, in the secret realm. Zhang Bao seemed to be afraid that Lu Yin would suffer, or that Ning would wait and talk nonsense, causing Lu Yin to leave a bad impression in Hu Zhe's heart, so he spoke briefly about what happened before. After hearing the cause and effect, Hu Zhe completely understood. It must be Ning's fault for this matter. After all, he violated the Alliance Priority Law first, but there is no evidence for this matter. But there is evidence for Lu Yin's attack on Anbo. The reception room of the Research Institute is equipped with surveillance cameras, which must have recorded the previous scenes. Dr. Hu. And Ning glanced at Hu Zhe and asked tentatively, I want to report, is there any problem? If you don't accept my hosting, I'll have to call the police. Call the police. Hu Zhe showed a meaningful smile. Student Ning, this matter needs to be investigated. Your behavior of leading people to rob the elves is even more serious. This matter is just one-sided remarks by Lu Yin and Zhang Bao. And Ning quibble, they have no evidence. Damn, Zhang Bao was annoyed by Ning's shameless appearance. But when he heard Ning's words, Hu Zhe became more and more serious and said, but you Lu Yin beat you have no evidence. No, I have evidence. And Ning showed a smug smile, pointed to a corner somewhere on the ceiling of the reception room, and said, Dr. Hu, there is surveillance here, and the surveillance must have recorded everything. I want evidence. Ah, you said monitoring. Hu Zhe patted his forehead when he heard Ning's words, and said helplessly, Student Ning, you may not know that our monitor is being repaired recently, and the evidence you said is not correct. Exist. It doesn't exist. And Ning was stunned and said angrily, I don't believe it, I want to apply for inspection. Student Ning. Hu Zhe's smile faded, and he suddenly became serious. He said solemnly, do you think that the director of my research institute, Dr. Elf, will lie to you? Ning's voice stopped abruptly, and at this moment, he finally reacted. Hu Zhe is threatening him. He forgot that Hu Zhe and Lu Yin were his own people, that is to say, even if it was Lu Yin's fault, Hu Zhe would definitely help Lu Yin. What's more, as Dr. Elf, Hu Zhe is also the director of this institute. Is the surveillance in the reception room being repaired, and whether there is a video recorded in it, isn't it just a matter of his words? And Ning opened her mouth wide and wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. He finally realized the feeling of suffocation that Zhang Bao had felt before. You're not a rogue, aren't you robbing someone's catty dog? Now Hu Zhe is repaying his own way with his own way, so that you can have misery. PFF'd. Zhang Bao couldn't help laughing out loud. Because she was too worried about Lu Yin, she forgot that Hu Zhe was her own business. Thinking about it now, it's no wonder that Lu Yin was so calm when he beat someone before. He must have thought of the current situation from the beginning and knew that he would be fine. That's right, Lu Yin has always considered things comprehensively, and he thinks about the fact that the Pokeball cannot be used in the guest house, and he also thinks about the situation that Hu Zhe will protect him. Thinking of this, Zhang Bao took a last look at Lu Yin's hand, and found that there was an extra pair of gloves on it. This time, Ning did not even leave fingerprints or palm prints at the pinched position. He doesn't need to try to reverse the case. In fact, Zhang Bao didn't know that Lu Yin thought about it far more than she believed. Zhang Bao's previous guesses were all right, but she never imagined that Lu Yin's move was also meant to test Hu Zhe. This matter is serious, but not serious. In the end, it was just Lu Yin paying Ning's medical expenses, so he was not afraid of the accused. But with this move, he could thoroughly see Hu Zhe's attitude towards him. It feels good. And Hu Zhe would not know that Lu Yin was testing him, because everything was his own decision. Even if Hu Zhe had extra thoughts, he would only think that Lu Yin did not treat him as an outsider. Wu. Hu. Hu. _____. Zhang Bao understood, and Ning naturally understood. He took a few breaths to calm himself down. He kept telling himself in his heart not to be angry. But if this revenge is not repaid, his heart is uneasy. Do you want to ask your uncle for help? But in this case, Hu Zhe must be completely provoked, which is very unwise, because offending people like Hu Zhe is not good for the whole family. Can I only endure it? And Ning found sadly that he seemed to have to endure this matter. No, and Ning's eyes lit up, and he thought of a way to get back to the scene. Forget it, it's just like I was bitten by a dog before. And Ning waved his hand pretending to be indifferent, and then said unintentionally, fortunately, I got a catty dog with heavenly qualifications. It's a kind of consolation. Ha tilde tilde. Hearing Ning's words, Lu Yin almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect that there are still fat sheep in this world that are automatically sent to the door to be slaughtered. And Ning, how about we take a bet? Lu Yin really wanted to laugh. He didn't want to be merciful by letting the electric shock warcraft go in Ning, but wanted to cheat this guy for more benefits. The only difficulty in this matter is how to get him to make a bet without Ning finding it tricky. Lu Yin has made a plan for this difficulty and plans to use aggressive tactics. In the original plan, he first provoked Ning and asked this guy to agree to bet with him, but this step was completed by Ning himself. The beaten Ning absolutely hated Lu Yin. Next is the second difficulty, how to provoke gambling words, and this is solved by Ning himself. He is now bragging about himself after opening up, giving Lu Yin a chance to lure him to gamble. And Ning, do you dare to bet with me? Betting? What? Ning frowned. Just bet on the caliber of the Katie. Lu Yin reached out and took the pokeball in Zhang Bao's hand, smiled confidently, and said, aren't you confident that your Katie is a heavenly king? As it happens, I think my catty dog is also a heavenly king. Let's compare, who's the cutie dog is more qualified, how about that? Baikati aptitude. And Ning was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He thought that his Katie might be 7, and Zhang Bao's, at best, was 1. Even though neither of the two Katie dogs are heavenly kings, he is confident that his Katie dog is only taller than Zhang Bao's. The worst-case scenario is also flat. Lu Yin actually wanted to bet with him, it was ridiculous. Isn't this for food delivery? What are you going to bet on? And Ning asked the bet directly, the implication being that he agreed to bet. 3 bets. Lu Yin stretched out 3 fingers. First, the loser will own the catty dog. Although Ning's catty dog is the lowest advanced qualification, it is not suitable for trainers to train as the main force, but the advanced qualifications are still very valuable in the market, and it is one of the most valuable types of elves of the same level. Katie Dog is an elf that can evolve at any time with the Fire Evolution Stone as long as the strength reaches the intermediate level or above. The appearance of the Wind Speed Dog is so good that it is the most expensive sports car in the eyes of the rich, so even if it is the worst high-quality Katie Dog, there will still be many rich people willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. So from the beginning, Lu Yin didn't want Ning to take Katie away. No problem, you want to send me a catty dog, I have no reason to refuse. And Ning made the first bet, and then said slightly mockingly, but the catty dog in your hand not yours. What Xiaoyan meant was what I meant. Zhang Bao immediately stated that although she thought that Lu Yin had a very good chance of winning, he still stood firmly on Lu Yin's side. Second, Lu Yin ignored Ning's tricks and continued, the loser must admit his mistakes. I lost and I admit what I did to you. If you lose, you have to admit that you violated the law of precedence. Okay. And Ning's answer was more straightforward. Originally, he was unhappy that Lu Yin had escaped the disaster. Refreshing. Lu Yin withdrew his 3rd finger. Finally, I want your Tyrannosaurus Mega Evolution Stone. That's right, the Tyrannosaurus Mega Evolution Stone. It may be that the fusion of the two worlds has led to cultural touch. Mega evolution has been discovered and has now become popular. Among them, the evolutionary keystones that can be made artificially are fine, but the mega evolutionary stones exclusive to elves are very rare. In the previous secret realm, when the electric shock monster's trick was about to hit Ning, Lu Yin remembered that he had a mega evolution stone, so he changed his mind. He wants wool. It's not enough to get the Katie, it's not enough to get the professional Pokeball, it's not enough for Ning to repay the Alliance's losses, he also has to get the mega evolution stone. Are you going to bet with me on the mega evolution stone? Ning hesitated for the first time, because the Tyrannosaurus Mega Evolution Stone was a precious item that he guessed after begging Anbo for a long time, and he has always cherished it. If you take it out to gamble. Ning was a little hesitant. After all, self-confidence is self-confidence. There are no absolutes in gambling. Risks, returns, and winning percentages need to be considered comprehensively. What are you betting on with me? Ning didn't rush to refuse. He wanted to hear Lu Yin's price and see if it was worth his risk. Hearing this, Lu Yin smiled and said, naturally it is my Electric Dragon Mega Evolution Stone. Fair and just. Electric Dragon Mega Evolution Stone. Ning fell silent and began to weigh the pros and cons. The Electric Dragon Mega Evolution Stone is useless to him, but he can use it to replace it with the Water Arrow Turtle Mega Evolution Stone and so on. The stakes are equal, and the only thing to consider is the odds. After hesitating for a long time, thinking of the possibility of winning, thinking of the refreshing energy of letting Lu Yin suffer while making a fortune, Ning finally decided. Bet. Very good. But I have to sign an agreement. No problem. I need my second uncle and Cheng to be present. Yes, I will also call teacher Sheng Bao. We will each bring a guarantor, and Dr. Hu Jie will be the notary and make an agreement. How about that? Just do it. Chapter 38 Dumbfounded Uncle and Nephew of the Yin Family. Forest of Origin, Hangzhou Branch Secret Realm Research Institute. In a special room on the 3rd floor, Lu Yin, Zhang Baoer, and Ning, Hu Jie, Bao Shuihai, and Cheng stood in front of a machine, waiting for the result. The machine in front of the 6 people is an elf qualification detection device that has not yet been fully popularized. The production technology of this device comes from a special secret realm. This machine claims to be able to detect 100% of the aptitude of elves, and so far there has been no error. The time to wait for the results to come out was a bit boring, and Cheng glanced at Lu Yin, thinking of the experience of being ignored by him in the morning. He couldn't help but said, Lu Yin, if you ask me now, how can I say that I am also your teacher? Maybe I can persuade me Xiao Ning will let you go. Just now, Ning and Lu Yin approached Bao Shuihai and Cheng as guarantors respectively, and signed a gambling agreement with Hu Jie as notary. The content of the gamble is whose cutie is more qualified. There are 3 bets, the other party's catty dog, the other party's confession of his crime, and the other party's mega evolution stone. When I first heard about this big gamble, neither Bao Shuihai nor Cheng agreed. Bao Shuihai did not support Lu Yin in doing this, and he was afraid that he would lose. As for Cheng, he just wanted to understand the situation first, and after Ning said something and guaranteed that he was almost guaranteed to win, he simply expressed his support. In fact, in Anja, Ning's right to speak is far more useful than Uncle Cheng. After all, Ning is the first member of the Yin family for 3 generations, but Cheng is a useless dude. Because Ning persuaded Ancheng, Lu Yin always insisted on gambling. Bao Shuihai could only agree to this matter. He knew that even without him, Lu Yin could find someone like Zhang Lan as a guarantor. Now that the matter is a foregone conclusion, he naturally fully supports his students. Moreover, Lu Yin's gambling performance now makes Bao Shuihai feel that the high-spirited genius is back. Now the bet has officially begun. The first person who entered the machine for inspection was Anning's caddy. He was confident in his caddy's aptitude. He couldn't wait to see Lu Yin's despair. However, he was still calm, and although he was looking forward to it, he didn't show much performance. Cheng, an adult, was not so patient anymore. and he was not happy with Lu Yin, so he said what he said earlier. Of course, he didn't want to be merciful and wanted to let Lu Yin go, he just wanted to be disgusting. However, Lu Yin only replied coldly to An Cheng's provocation. Idiot. Lu Yin's imaginary enemy has always been An Bo. As for An Ning, he doesn't like it at all. This is not an enemy of the same rank as him. As for An Cheng, who can't even match his own nephew, it's even worse. If it weren't for the prophet this time, he wouldn't bother to pay attention to An Ning and An Cheng. Lu Yin's words made the expression on An Cheng's face unbearable. Since he became the teacher of Fuchun No. 1 Middle School, he has never been contradicted like this. Uncle. An Ning called An Cheng. He felt that his uncle was really unreliable. He was a father, and he was so impetuous that he didn't have the self-restraint of their own family at all. HMPH. Seeing An Ning speak, An Cheng snorted and did not speak. An Ning was cultivated by his old man as his heir, and everything in the An Ning family would fall into An Ning's hands in the future. Although he was an elder, he did not dare to compete with An Ning. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a white coat with a researcher's sign on his chest walked out of a room, holding a report in his hand, which should be the qualification identification document of Katie Dog. Seeing this person, An Cheng immediately leaned up and asked excitedly, "Old son, what happened?" This is the result. The middle-aged researcher glanced at An Cheng with a strange look, but did not answer, as if he couldn't bear to give the answer. Seeing his performance, An Ning's heart trembled, and there was a feeling of disapproval. Good foreboding. On the other hand, An Cheng was tired of waiting. He grabbed the information from the middle-aged researcher and checked it out. Following that, he froze in place. At the end of the document, on the result identification column, the words, "Advanced Qualification," are clearly written. That is to say, An Ning's caliber of the catty dog is not even worth mentioning the Heavenly King level, but it doesn't even have the elite level qualification of the passing line, and it is at the worst level. Seeing An Cheng's performance, An Ning's sense of unease magnified again. He stepped forward and glanced at the final result of the document, and his whole body was instantly fixed there as if struck by lightning. Only high-level qualifications. How is it possible? Advanced qualifications. The qualifications of this catty dog are only advanced qualifications, not even elite-level qualifications. Finished. The anxiety in An Ning's heart has been magnified to the limit, and there is no need to think about winning. There has never been a catty dog below the advanced qualifications in history, which is unrealistic. He now has a hunch that he may lose, and thinking of the price he will pay after losing, he feels that his heart is bleeding. Now he can only pray that Zhang Bao'er's catty dog's qualifications are also high-level qualifications, so that if the two sides reach a tie, he will not suffer heavy losses. But is this possible? Bang! The door opened again, and a relatively young researcher walked in with a document. As soon as this person walked in, he shouted excitedly, "Doctor! Whose is this catty dog? It's actually a Heavenly King. It's amazing." At this moment, An Ning and An Cheng were dumbfounded. They know that the defeat is set. Chapter 39 _ Make a Fortune in Blood. Anbo's arrangement. Doctor, it's so exciting. Catty dog with Heavenly King level qualification. I didn't expect to identify it from my hands. The young man was very excited, although the test process was just to put a Pokeball with a catty dog into the instrument, and then he just pressed the start button and waited for the result. But being able to personally identify an elf with Heavenly King level qualifications, and it's also a rare catty dog, is a good experience for this researcher. After rushing into the room with the document, the researcher's mouth twitched when he saw the large circle of people in the room. The smile on his face subsided, the young researcher calmed himself down as much as possible, and then walked a few steps to Hu Zhe and handed the document to him, posing a calm look. "Doctor, this is the information about Catty Dog, please check it out." Lu Yin. Zhang Bao'er. Crowd. If it wasn't for the pictures from before, they would have thought they had passed through. So do researchers have two faces? Tilde tilde why use all of them? Cough cough tilde tilde. Huget coughed twice, stretched out his hand to take a symbolic look from the researcher's hand, nodded and said, well, yes, it's a Katy dog with Heavenly King level qualifications. After speaking, Huget looked at Ning and Cheng, and asked, how, do you need to confirm? No need. And Ning shook his head with a calm expression. Blood was dripping in his heart. No, it was bleeding, but now he must not show anything strange. The loser is not the loser. He must not show the appearance of a defeated dog in front of Lu Yin. As a result, he didn't need to look to know that if he lost, he must have lost. This Ning was extremely firm, because he believed in the middle-aged researcher beside Huget. Elf researchers from bottom to top were research apprentices, researchers, and finally the doctor. Among them, researchers are also divided into primary, intermediate and advanced. The middle-aged researcher beside Huget is named Sun Yi, a senior elf researcher, and he is also a figure in the Research Institute of the Alliance where Huget is located. And this Sun Yi was a friend of Anbo's, and he was a network of Anne's family. Because of being smothered by Huget in the reception room before, Ning didn't say anything, but he hated him very much in his heart. At the same time, he was afraid that he would do something in the qualification test, so he had already contacted Anbo secretly. Because of Anbo, a senior researcher like Sun Yi stepped in and participated in this simple elf qualification appraisal. So peace and clarity, the result is set. Here you are. And Ning reached out and took out a glass-like bead from the space watch on his wrist and threw it at Lu Yin, then turned and left decisively. The Tyrannosaurus Mega Evolution Stone belongs to you. The caddy is here, take it yourself. Things that violate the law of precedence. I'll let someone call you money. Money is the way all rich people deal with things without breaking the law. And Ning completely conceded defeat. Then I'll accept it with a smile. Lu Yin reached out and caught the Mega Evolution Stone of the Tyrannosaurus Carp Dragon. Although he and Ning did not deal with it, he also admitted that this strong third generation was not easy. If you put it in a novel, it can be regarded as a villain with a brain. But there are villains with brains, and there are villains without brains, such as Bastard. I question the authenticity of this appraisal. And Cheng did not know that Ning had contacted Anbo privately. He felt that there must be a shady side to this matter. Did you collude? And Cheng roared at Huget and Sun Yi. Seeing this, Huji's face was light, and Sun Yi frowned slightly. Second uncle, come with me. Seeing Cheng's performance, Ning hurriedly stopped drinking. He was really going to be pissed off by this stupid second uncle. What Cheng said made Sun Yi think. Moreover, taking 10,000 steps back, they said that there was a dark fog in this matter, and they could not do anything about Huget without solid evidence, and they even provoked such a big enemy for nothing. Stupid or not. But what he said was the water that was poured out. Sun Yi was very upset when he heard Cheng's words, and he asked in turn, are you questioning me? Since you don't believe me, what did that guy from Ambo call me? Humph. With a cold snort, Sun Yi walked out of the house. And Cheng was taken aback for a moment, and looked at Ning suspiciously. And Ning sighed, pulled Cheng out of the house, and chased after Sun Yi. He wanted to explain that a senior researcher's relationship must never be broken. When the two left, Huget shook his head. This Cheng is much worse than his nephew. Who said it wasn't? Bao Shuihai nodded in approval. In Fuchun No. 1 Middle School, if the students in Ancheng's class were all children of wealthy families, they would have known a lot, and their grades would have gone down. The matter ended just like that, but Lu Yin was very satisfied. Determined and found new backer Hugo. The game machine forms a copy of the Secret Realm. I got 3 special Pokeballs without risk, and I got 4 catty dogs, 3 of them elite and 1 senior. In addition, Duchun and the 3 have to pay a heavy price, and Ning even lost a Mega Evolution Stone and a catty dog by him, and was beaten by him. With so many harvests, it is impossible to be dissatisfied. Today is simply a harvest day. But this is not the end. Hu Zhe looked at Lu Yin and said with a smile, Xiao Yin, according to the regulations, you can choose the initial elf of the Heavenly King level and the initial elf of the elite level that you want. This, Lu Yin hesitated for a moment and asked, Uncle Hu, can I use one of the chances to choose an elf egg? Chapter 40 _ Sister Bauer's Initiative. Song Bing, can you abuse dogs? 4/4. Do you want to choose elf eggs? Hu Zhe was somewhat surprised by Lu Yin's choice. There are two modes for trainers to choose the initial elves. One is to choose the 3 imperial elves provided by the Alliance. The qualifications are all elite, and the Alliance will not do business at a loss. Of course, if it was Lu Yin's chance to choose an initial elf with a Heavenly King level qualification, then two things would be said. There is another mode in the general selection of the initial elves, that is, selecting the elves, and using the elves hatched from the eggs as the initial elves. There is a special elf egg breeding house in the Research Institute of the Alliance, in which there are countless elf offspring for trainers to choose. Trainers who choose this method are completely gambling on luck. Humans have not yet mastered the methods and techniques to distinguish the aptitude of elf eggs. Now, the only thing that humans can be sure of is the descendants of high-quality and high-level elves, and their talents are generally relatively high. Therefore, before the elf egg hatches, the aptitude of the elf is unknown. If you are lucky enough to defy the sky, someone once selected the elf egg that hatched a champion-level qualified elf. That person, relying on this champion-level qualified elf and his own efforts, has now become a king of the Alliance. But if you are unlucky, you will lose a lot of money if you choose an elf egg with advanced qualifications. Moreover, the types of elves in the elves are not necessarily the same. There are many types of spouse elves that each elves can find in the elves world. Generally, as long as 2 elves of the opposite sex in the same egg group can produce offspring, that is, a elf egg, and after the elf egg hatches, it is generally the lowest form of the mother. So it's good to know what kind of elf the mother of the elf egg is. If you don't know this, before the elf egg hatches, you won't even be sure what the elf is. If you select a relatively common elf egg, such as a green caterpillar elf egg, a Lada elf egg, etc., then even if you select an elite-level talent elf egg, it will be a loss. To sum up, the aptitude of the elves in the elf egg is uncertain, and the type is sometimes uncertain, although there is a possibility of leaking, but it is mostly impossible, because although the Alliance has no way to detect the aptitude of the elf egg, it can also pass the test of the strength of the parents of the elf egg. Cognition is initially divided. Therefore, there is only one source of leaks, and that is the unknown elf eggs obtained from the wild by the Research Institute. The unknown represents all possibilities. But even so, after hatching, this kind of elf egg can surpass the elite-level qualifications of the 3 imperial families. So most people don't choose this way, it's a real gamble. This was because of Hu Zhe's unexpected choice of Lu Yin. Lu Yin. Bao Shuihai opened his mouth to persuade him to say something. He seriously doubted whether Lu Yin was addicted to gambling because he had just made a bet with a Ning. But before Bao Shuihai could say anything, Hu Zhe smiled and said, Okay, you can choose. I can't decide to send you the public property of the Alliance, but if you can't choose the elf egg that suits your heart and want to choose the initial elf, you can tell me, I can still decide. Thank you, Uncle Hu. Lu Yin thanked him from the bottom of his heart. From the first time we met today, Hu Zhe has helped him a lot. The Alliance stipulates that there are only 2 ways to choose the initial elves. This is to avoid someone taking advantage of the loopholes. Hu Zhe opened the back door for Lu Yin. When Bao Shuihai heard Hu Zhe's words, he didn't say anything anymore. Well, you have a backer, you can go through the back door, you dick. Xiao Song, take them to choose the location of the elf egg. Hu Zhe nodded to the young researcher next to him. This person's name is Song Bing, and he is Hu Zhe's apprentice. To a certain extent, he and Lu Yin are also his own. Good doctor. Song Bing readily agreed, and then greeted Lu Yin familiarly. Let's go, brother Lu, I'll take you to the elf egg cultivation center. Okay. Lu Yin nodded, then greeted Hu Jie and Bao Shuihai, and then took Zhang Baoer and followed Song Bing away. Under the leadership of Song Bing, the three quickly walked into an elevator. This is a special elevator that requires a special employee card to start. Through this elevator, you can go directly to the elf egg breeding center on the top floor. Walking into the elevator, the atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Song Bing and Lu Yin didn't know each other, so they didn't speak, while Zhang Baoer had been unusually quiet from the beginning, and now he lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Noticing her strangeness, Lu Yin asked with concern, "Sister Baoer, what's the matter?" "That, Xiaoyan." Hearing Lu Yin's gentle voice, Zhang Baoer suddenly didn't bother with the problem in her heart. She raised her head with a smile, and said in a firm voice, "I'll give you the Katie with the Heavenly King qualification." That's right, Zhang Baoer wanted to give Lu Yin the catty dog with the Heavenly King qualification. Although Lu Yin said from the beginning that he would help her find the catty dog, it was right, but this time she experienced too many things and she was embarrassed to take it. Hearing Zhang Baoer's words, Lu Yin smiled, stretched out his hand and pinched her nose. "What are you, mine? What do we need to be so clear about? And the catty was there for you from the beginning, wasn't it?" "I'm talking, didn't you say that you should listen to me and regret it?" Hearing Lu Yin's warm and soft words, Zhang Baoer's inner happiness overflowed, and his heart was broken. The next moment, she made a move that Lu Yin didn't expect. Boom! Song Bing. Can he say he saw everything through the elevator doors? Said it would be silenced. By the way, can you take care of single dogs? Is it really good to abuse a dog in public? Wait, a kiss isn't enough. Chapter 41_Sweet First Kiss. Picking up the beast egg 5/4 12,000 flowers plus more. Boom tilde tilde. Zhang Baoer stretched his arms around Lu Yin's neck, pointed his toes, closed his eyes, and gave Lu Yin a heavy kiss on the mouth. It wasn't until Zhang Baoer left that Lu Yin reacted from the confusion. He was forcibly kissed by a woman. The first time since I didn't take the initiative. Is this what a first kiss tastes like? Is it too short? Nothing but a soft touch. At this time, Zhang Baoer's fair face had turned terrifyingly red. She lowered her head and played with her little hands, and said in a low voice, "Don't get me wrong. I just want to admit defeat. The catty dog you're looking for is indeed the one with heavenly qualifications. I admit defeat." Hearing Zhang Baoer's explanation, Lu Yin raised his brows. If it's a straight guy, this should ask, "Didn't you bet with me before?" But Lu Yin is not a straight man, he is a domineering president. He turned around and hugged Zhang Baoer into his arms, and directly covered her mouth with his body. There were only two domineering words left in the air. If you are willing to admit defeat, your sincerity is not enough. I don't even feel it. Then, Zhang Baoer closed his eyes, his eyelashes moved slightly, and Lu Yin also felt the sweet taste. ... Ding! At this moment, the voice of the elevator door rang. Zhang Baoer opened his eyes suddenly, and then pushed Lu Yin away. "Let's go pick elf eggs." After leaving a sentence, Zhang Baoer rushed out of the elevator first, leaving only Lu Yin and Song Bing. "Brother, who are you?" Song Bing gave a thumbs up. "It's okay." Lu Yin smiled calmly, not feeling anything. "Where did this go?" "It's just a kiss. I haven't even hit third base yet. I don't know how long it will take to hit the final home run. There's a long way to go." However, Lu Yin's performance seemed to Song Bing to be pretending. "I miss him at 24, and I haven't even held a girl's hand." ... By the time Lu Yin found Zhang Baoer and made peace, the latter had returned to his original state, with a carefree look on his face, only the shallow blush still vaguely explained something. Lu Yin didn't even mention what happened before. At this time, the girl is shy and needs to give the other party a real calm time. Then you can plan a substantive breakthrough. Now it's important to do business first. Thinking of this, Luyan stopped Songbing, who was giving an introduction to himself. Brother Song, take me directly to the unknown elf egg area. Forget what is known. The known areas have been preliminarily screened by the Alliance. The unknown elf egg area is the elf egg area where the type of elf is not clear. It is more likely to be found here, and Luyan intends to do it in one step. Unless there is no harvest there, then go back to the known area and select the elf egg. Okay. Songbing was very kind. Although he didn't know the relationship between Luyan and Hu Jie, it was enough to know that they had a good relationship, enough for him to entertain them seriously. Soon, under the leadership of Hu Jie, the three came to the rearmost area of the elf egg cultivation, where there were a lot of hotbeds. Looking around, there were more than 100 of them. Seeing these elf eggs, Luyan's eyes flashed with fire, and he got in touch with the game console in his mind. Although he couldn't have the same god's perspective as in the secret realm while watching the world in Blue Star, Luyan could still obtain the data of the sprites and sprite eggs through the game console as long as he was within the line of sight. This ability is unique and powerful. It is precisely because of this ability that he wants to choose elf eggs. For others, this is a gamble and a chance. For him, it is simple and simple. If it wasn't for logging in the Forest of Origin, secret realm to the game console, his initial plan was to choose the elf egg. Fortunately, now because of Hu Jie, he can achieve both goals. As Luyan's eyes swept away, the information of the elf egg came into his eyes. The elf egg. Species: green caterpillar. Qualification: elite. Incubation period: 1 week. Evaluation: there is a high training value. The elf egg. Species: coyote. Qualification: advanced. Incubation period: 1 week. Evaluation: general training value. The elf egg. Ellipsis quote. There are all kinds of elf eggs, but most of them are very common elves, and their aptitudes are generally high level and the worst intermediate. Rare elves have the worst qualifications and are high level qualifications, but ordinary elves can be as low as intermediate at worst. After some screening, Luyan found that among the hundreds of elf eggs in front of him, there was not a single elf egg whose aptitude reached the Heavenly King level or above, and there were a few with elite aptitude, but the types of elf were far from satisfactory. They are all very common elves such as green caterpillars, arrogant swallows, and shy buds. Luyan couldn't help but wonder if his luck had run out today. Zhang Baoer saw that Luyan had withdrawn his gaze from looking at the elf egg, and asked with concern, "How about it? Is there an elf egg that fits the eye?" There are too few people who have an in-depth understanding of elf eggs. Zhang Baoer knows that Luyan does not understand, so he thinks that he must rely on his eyesight to choose elf eggs. Well, it was Zhang Baoer who had a similar experience before. That's what she did when she went to a private store to buy elf eggs, and as a result, she got a Carp King with intermediate qualifications, and was almost laughed to death by Luyan. No. Luyan shook his head, but the next moment, he stopped. Huh. The elf egg. Type: Victini. Qualifications: fuck, Victini's elf egg. Dreaming. Chapter 42 successfully picked up the leak, and found Catalyahu as the electric monster. The elf egg. Type: Victini. Qualification: Master level, 2nd level god. Incubation period: unknown. Evaluation: this is a legendary elf egg. It needs to accumulate energy in a special place to complete the hatching work. It will always be in a certain state until it starts again. Fuck. Victini's elf egg. Luyan felt that he might be blind, or he was dreaming, or the game console was malfunctioning. Console. This Nima originally thought that he was very unlucky today, but is it alright to suddenly have a legendary elf egg? And the qualification has reached the master level. The master level can be compared to some 2nd level gods in nature. The trainers with this level of elves, strength are all people standing at the top of the world without exception. However, above the master level, there are also legendary 1st level gods, and among the first-level gods are pseudo-superheroic beasts who have mastered the power of priesthood. On top of the pseudo-superheroic beast, there is also a superheroic beast. Although aptitude does not represent strength, and master level does not mean invincibility, Lu Yin was still excited when he saw the legendary elves and master-level aptitude elves for the first time in history. Fortunately, he knew that he was in the research institute now, and he didn't shout, otherwise there would be an accident. Songbing noticed that Lu Yin had been staring in one direction, and followed him, and saw Bictini's elf egg. "Why, do you want that elf egg?" Songbing asked amusingly. "That's right." Lu Yin nodded. No one else could find out the identity of the egg, so he didn't need to hide it. But after hearing his words, Songbing showed a weird expression. "Do you really want it?" Lu Yin groaned in his heart and asked tentatively, "Is there anything special about this elf egg?" "It's not special if you say it's special." Songbing scratched his head, walked a few steps to the hotbed where the Bictini elf egg was placed, and pointed to a sign. "It's dealing with signage. That means this elf egg is a badass about to be dealt with." Lu Yin. God's special little fire dragon elf egg, God's special villain. You are so arrogant. But if it weren't for being so arrogant, it wouldn't give me a chance to find out. Bad guy. Zhang Bauer showed a confused expression. It was the first time he heard this term. Yeah, Songbing nodded. If the elf egg is not born, or has been severely injured, it will not be able to hatch. The elf egg that cannot hatch is a bad egg. And this one. Songbing picked up a record beside the hotbed, shook his head and said, "This egg was found in the fire-breathing dragon's lair. When it was found, there were 5 in total. The 4 elves have all hatched into small fire dragons, and this one has been delayed for 3 months, but it has not yet hatched, so it must be a bad guy." So that's what the villain meant. Zhang Bauer nodded, while Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "Is it okay if I want this elf egg?" Songbing's tangled expression seemed to be embarrassed. Seeing this, Lu Yin was also a little anxious, and asked, "Anyway, it's a bad guy to be dealt with, it doesn't matter if I want it." "I'm not worrying about this." Songbing put away the expression on his face and said, "I was trying to explain to Doctor Who. He asked me to take you, but I asked you to choose a bad guy." Hearing this, Lu Yin interrupted him immediately and said, "It's okay, I can explain it myself from Doctor Who's side. I just like this elf egg, and I always feel that I will regret not taking him away." "Nonsense, this is a divine beast elf egg, if you don't take it away, of course you will regret it." "That's it." Songbing thought for a while and said, "You take this elf egg away. Anyway, it's a bad guy to be dealt with. You can only take it away as a fossil collection. But because of the system, you still need to pay 100,000 Union coins. Of course, it has no effect on your original choice of the elf egg. 100,000 alliance coins to buy a bad guy. This alliance really works." But Lu Yin resolutely agreed. "Okay Tilda, let's do it like this." Of course, buying a villain with 100,000 alliance coins is stupid, but being able to buy a legendary elf is definitely a big leap. And this doesn't affect the original chance to pick an elf egg. He randomly chooses an elf egg with elite qualifications, and the value is hundreds of thousands. Afterwards, Lu Yin paid 100,000 alliance coins and left the elf egg cultivation center with Bictini's elf egg and a later chosen elite qualified Magneto elf egg. After selecting these 2 elf eggs, Lu Yin found Hujie again to select the initial elf with Heavenly King level qualifications, which was a big deal. However, when he was hesitating to choose which Heavenly King level qualification initial elves, the game console in his mind took the initiative to contact him. "Well, what's the situation?" "Hey, the electric monsters are fighting. I don't have time to go in and recycle the props right now, why don't I let him find a place to hide?" "Damn it, Catalya. What the hell? ... In the secret realm, Catalya looked at the panting electric beast not far away, with a look of interest on her face. "The elf I've never seen before, you're quite tenacious. The strength of the elite low grade can last so long under the attack of my Shinado. Originally, I just wanted to find the Katy dog. I have no desire to subdue you, a non-super type elf. But now, I've changed my mind, and I'm going to subdue you. Shinado, start a gorgeous dance. Bloom your grace, phantom light. Chapter 43 The first meeting with Catalia. Shinade. Hearing Catalia's power, Shinado raised her hands, a blue light appeared in her eyes, and a circle of blue power ripples slowly formed on her hands. Wait a minute. Seeing that Shinado's attack was about to be used on the electric shock monster, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of the electric shock monster, and stretched out a hand towards Shinado and Catalia. This person was Lu Yin, who found an excuse to go to the toilet after discovering the situation of the electric monster, and then entered the secret realm through the game console. Catalia showed a surprised expression when she saw Lu Yin, who suddenly appeared, and immediately followed. A strong interest arose in her heart. Teleportation. Are you a superhuman? Superpower. Let's just say it. Lu Yin replied with a smile. He is not a superpower like Catalia, but he has a game console in his mind, and he is indeed different from ordinary people, so let's call it a superpower. After answering Catalia's question, Lu Yin looked at Shinado, and when he saw that it did not continue to attack, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Before entering the secret realm, he had already checked Shinado's strength. It was a quasi-celestial king, 59, and he was only one step away from the real heavenly king. His strength was very strong. However, Lu Yin has an electric dragon who is also at the quasi-king level 50. He is not sure that he can win Catalia. After all, Catalia has received the world's top training since childhood, and Shinado is also a top elf trained since childhood. But at the same level, Lu Yin was not at all false Catalia. It's just that he doesn't have time to spend in the secret realm now, otherwise many things will be easily exposed, so he doesn't want to conflict with Catalia. As that's so, Catalia frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with Lu Yin's answer, and said angrily, yes, no, can you still be half a superpower? Are you trying to perfunctory me? I didn't perfunctory you. Lu Yin didn't understand why Catalia was suddenly so angry. Isn't this girl violent when she is mentally unstable? But he still explained patiently. It's just that my superpowers are a little different from yours. Really? Catalia looked at Lu Yin seriously, as if to distinguish whether he was lying or not. Born into a family of superpowers, she has never heard of any branches of superpowers, or Lu Yin is not a superpower, but someone with other powers, such as a wave guide, a superpower, etc. But this is not lost. Lu Yin will teleport, and teleportation is only for superpowers, so he should be superpowers. For a while, Catalia was a little confused by Lu Yin's answer, and added to herself, is there anything special about the superpowers of the Blue Star world? As for why Catalia is so entangled in whether Lu Yin is a superhuman or not, it is all because in her current understanding, superhumans and ordinary people are two types of human beings, and superhumans are more noble. Non-superpowers can't get Catalia's approval, but superpowers can easily get her approval. So Catalia cares a lot about whether Lu Yin is a superpower or not. Then, let's temporarily identify you as a superpower. Catalia decided to temporarily recognize Lu Yin, and the expression on her face relaxed a lot because of this decision, and she even showed a smile. Her overall state is also very different from before. Excuse me, is the big guy behind you your elf? Saying that, Catalia raised her hand slightly and pointed at Lu Yin to shock the demon beast after disappearing. Ah, that's right. Lu Yin nodded, but he was vigilant in his heart. He now seriously doubts whether Catalia is precise. Otherwise, why did the mood change so much before and after? Moreover, this essence is still a powerful essence that has mastered the power of superpower, and it is not certain that something bad will be done in the next second. Thinking of this, Lu Yin put a "don't provoke" label to Catalia in his heart. It turned out to be your elf. Catalia nodded, and then asked, then may I ask, did you also let you take the elf ball with the Katy? Catty. Lu Yin was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. Catalia will face off against Electric Shock Monster because of Katy. That is to say, Catalia is here for the catty dog. Wait, isn't Catalia from the elf world? How did he appear in this secret realm? And he also stared at Katy dog. A large cloud of suspicion shrouded Lu Yin's heart. But he doesn't have time to find the answer now. He knows one thing, Catalia's goal is Catty, and Cat is his, so. Are you looking for them? Lu Yin reached out and took 3 special Pokeballs from the Electric Shock Monster, and put the Katy dog on the ground. Then, he cryptically received the 3 special Pokeballs into the game console. After doing all this, Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 special Pokeballs now completely belong to him. The game console is very capable, as long as the props he gets in the dungeon will belong to him directly, but this time the situation is different. The 3 special Pokeballs are loaded with Catty dogs, and these Catty dogs nominally belong to the 3 of Li Chun, so he can't register. He needs to release the Catty first before he can take the special Pokeball to himself. But this is also good, he can directly become their trainer without having to subdue Catty again. Yes, they are. Seeing the 3 Katy dogs, Catalia's dark green eyes brightened a bit, and she said happily, next, as long as I get the Katy dogs in Zhongbauer and Ning's hands, I can help the Sun Elf complete the task. Wish, the wonderful feeling is coming. Quote. Huh. Lu Yin's expression became weird. The Catty dog in Ning's hands, isn't that the one that belongs to him now? There is also Zhongbauer's Katy dog. Is this Catalia trying to wipe out all the cattle dogs? Wait, what the hell is the agreement with the Sun Spirit? Could the father of these cuties be a Sun Elf? Well, the questions suddenly became more. Chapter 44_Catalia. I must kill this guy Lu Yin. Speaking of which, how did Catalia know that the rest of the cattle dogs are in the hands of Sister Boar and Ning? Wait, let me stroke it. It should start with a Sun Elf and Wind Speed dog falling in love. They have a child, and referring to elf genetics, the Sun Elf is the father. These 5 catty dogs were brought into this secret realm for unknown reasons. As far as I know, they seem to be related to Hu Jie. Catherine in the spirit world came to find the Katy dogs because she was entrusted by the Sun Spirits. The method of her entering the secret realm is unknown, but he can lock the Katy dog on the electric monster, as well as Sister Bauer and Ning. It must be Li Chun and the others who recruited. Well, that's probably the truth of the matter. Lu Yin has a good mind. After connecting many details, he deduced the truth to a rough outline, and the doubts in his heart finally dissipated most of them. It's just that he still doesn't know Catalia's attitude towards Katy. For the sake of safety, he decided to be safe. Excuse me, do you want these cuties? That's right. Catalia nodded without hesitation. They are the children of the Sun Elves, and I promise the Sun Elves to help it find the children. Oh tilde. Lu Yin nodded understandingly, and then he slowly took out the special Pokeball under Catalia's gaze, and took the catty dogs back. After doing all this, Lu Yin grinned at Catalia. I'm sorry, I don't agree. Quote ? The smile on Catalia's face suddenly froze. According to her thoughts, Lu Yin first asked her for her opinion, and then slowly put away the cattle dog. It must be given to her. The result is that the answer is no. Without waiting for Catalia to regain her senses, Lu Yin took out the Pokeball and took back the electric shock monster, and then waved at Catalia. Beauty, goodbye. By the way, remember my name is Lu Yin. Ha. As the last laugh fell, Lu Yin's figure suddenly disappeared. After a while, a girl's angry voice sounded in the forest. Lu, hidden. At this time, Catalia finally realized that she was being tricked. After releasing his superpower, he left without finding any trace of Lu Yin. 2. Bullying. Catalia was so angry that she couldn't help but want to riot. She said that she had never suffered such a loss. Lu Yin, right. Hengcheng Taoist Master, right. You wait for me, and I'll find you now. Catalia swore that she would definitely take revenge on Lu Yin. At the same time, in the research institute outside the secret. We ordinary people I'm really happy today. Lu Yin hummed a cheerful little tune and stood in front of the sink to wash his hands. Catalia's madness at the end can be completely imagined. It must be very interesting. But who made her want to snatch her cotty dogs? Of course she can't be used to her. As for the last self-reported name, Lu Yin felt that it was very cool. Anyway, Catalia is a person from the elf world. It is impossible to have heard his name. Letting other beautiful women remember their own fame but can't do anything about them, Lu Yin said that it feels good to think about it. And by the time Catalia could hear his name, he was completely true to Catalia. After all, let's fight a battle ... That's not a thing. What Lu Yin didn't know was that this time he miscalculated. He didn't know, because of Li Lang and others, Catalia knew about his existence for a long time, and now he reported his own family, which is equivalent to providing Catalia with the most clear goal. I believe that it won't be long before Catalia finds him, and then things will become very interesting. After washing his hands, Lu Yin returned to the room where he selected the initial elves with the Heavenly King level qualifications. Because the elves with the Heavenly King level qualifications are too rare, the initial range of the elves with the Heavenly King level qualifications is not constant. The average person wants to choose an elves with Heavenly King level qualifications, and can only check what optional elves are available internally at that time through the internal network of the Alliance. When Lu Yin turned on the computer to check it, he found that the page for selecting the initial elves of the Heavenly King qualification was very simple, and there were only 5 lonely names on a large page. Jenny Turtle, Wooden Shugong, Casey, Supersonic Bat, Dream Demon. This means that Lu Yin can only choose these 5 elves, and these are the internal resources of the Alliance. Even if there are many resource alliances that have not been supplied, and most of them have been digested internally, it still shows how rare elves with heavenly qualifications are. Although Lu Yin loves fire and electricity elves, he doesn't reject other elves. Whether it's Jenny Turtle or Mu Shugong, they are both good choices. In the end, the evolutionary type can also undergo mega evolution. The supersonic bat and the dream demon are relatively poor. So without thinking much, Lu Yin made a decision. He wants Casey. Isn't the super type spirit that can move instantly? And Kathy's final evolution, Hudi, can also evolve in mega, so is there anything else to consider? I choose Casey. At the same time, inside Lei Feng Tower. In a guest room, the awakened Lilia has roughly guessed her current situation. She was rescued and is now at the home of the benefactor. The good education she received from childhood made Lilia behave very decently. Instead of going out, she sat obediently on the bed and waited for the owner of the house to come to find her. But most of the day had passed. Lily had not eaten since noon yesterday, and she was already hungry and a little unbearable. Well, I'm so hungry. Woo yo. When Lily I was hesitant to go out to find something to eat, the satchel on the side of her bed moved, and after that, little Nebula yawned and flew up from it, and then the golden light lit up and went straight. Fly towards the door. Seeing this scene, Lily quickly followed. Little Nebula, wait for me, don't run around. Chapter 45_beneficial to Invincible. The hot-blooded Lu Yin. While Lily was chasing little Nebula Man Lei Feng Tower, the other side. After finally choosing the initial elves, Lu Yin and Bao Shuihai said hello, and took Zhang Bauer to take a taxi and left the institute, heading towards Fuchun No. 1 Middle School. Looking at the disappearing shadow of the car, Hu Jie said with a smile, Xiao Song, you did a good job this time. Song Bing scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Bo master, actually that has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter. Hu Jie was stunned, then turned around and asked, "What do you mean? Luyan and the Angia boys gamble, he won by strength." "That's right, Master, that's what happened." Songbing nodded. Researcher Sun Yi was also present at the time, so he could take charge. "Is that so?" Hu Jie turned his head again and looked at the other side beside him. Sun Yi did not know when he had appeared there. "It's the truth." Sun Yi nodded. "I didn't help Xiao Song. If Aningan and Cheng were here, they would definitely be so angry that they vomited blood." Sun Yi, whom they regarded as their support, didn't plan to help them from the beginning to the end. He was even the one who planned to tamper with his qualifications when Luyan lost the game. The person with the test results. Actually, this is very understandable. Senior researchers are amazing, but there are always a few in any research institute, but Dr. Elf is different, there are not many in the whole alliance. There are even fewer young and successful elf doctors like Hugo. Although the Advanced Research Institute and Dr. Elf are only one step away, the status and energy between the two are simply worlds apart. At least in the Hangcheng Research Institute, Hu Jie can still make sense. Perhaps there is a secret surveillance arranged by the top officials of the alliance. But Sun Yi and Song Bing, one is a student of Hu Jie, and the other is a deputy director who was secretly promoted by Hu Jie himself, he can fully trust them. This time, for Luyan's sake, he considered it hard, and took the opportunity to contact Sun Yi to secretly take action. After all, if something is not done, if it is done, it will leave clues. It's just that I didn't expect the final result to be true, so don't worry about the possibility of Sun Yi being exposed. Luyan had preserved a whole card for Hu Jie. Really, there was a smile on Hu Jie's face. It seems that the son of an old friend of mine is not simple. Hearing Hu Jie's words, Songbing on the side hesitated for a moment, and said, "Master, Luyan's behavior of selecting elf eggs is also very strange. He not only asked for a bad guy, but also chose a quasi-king level 3 in one very accurately. Magneto leaves behind Magneto elf eggs. On him, maybe. Maybe there's a secret." Hu Jie finished Songbing's words and smiled. "It's good that you have an idea. You must have the intention to harm others, and you must have the heart to guard against others. However, there is no need to worry about Luyan's side. He is the son of Lao Lu, and there is absolutely no problem with him. Knowing this is enough. Geniuses have secrets." "Yes, Doctor," Songbing responded quickly. "Yeah," Hu Jie nodded, then looked at Sun Yi, and said, "Old son, as soon as this incident happened, it still left some clues. Take advantage of this last clue. From today, you can be a little bit discordant with your performance on the bright side." "Yes." Sun Yi nodded, then hesitated and asked, "Who are you targeting?" "For whom?" Hu Jie raised his head, a flash of sternness flashed in his eyes. "For the time being I don't know who the opponent is, but these people definitely exist. Maybe it's Team Rocket that infiltrated the elf world. Probably some bad guy in the League. Possibly a union. Or unknown forces. Haha, do you think the disappearance of Lu Tong and Ji Yuying a year ago was really an accident? It's just two people together when I'm not here. It's that kind of secret realm. Where did so many coincidences come from?" After finishing speaking, Hu Jie turned and walked towards the research institute. Songbing and Sun Yi glanced at each other. Both of them put away their shock and walked in two directions respectively. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a taxi. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Luyan opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with shock and killing intent that could not be concealed. He didn't expect to hear so much information with a little trick he did on a whim. Sun Yi is actually Hu Jie's man. Hu Jie actually intends to help himself to win by default. His parents had an accident at the same time, as he vaguely guessed, there really is some kind of tricky. And there is an organization called Team Rocket, which is really a familiar name. Sure enough, no matter what world you are in, there is always a struggle, as well as careerists and profit seekers. Conspiracy. Luyan smelled the conspiracy. he felt that there was a big hand behind his back to stir up the situation. In order to achieve a certain purpose, he was doing things behind his back. But knowing these words, Lu Yin didn't have a headache, but felt his blood boil. He likes this feeling. Now his game machine has recorded more than 10 copies, and he can travel freely, which means that he has reasoning no matter what the situation is. He is already innately good for invincibility. But blindly retreating and defending is not Lu Yin's character, and the invincibility he wants is not conducive to an invincible position. At this moment, Lu Yin yearned for great strength. It seems that the matter of going to the elf world is really imminent. I hope those plots are real. In that case, I will have endless opportunities to find out. Chapter 46_Bauer. Lu Yin, are you actually hiding in a golden house? This is really an unexpected joy. Lu Yin controlled his emotions and didn't let himself be too excited, then raised his head and said to the driver, "Master driver, let's go." "Googla." The driver responded and the car restarted. How could Lu Yin hear the conversation between Hu Jie and the three of them? This is also because of a camera monitoring function that comes with his game console. Although he can't have the same God's perspective in the main world as in the dungeon world, the game console has its own monitoring capabilities. He can be at a point or even a monitoring point, as long as it does not exceed the range of 1,000 meters from the monitoring point. He can see the situation on the other side of the monitoring point through the civilians of the game console. Before leaving the institute, Lu Yin shot the surveillance point on a whim. The purpose was to see if Songbing would say anything to Hu Jie. After all, his behavior of wanting a bad guy was really weird. The result was not what he expected. Songbing really said it, and he seemed to want to suggest secret investigation and surveillance. At that time, Lu Yin raised his heart. Fortunately, Hu Jie later rejected Songbing's suggestion, which also shows that this person is really trustworthy. Hearing this, Lu Yin thought that the conversation between the three should come to an end, but he never expected that Hu Jie would say so much. Big news. This made Lu Yin understand that he is not the only smart person in this world. Fortunately, he was the only one who opened the hang. No, this guy Xiaoji seems to have opened up to a certain extent, but he is not in control of his own. Lu Yin even plans to use it to make it his own. It's just that, listening to Hu Jie's words, the disappearance of father and mother is indeed unusual, just as I suspected. If you think about it this way, I don't know what role Anbo plays here, whether it's purely for himself, or is he also involved. At the same time, on the other side, Ning called his grandfather Anbo to report today's situation, and emphasize the matter of the electric shock monster. After listening to Ning's narration, an old man's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. I see. It's not your fault. Lu Yin is lucky this time, but his good days are not long. You bring your second uncle back with you. I will arrange for someone to take a look at the new elves. Yes, Grandpa, Ning answered obediently, and then hung up the phone. On the other side, in a big mansion, an old man who resembled Ning was holding a mobile phone in one hand, with a gloomy and terrifying expression on his face. I didn't expect Lu Yin, this little beast, to be able to make some fools. If it wasn't for the rules of the Alliance and the fear of Hu Jie, he would have been killed long ago. Well, it's not too late now. My family's things are not so easy to handle. I originally wanted to slow down, but you forced me. Thinking of this, the old man made a call, and the call was quickly connected. Hey, it's me. Chaoyang, get ready, the plan is ahead of schedule. There are 2 gymnasiums in Hangzhou. There is no need for any family surnamed Lu. Lu Yin didn't know that Anbo was interested in him, and he also prepared a means against him. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks were paper tigers. Although he doesn't have absolute strength, he can still face Anbo. At this time, Lu Yin and Zhang Bauer had already returned to the school to pick up the car, and Lu Yin drove Zhang Bauer back to the entrance of Leifeng Tower just now. Sister Bauer, you go up first, I'll park in the garage. Zhang Bauer nodded with a smile and opened the passenger door. Thanks to you Xiaoyan today, I was able to take in the Katy dog, and it's a Katy dog with Heavenly King level qualifications. I will personally cook and reward you. Sister Bauer cooks by herself. Lu Yin swallowed his saliva unsatisfactorily. Zhang Bauer received her mother's training since he was a child, and there is nothing to say about his cooking skills. Is this greedy? Zhang Bauer teased, but she was very satisfied and happy. She liked the way Lu Yin recognized her cooking skills. Her mother had taught her since she was a child that if she wanted to grab a man's heart, she wanted to grab a man's stomach. Her mother also told her that if she wanted to become Lu Yin's bride when she grew up, it was very important to have good cooking skills. With good cooking skills, even if Lu Yin married more than one wife in the future, she would still occupy an important position in Lu Yin's heart. That's right, men in this world can marry many wives. Since 100 years ago, it seems that they have gradually been influenced by the world of elves. For unknown reasons, the ratio of men and women in the world is seriously imbalanced, so the alliance allows polygamy, and only needs to pay part of the tax. In girls' perception, it is normal for a man to have more than one woman. Even sometimes, the number of women a man has can be an indicator of his success. Like Lu Yin's father Lu Tong, who has reached the level of a king, but only has one wife, but it is a minority. Zhang Bauer's father, Zhang Lan, has more than one wife. That's because I haven't been late for your cooking, Sister Bauer. Lu Yin smiled, then drove the car towards the garage. With a sweet smile on his face, Zhang Bauer skillfully opened the door of Lei Feng Pagoda and walked in, just like the hostess. But a minute later, the angry voice of this hostess spread throughout the Lei Feng Pagoda. Lu Yin, you bastard, you actually learned to hide behind the old lady's golden house. Chapter 47_double oolong, Lily's misunderstanding and request. Jinwu Zhangjiao. Hearing Zhang Bauer's voice, Lu Yin, who had just stepped out of the car, was stunned and patted his forehead. Sister Bauer wouldn't say it's Lily, right? Damn, I forgot to tell her. But it's not right. According to the three views of women in this world, even if there are women in my family, Sister Yibauer's character will not be so angry, right? Did something happen that I don't know about? Thinking of this, Lu Yin hurriedly took the internal elevator to the third floor. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Lu Yin saw the kitchen door at the end. Zhang Bauer had an angry expression on his face, and his breasts that had begun to take shape rose and fell. Isn't it Lily Tilda? Why are you so angry? Lu Yin couldn't understand why Zhang Bauer was so angry. It's rare that Sister Bauer actually hides the attributes of a jealous woman. That can't be, he is a man who rationally wants to open a harem, especially now that the social environment is so blessed, it is a pity not to open a harem. If Zhang Bauer is jealous, he must find a way to put her back on the right track. But the next moment, Lu Yin, who walked to the door of the kitchen, understood why Zhang Bauer was so angry. I saw the door of the refrigerator in the kitchen, and there were candies scattered around Cosmogu. It has to be said that this greedy guy must have found it himself. However, Lu Yin didn't take a few more glances at this legendary elf that could evolve. His eyes were all drawn away by Lily next to Cosmogu. Lily was holding a half-eaten chicken drumstick in her hand, grease on her lips, apparently stealing food. Of course, it wasn't these things that attracted Lu Yin, but Lily's dress. After handling the gili egg that Lily had handed over to him yesterday, Lu Yin didn't pay any more attention. Only now did he know that gili egg had actually put Lily's shirt on. Moreover, Lily was wearing Lu Yin's white shirt all over her body, her long golden hair was casually draped, and her face was full of ignorant, and embarrassed expressions. What kind of fairy loli is this? Lu Yin found that a certain desire suddenly rose up in his heart, and he didn't dare to watch it for fear of a bad performance. Sister Bauer, come with me, I'll tell you. Lu Yin took Zhang Bao's hand and walked towards the study, but before leaving, he did not forget to tell Lily, "Miss, your clothes were yesterday, it got wet. I washed it, and it's all on the balcony of the guest room you live in. You can change it yourself." Zhang Bao didn't let go of Lu Yin's hand, and let Lu Yin pull her to the study, because she noticed something from Lu Yin's performance. In fact, the reason why she was so angry was not because Lu Yin had another woman, Lily, she was just angry that she was not Lu Yin's first woman. That's right, when Zhang Bao came, Lily was wearing Lu Yin's clothes. How intimate was that? And Lily seems to still be living in Leifeng Pagoda. Is that the relationship with Lu Yin already? The reason why Zhang Bao was a little angry before was not so much anger, but sadness. She was sad that Lu Yin's childhood sweetheart was not his first woman. She still remembered that her mother said that a man has a special feeling for the first woman he has, and she just wants this special feeling. And now it seems that the problem should not be as serious as she thought. Bang! The sound of the study door closing. Tilde. Until this time, Lilia finally came back to her senses. A cloud of smoke burst out from her head, and her fair and pretty face flushed red. Was she caught by the mistress of this house as a mistress? So, the man the girl called Lu Yin was her savior. Are you wearing his clothes? That girl doesn't know her existence, so it's him who bathes herself and sees her body. By the way, the boy also said that he washed his clothes, and he also washed his own clothes, including underwear. Wow, tilde so pretty and embarrassed. Does that mean you can't get married? Tilde mom, what should I do? Lily, who didn't know the truth, was in a turmoil. She completely misunderstood. And I was caught stealing food now, and it's over. No. Lily stretched out her hands to cover her little face, and went straight to the direction of the guest room. No matter what, she had to change into her own clothes first. This time, Lily didn't even care about little Nebula. On the other hand, the little Nebula Cosmogu didn't know anything, and it burped with satisfaction. Hiccup tilde. If Cosmog could talk, it would now say, "All you can eat candy is amazing, I love it here." ... On the other side, in the study, Lu Yin looked at Zhang Bao and found that the expression on her face had returned to calm, and she didn't know what to say for a while. Seeing his appearance, Zhang Bao burst out laughing and asked, "What does that woman have to do with you?" "It doesn't matter for the time being, I was rescued by chance yesterday." For the time being, Zhang Bao rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that Lu Yin really had bad intentions, but she didn't care about it and continued to ask, "Then what happened to you?" "They don't look like 16, what can I do?" Lu Yin rolled his eyes. "Che, who knows what your tastes are, my royal sister Fan, I haven't seen you have any ideas for so many years, maybe it's just a mouthful." Zhang Bao instinctively snorted, but his mood was even better. She can still grab the first time. Hearing Zhang Bao's words, Lu Yin was speechless for a while. Did Sister Bao let herself go after being taken away from her first kiss? Now I really dare to say anything. But he loves this beautiful world more and more. Chapter 48 Lily's request, an accident. 3/4. I really like this world more and more. Lu Yin thought contentedly. In the study before, Zhang Bao's mood improved immediately after confirming that his first time was still there, and then he went to cook, humming a little tune while cooking. Well, this woman is so realistic. This simply refreshed Lu Yin's 3 views. No, it wasn't a refresh, just because he had the memories of his previous life. After comparing the 2 worlds, he liked this world more. Just like now, at the dining table, Zhang Bao is very affectionate and then brings food to Lily. This is a good thing that can only happen in a dream in a previous life. You have to make sure that this dream is a good dream, not a nightmare, otherwise it will be an original match. Little 3's drama is over. Sister, this is delicious, my specialty. Thank you thank you sister. It's delicious. Sister, what's your name? Hello, sister, my name is Lily. I'm from the Alola region. Lilia put down her chopsticks and introduced herself seriously. Alola area. I've heard it before, it sounds familiar. Jongbauer frowned slightly, as if thinking about where this area is located in Blue Star. Luyan interjected in a timely manner. The Alola region is in the wizard world. Oh, it's the Alola area. Jongbauer reacted immediately, and then looked at Lily in surprise. Hey tilde, you actually come from the elf world. Lily said first, then suddenly reacted, and asked, am I not in the elf world now? Yeah, Jongbauer nodded. This is the Blue Star World, Alliance, Hengcheng. Ah, Lily was completely stunned. What has she been through? How did you come to another world all of a sudden? Is it so fantastical? Don't you know Lily? Jongbauer was a little surprised by Lily's performance, and then he asked excitedly, since you are from the elf world, you should have equipment. Show me. Because of the exam for the Alliance Police, I didn't have time to go to the elf world. Luyan will only be 18 years old in half a month, and he will be able to go to the elf world at that time. Jongbauer is a little older than him and can already go to the elf world, but because of the special training of the Alliance Police, he has not been able to go. Utensils. I don't have any. Lily shook her head. Her little face was a little pale. She had never left home too far. She suddenly learned that she had come to another world, powerful, helpless and powerless. She was about to suffocate. No. Jongbauer was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Luyan, and gave him a questioning look. Is Lily a smuggler? Almost all the light balls from the elf world and the Blue Star world to each other's world are controlled by the Alliance, but the world is so big, there are always some light balls that are not discovered or controlled by the Alliance, but are occupied by some private forces. The elf world doesn't have too many restrictions in this regard, but in the Blue Star world, people who do not pass through the Alliance light ball to and from both worlds are defined as smuggling, which is considered a crime. However, such smugglers still have tools. Besides, there is another kind of smuggling. The elf world and the Blue Star world are both big worlds. Occasionally, there will be weak points in space between the two world batches. Under the influence of some special forces, they may appear in the other world. This is smuggling, but not illegal. This is also the current situation of Lily. It should be. Luyan nodded and said, Lily has no equipment on her body. She must have come to our world for unknown reasons. Having said that, Luyan glanced at Cosmogu, who was lying on the sofa behind Lily. He guessed that the situation had something to do with this guy. That. Lily raised her head suddenly, looked at Luyan firmly, and asked, I can stay like this? It doesn't matter, but how do you? Luyan didn't mind Lily staying at his house, but he was curious how the girl suddenly had such an idea. But before he could ask, his cell phone on the table beside him suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and found that Zhang Lan was calling. Motioning to Jongbauer and Lily to be quiet for a while, he answered the phone. Hey, Uncle Zhang. Sister Bauer is here. Of course the Katy dog with the Heavenly King qualification has it done. Let Sister Bauer stay with me. I don't mind, she can do it herself, but what about the special training of the Union Police? It's okay to miss a few days, right? Okay. Is there anything else? Huh. The smile on Luyan's face turned cold. Xiaoyang also submitted the Gym Master's Challenge document. I see. Well, I know what that means. Let's talk about this first. After hanging up the phone, Luyan's expression became very ugly, and he found that he still underestimated the shamelessness of Anbo. Not in a hurry to explain anything to Jongbauer, he made another phone call. In this case, I can only change the original plan. Drip. Not long after, the phone was connected, and Hu Jiyi's voice came from the opposite side. Hey, Xiaoyan, is something wrong? Uncle Hu, what you said, I can't give you a call if it's okay. Ha ha ha, of course. But this time I really have something to look for you. Hugo. Jongbauer. Lily. Luyan. Uncle Hu, I hope you can do me a favor. I want to go to the elf world ahead of time. Chapter 49 _ The second challenge essay. Decided to go to the elf world in advance. 4 quarters. Are you going to the elf world ahead of time? Huji's smiling expression suddenly became serious and asked, did you encounter anything? Hujie had learned about Lu Yin's situation and knew that he still had half a month before he became an adult. He might be able to legally go to the elf world. Why did he suddenly want to advance it? And shouldn't he be preparing for the gym challenge in 7 days now? After thinking about it, it could only be that something happened that made him have to make the decision to go to the elf world in advance. Uncle Hu, that's right. Just now, Uncle Zhang called me to tell me that Sha Yang, Anbo's proud student, went to the Hangzhou branch of the Alliance to submit the challenge document for the gym. I believe the Alliance will give me the challenge document soon. What a bastard. Hujie got angry and stood up angrily. This old thing is shameless. No wonder Hujie is so angry. Sha Yang is Anbo's youngest student, a close disciple, and a trainer specializing in water elves. He is just 20 years old this year. The strongest ace elves in his hands is a mighty crocodile. The quasi-king is only 1 step away. This Sha Yang's strength can be said to be strong. If he challenges Lu Yin has little chance of winning. But that's not the point of Huji's anger. What made him angry was that Anbo and Sha Yang challenged Lu Yin at the same time. This was to take away both gymnasiums and not give them to Lu Yin. This is not at all affectionate. And those guys in the Alliance actually accepted this challenge. Did they forget the contributions of Ji Yuying and Lu Tong? Are they not afraid of some people's chills? Are the people chilling? Hearing Huji's words, Lu Yin, who already knew who he was, probably guessed what he was thinking, with a contemptuous smile on his face. Uncle Hu, there is something you don't know. Sha Yang pointed out the Leiwen Gymnasium that challenged me. And Anbo pointed to the Huoyao gym that challenged me. Oh, hide your ears and steal the bell. Hujie sneered, but he already understood in his heart. What do you mean by covering your ears and stealing a bell? Zhang Baoer, who was beside Lu Yin, asked in a low voice, her big eyes flashing, and she looked very cute. This. Lu Yin smiled, not in a hurry to explain, but asked, which 2 gyms do I have? I know, Aunt Ji Yuying's Leiwen Gym and Uncle Lu Tong's Huoyao Gym. Do you know the Gym Master's Challenge rules? Lu Tong asked again. Of course. Zhang Baoer rolled her eyes. Wouldn't she know such a simple thing? According to the regulations, trainers challenge the Gym Master position and need to conduct 3-on-3 battles. Gym trainers and challenges can only choose 1 type of elves to use. This is due to the particularity of the gym. That's right. Lu Yin nodded, took over the words and said, if Anbo and Sha Yang came to challenge me, the elves used would definitely be water elements, and if I use the attributes of elves, it would be decided according to the gym they named to challenge. Now that Sha Yang is challenging Leiwen Gym's main seat, I need to use 3 electric elves to fight against him, and we won't be able to decide the winner until all of our elves are defeated. Yeah, Zhang Baoer nodded, blinked and said, so I still think Anbo is stupid. Electricity restrains the water element, and the water element restrains the fire element. If Anbo comes to deal with Xiaoyan's thunder element, and Sha Yang deals with the fire element, wouldn't the odds of winning 2 gyms be higher? No. Lu Yin shook his head, a flash of wisdom flashed in his eyes. This is actually the genius of Anbo. How do you say? Zhang Baoer was out of curiosity. Hujie on the other end of the phone didn't speak. He also looked at Lu Yin's analysis. Only Lily is depressed, he can't understand anything ... He actually deliberately let his stronger self challenge my fire-type gym, and let the weaker Sha Yang challenge my thunder-type gym. Lu Yin raised his head slightly and said solemnly, he is doing this for the only thing is to block the mouth of the world and make everyone speechless. You think, now in everyone's perception, whether it is to challenge Leiwen or Huoyao, he, Anbo, a veteran quasi-king level trainer, can definitely win. After all, I am so young, Lu Yin, even a genius, no reason to win. In the face of absolute strength, attribute restraint is useless. So it's no problem for Anbo to challenge Lu Yin's Huo Yao Jim. But Sha Yang is different. He is not a few years older than me, and his strength is weaker than Anbo. If he beats me with restrained attributes, what else would anyone say? That's right, this is Anbo's calculation. Let Sha Yang challenge the attribute to restrain his own Thunder Run Jim. If he wins then, who will say anything? Just because he is Anbo's disciple, he can't be denied a chance to challenge the gym, right? That is moral kidnapping. If Lu Yin loses, it can only mean that he is not strong enough to inherit the gym. In this way, at least most of the people will definitely not have an opinion, and the alliance also has a fig leaf and will not force anything. Moreover, the Hangcheng sub-alliance is not monolithic. Lu Yin not only has friends, but also enemies, and Anbo has paid enough price. Even if a smart person sees Anbo's intentions, he won't say anything, can't say anything. For example, now, although Hu Jie is angry, he can't do anything to restrict Anbo and Sha Yang on the bright side. This matter is unreasonable on the surface, so he can only rely on Lu Yin himself. He can only help Lu Yin to block some secret things. Unless the two sides completely tear their faces. Got it. Zhang Bauer finally figured it out, with an angry expression on his face. No wonder Xiao Yin, you and Doctor Who said he was hiding his ears and stealing bells. This guy is really bad. But what does that have to do with your decision to go to the elf world in advance? Chapter 50_Lily's Wonderful Misunderstanding 5/4 Jiaguo Collection Flowers. I'm also curious about the question that Bauer asked. Hearing Zhang Bauer's question, Hu Jiyi's voice came from the phone again. You want me to help you get the qualification to go to the elf world in advance, just for this challenge? That's right. Lu Yin nodded, thinking of Hu Jiyi's attitude towards him. He added, if I can achieve my goal, it will not be difficult to keep one of the gymnasiums. More than difficult. If he achieves the goal in his heart, he can win by crushing. But Lu Yin couldn't say anything about it, and he wouldn't believe Hu Jie, and even doubted whether he was reliable, so he chose a more secure statement. But you can't say it, it won't work if you say it. This way, Hu Jie didn't care about the authenticity of Lu Yin's words. Anyway, if he was willing to work hard, he would be worthy of Lu Tong and Ji Yuying. As an uncle, he can only support him. Anyway, helping Lu Yin to go to the elf world a little earlier is just a small matter for him. Okay, come to the institute tomorrow to find me, and I'll ask Songbing to help you with the procedures. Do well. It's really not good, Uncle will help you. Thank you Uncle Hu. Lu Yin thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Although the two had just established a relationship between uncle and nephew today, Hu Jie really had nothing to say to him. Although there is a reason for Lu Tong, Lu Yin still sincerely thanks Hu Jie. Lu Tong has helped many people and has many friends, but how many have helped Lu Yin after he disappeared? There was only Zhang Lan in the past, now with Hu Jie, what about the others? It's easy to add flowers to the cake, but it's difficult to send charcoal in the snow. After seeing people's hearts over time, Lu Yin understood in his heart. Seeing Lu Yin hang up the phone, Zhang Bauer, who has fully understood what happened, immediately asked with concern, Xiao Yin, do you really have a way to win Anbo? Zhang Bauer is very aware of Lu Yin's strength, and Sha Yang's challenge to Leiwen Jim is to deliver food. The only thing to worry about is Amber. Of course. Lu Yin nodded without hesitation and said to himself, although things have changed, it's not too bad. Originally, Anbo may have challenged Lu Yin's Thunder Mark Jim for the sake of face. At that time, Lu Yin actually wanted to win the game by surprise by relying on the electric shock monster and the quasi-Tianwang level electric dragon, as well as a quasi-Tianwang level thunderbolt beast that Lu Tong left at home. At the same level, the attributes are dominant, so it's not impossible for him to win. Don't worry. Lu Yin stretched out his hand to touch Zhang Bauer and said with a smile, I have long thought that in case of winning Anbo once, he will challenge Haoyao Daoist Shihu for the second time under the premise of being prepared. What should I do with him? So it's not an improvised solution. Lu Yin had really thought about it for a long time. After all, Anbo has been a quasi-king level trainer for so many years. The training and command experience is placed there, the tacit understanding with the elves is placed there, and the top-level strength of the water elves in his hands is placed there. In this case, the fire attribute is still suppressed, and it is difficult for Lu Yin to win the game. He had already figured out a way by then. It's just that the method can only be realized if he goes to the elf world, and it also requires a certain amount of luck. So now, knowing that Anbo shamelessly changed his strategy, Xiaoyang also took action. He could only choose to enter the elf world in advance. Fortunately, the appearance of Hu Jie provided him with a way. Just be confident. Seeing that Lu Yin was indeed full of confidence, Zhang Baoer finally felt relieved. But she also strengthened her belief in becoming stronger, because only in this way can she contribute to Lu Yin when he needs help. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Lu Yin smiled at Zhang Baoer, then looked at Lily Ai who didn't understand the situation, and said, Miss Lily Ai, I don't mind taking you in and letting you stay there. Lei Feng Pagoda, but can anyone know why you made this decision? Ah, this. Lily lowered her head, a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Why does she want to stay? Part of the reason is because she has never been out of the house since she was a child, and she doesn't know how to leave the elf world and return to her home in the elf world. It's so hard for her. Another part of the reason is that she feels that the place where she grew up is also a cage in terms of self-cultivation. Now that she finally got out of the cage, she wants to try another life. She wants to meet more people and see more things. Of course, there is another big reason. I want to get to know this man. Lily raised her head and glanced at Lu Yin. She wanted to seriously observe this man. Lily now believes that Lu Yin is her savior, or the savior who bathes, changes and washes herself. Hemtilda's still a very handsome savior. After these things happened, the education she received from childhood made Lily Ai feel like she couldn't get married, and she would either end up alone or Lu Yin in the future. However, Lily is not that superficial. She doesn't have the idea of making promises, but she also instructs her that she can't treat Lu Yin as an ordinary person. So she decided to get to know Lu Yin in depth, to see what kind of person this savior who had seen all her life was. After understanding, she will make the final decision. Of course, the biggest reason, Lily certainly couldn't say. So after sorting out the wording for a while, she said the first two reasons. And Lily's behavior also led to the misunderstanding that Lu Yin sees her lightly, and there is no chance for clarification. Her future life begins at this moment, and she will be completely bound to Lu Yin.